Welcome to the Opie Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot, do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know it's time.
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show. This is not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed and conventions burn to the ground. Would you like to make some fucking circus? With Opie, the Destroyer.
Hey, asshole. Just take the joke and take a little beating.
It'll be okay.
Anthony, the Rage.
I feel like dog shit. If I'm sick, I'm fucking off, and my agent has to be called by the rat down the fucking hall.
And Jim Norton, lover of transvestites.
How do you not look at a cock if it's there? I'm not gay or anything, but for Pete's sake, I'm not rude.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Hi, everybody.
Morning. Into the mic.
Well,
Morning.
how's everybody?
Good.
I'm good.
What up?
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
I can't hear you.
Mike's a little low and distant sounding. What is that?
Holy shit.
You're sitting like you sit every day.
Yeah,
You haven't changed positions.
Why don't you pull the mic up to your face a little? Oh.
I can't.
Oh, my God.
I got to join you guys on the radio show today. I got to be
What?
a foot to 18 inches away from the microphone because of this brilliant company.
Listen, just when we settle in and accept whatever shit has swept over us in the past,
Yeah.
some new shit. The tide brings in some brand new shit.
All right, I will lean all the way over so I can broadcast.
Oh, there you go.
For a second, because this is going to hurt my back.
So that's how you're going to have to broadcast all day.
I'm leaning way the fuck over.
I've never seen anything like that.
What? Incompetence?
Just, it's so short. It's like high waters. If you have fucking pants, that'd be high waters.
I said to Anthony and Jim, I'm like, here we go, we got a bitch again. And I know there's a lot of listeners that they've had it. But they make it so easy on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I'm leaning way the fuck over. This is the only way I can broadcast, okay? Like, this is how I usually broadcast.
Yeah, you
but
pull the mic up right to your face.
I can't move my microphone.
So you got to put now your face up to the mic instead of pulling the mic to your face, and you're hunched over the console.
You know how I've talked in the past about how I rest my ball bag on the sink
Of course.
to shave and brush my teeth?
Yes.
That's what I'm going to have to do to broadcast today.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah.
leaning all the way over. I'm going to have to actually rest my balls on the console.
Now, a little history here. We've been looking into
I'm gonna
getting
sit
new
back,
mic stands.
so I can rest my
Just
back
sit
if
back.
you don't mind,
Sit
okay?
back. We've been looking at new mic stands because these are that we have are pretty intrusive when you were trying to video or take pictures of stuff.
Right.
They're very tall. They're all in the way. They're very lanky, like robot arms.
Yeah.
All over the console. So we wanted a lower profile one, things that are a little closer down to the console. So they got one, and Opie is the test guinea pig today for this.
I'm going to lean back into the mic so I can talk for a second.
Oh, okay.
So so they came to us and said somebody's got to try out the new mic stand. I go, yeah, I'll try it, whatever. Because we, like you said, we want to make sure if we're videotaping or taking pictures of the celebrities, you can see their fucking faces. If you check my Twitter and anyone else's Twitter around here, you always see the celebrity with these. It's intrusive.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of shit in front of their face, so we're trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
So I go, yeah, I'll try the fucking mic stand. So I come in today. And there's a brand new mic stand. You can see my face perfectly, but I can't broadcast from where I usually sit, which is right here.
It's not adjustable forward and back, like towards Opie, or away from. Oh no!
can't fucking pull it.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
They put it behind the board.
Fucking idiots.
On the other side of the board, instead of drilling a new hole that's closer, it's you can't get, you can't even move closer.
I'm literally, 18 inches?
At least.
18.
Did I just lose my mic?
No.
I felt like, somehow my volume went way down.
Well,
you might have dropped the mic on something.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I'm 18 inches away from the microphone, and these idiots that work here think this is acceptable. It's just amazing.
There's no adjustment for it to go forward, like forward towards Opie.
No.
It's just a pivot, basically.
Yeah, it's a pivot.
And in order for Ope to broadcast the way that he needs to, he has to lean forward and put his forearm on the console.
Yes.
So he's the most interesting man in the world.
Yes,
And we all know I'm not. He admitted it.
Oh, shit.
But I'll throw on my back if I broadcast like that.
Oh, God.
I don't always do a radio show.
Yes. It's also like, remember how Edward R. Murrow used to broadcast?
Yeah.
He was kind of sideways, leaning on on his console, smoking a cigarette.
You'd actually have to cut a piece out like fucking Henry VIII.
Yes.
And move a foot and a half closer to that mic to broadcast comfortably.
Yeah, but
that's exactly it.
this is what people accept around here because this whole place is run by a bunch of dummies.
Larry King pose, right. Exactly. Now you're getting it. That's exactly what he has to do.
That's right.
I just got into my studio. My studio is trashed.
Really?
Trashed. Everything's unplugged. There's drinks everywhere.
What?
Who's in your studio?
And I just called engineering. They're like, oh, yeah, they're doing a new show out of there now.
What?
Why are they?
So I would
doing
assume
a
that has
show
something
out
to
of
do with
there?
this. I don't know.
There's 100 studios around here.
I don't know.
What show are they doing out of the Opie and Anthony production studio?
A production studio?
A sports show now will be done out of there.
No, it's not going to be done out of there. Where's the Radio Wizard today?
What do they mean?
They don't have any answers for me.
And what is they just trash it and then fucking walk
They
out?
just left.
Do you have a picture of it?
No, I started putting it together.
Why are cables out? I'm going to do the show like this.
I know. No one can really hear you very well, Opie. What's the matter?
I can hear myself.
What happened?
Sound like you're far away.
I can't lean in like this for 4 hours.
Every time you lean in, I'm sorry, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
I can't do it.
This is the dumbest thing.
Well, add it to the list of the dumb things that happens all the time.
The lights, the coat rack, all the fun things that have happened in this studio.
And they wonder-
the banner with our name in it that blocked the view of everything. Remember all these fun things?
And they wonder, they're like, wow, I don't understand how Liberty Media could just swoop in and take over this place. Really strange. Is it? With all the incompetence?
So far away. They're like Bain Capital.
I can't lean in.
They would sell off that mic stand in a second.
Yeah. You could fit Shaq's shoe in between that mic and your mouth.
It'd actually make better radio in front of his face than that microphone.
That is fucking terrible. That's not even close. Like it's not like it's off by 6 inches or 4 inches.
Yeah, where someone could say
a good 2 feet off,
dude.
Where someone could say you're a picky Pete or whatever.
Yeah.
This is like it's not even close.
Like Ant's console part goes in. Like I said, the Henry VIII, he's carved in a half moon crescent, so he can move. You can't even move in over there.
No.
If this was football, you wouldn't bring out the chain.
No, you wouldn't even need the chain.
Not at all.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's fourth and over a yard.
Oh, shit.
God.
Oh, my good gracious.
Is the Radio Wizard aware of this, Sam?
No, not yet.
Radio Wizard.
How about we wake up the Radio Wizard and tell him about the latest stupid problem?
What the fuck?
Because you got to blame the main guy. He'll blame. Who will he blame?
I need more ice than this.
That a boy,
I need
Anthony.
a cup full of ice.
Yes, you do.
Full cup.
Absolutely. Soak those big, juicy
Sorry.
balls in. No, what about Mars, though? Because he said that he's the one that did it, so they're going to try to kill Mars.
Wait, but hold on. Let's go to... So, the Radio Wizard, who I blame because he supposedly, oversees the channel. Who will he blame this time?
Yeah, I believe...
Someone upstairs?
Yeah, because
Will it be some vague thing where he points at the ceiling tiles?
Why wouldn't he supervise this whole thing and make sure it was right?
I believe Mars will indeed take the blame.
Wow.
Not take it or receive it, I should say.
Now,
He will
Mars,
be blamed.
you didn't build this this mic stand, did you?
No, I did not.
No, you got it and were told to install it.
That's correct.
By the way, I've been doing radio since I was 18. I don't really want to tell everyone how old I am. This is the worst piece of equipment I've ever seen.
It looks like a piece of shit.
It's
When was
shoddy.
the last time you saw something with washers?
There's giant washers. The bolt is the size of Frankenstein's neck bolt. Kenny, let me compare. It's horrible.
You're going to hurt your back, GH.
How cheap is this thing?
That
Pretty
is
cheap. It also looks like it's been repaired because of those washers. I don't understand why all those washers
There's
are
a
there.
giant weld on it. I would say I would use a politically incorrect term for what that looks like, but instead I'll just call it it looks like it's been
jury-rigged.
a presidential solution. That's what I say. It's a solution. Yes.
So, Mars, why did they order that one? Why did you recommend that one?
No, Jimmy, hold up. Slow your roll. Slow your roll.
I'm leaning in again.
I did not
second.
recommend that one. I actually.
Mars, you're going to get in trouble for this.
Am I really?
Oh yeah, because the stupid radio wizard doesn't take blame for anything. So he's gonna have to blame somebody.
I have proof that I emailed another mic boom that should have been purchased, but they went with this one instead.
So they can't do basic math.
Mr. Wizard.
Oh,
I think this mic boom is a lot cheaper than the one that we
they can't
recommended.
do basic math. Like, how far is that away, and how far is this? That's like basic math.
And with no adjustment. Like, shouldn't that have an adjustment?
Even if I were to drill a hole and put it on the other side, you still would need it to extend that way.
Get me a tape measure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah? Yes.
Yes.
We're going to do some tape measuring
Yeah.
We're gonna
here
do-
on the Opie and Anthony Show.
We're going to do basic construction.
All right. That is...
Like, why wouldn't you go...
Why wouldn't you have an adjustment in and out? It needs that adjustment.
I've tried everything.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my Jesus.
It's very frustrating.
Oh, there you go. I adjusted a little bit, but then the wires are...
Adjust? No, you pulled the...
You ripped the whole
pulled
thing out.
The pivot.
Yeah, that's not an
That's
adjustment.
Not adjusted. It's
Yes.
broken.
Yes, that's like saying Jake adjusted Vicky's jaw.
Oswald adjusted Kennedy's hair.
Yeah, he recombed it.
Oh, fuck. I think I busted it.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Yeah, we're a professional show.
It's like he rocks Legos.
All right. Now,
Snapping it together.
Now, look, safe to say this is where I sit, right?
Yeah.
Dead center.
And your chair's up pretty high.
Okay, so...
All right, let's see
Where
from the
this thing
pivot
would-
point.
Yeah, where this thing would go into the console to where I'm sitting.
To where you're
would
really
be-
sitting.
I'm going to call it just over 3 feet.
I think it's further. You got to go up to your mouth when you're sitting back.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Oh, shit, you know
And
this
you're
stuff.
leaning forward
Yeah.
a little bit now.
Yeah.
Oh, but I would be about here. So call it 39 inches.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's 3 feet, 3 inches. The, what is this called, an arm?
Mic boom.
A mic boom. That isn't even a mic boom.
No, it's not.
That looks like someone's fucking like a goddamn bunch of metal front end suspension out of a fucking Beetle.
That's like the arm of that ice cream man. You know, the ice cream man who would come who always had the fucking stub arm and that rotten little hand, which was good for waving away flies.
Is that as stretched as far as it's going to go?
I guess so.
It looks like a ratchet set.
It's
Yeah.
terrible.
With too many knuckles on
Too
it.
many knuckles. It's very hard to use. A lot of knuckles.
30 inches.
So it's
We're off by 30 inches, and I said 30. Yeah,
my cock. We're off by my cock.
we're off by 9 inches.
I
But
think further.
It seems further, though.
Yeah.
At least 9 inches.
Yeah, because you were still leaning forward when you were measuring. I noticed you weren't in broadcast
All
position.
right, so what do we do? Let's
You
do
got to
it again.
lean back
You
where you are,
normally
right
just
there.
sit back and
that's where
talk.
you are.
Oh, yeah, that's
You're
where
right
I am.
there.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now you got it, and bring it right up to your mouth, and add.
Right there.
And you're
Further.
measuring it from the top of the thing,
Further.
not the console.
42.
Yeah,
Hold
you're
on,
like,
sweetie baby is grabbing. Oh, nice.
Yeah, thank you.
You're further.
Dan, put it down to the bottom, too, on the console.
To be fair, because they're going to... All right, 40... Yeah, you're right. 44 inches.
You're like 44 inches away.
And how far was this again? 33?
33. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
It's not good to
this.
have that there. So you ordered a different one, Mars? You didn't want that one?
Dude, look at this. They're trying to save money wherever they can.
It's on the computer. That's the one that I recommended. But actually, E-Rock sent it to me, and I sent it to my boss.
That's the one.
That's the one they showed me.
That's the one Mars
and I said,
showed.
yes, we'll try those.
Yes.
So why did we get to this?
Look at that thing.
What do you? It's the same. It's the same thing.
It's exactly. Sure. We're looking at a picture. We're looking at a picture of the ideal mic stands that we were looking for.
Totally different, and it comes from the bottom and stands up, which means the whole top of your face is better.
This is the no frills version of that. Remember growing up, you couldn't get the Nikes, so you got the Nikes with 2 E's or something?
This is CVS pharmacy brand.
Right.
You could tell
no frills.
You could tell you could extend that one. See?
Yes.
Right here.
That's a pretty good mic arm.
Ah, damn.
So, but why did the radio wizard go with these, even though I said yes to those?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Who
I
looked
have no
at
idea.
that and said, go with that? Who's the one person that said, that'll work?
Anthony, I do not know the answer to that question.
Now let me ask you.
You're on the air.
It apparently was not Gary. Gary's not seen that yet.
All right, so who's the person?
But Gary runs the channel, so why didn't he see this yet?
Gary says he knows that it arrived, but he did not know that it was being installed yesterday, and he was still waiting to see it before it was installed.
What, he just wrote you?
Yes.
Okay, so Gary hadn't seen it.
No.
So now two questions. Is that one
I
on
still
order?
blame him.
I do not believe so.
Is that good one on order?
Of course not.
So who approved this one? Who told you to put it in?
My boss, Jake.
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 Okay,
So who ordered? Someone had to look at it and say, yep, that's the one. Order that. Who is the person?
Yeah, well, you're not going to get that answer around here.
Well, Jake, it
Who
might have been
looked
Jake.
at that picture of what we want,
Right.
and then saw that and
Right.
said, yep, go with it. I want to know who the name. I want a name.
Without
made the
doing
switch?
basic measuring. Obviously, this doesn't work.
Not only does it not work,
It doesn't come
it
with,
looks like a lump of shit.
Yeah, who made the switch?
Maybe it comes with accessories.
Jimmy, I don't know.
Yeah, fucking a chiropractor.
I have an idea.
Well, who actually ordered it? Who put it in the order? Are you authorized to put through the
No,
order?
I'm not.
Okay, so who put it in the order?
I believe Jake Glantz put the order.
Okay, so Jake made the switch. Why did Jake make the switch?
Why did Jake go
Jake
from that
approved
mic,
it
which we want,
to the cheap
to
one?
that piece of shite?
I could only assume he was budgeting, money.
So
well, you get what you pay for.
Yeah,
I'll tell
that
you
is
that
true.
much.
Yep.
That is true.
I'd rather
they're
pay
good
a
at-
little more
they're
for
good-
exactly
Okay.
what I want.
See, I can't fucking out. I can't out.
Oh, you can. Oh, Jesus! I can't even hear you.
Just lean in.
Can't even hear it. Let's all just lean back like this, away from our mics.
This is
and do
literally-
the show.
I would
in
have to sit
sympathy
back
of Opie.
here to be the same distance
In sympathy
away.
of Opie, we're all going to
Thank
just
you.
do this show like this.
then
And
just-
I'm not going to yell. I'm
And
just
then
going to
just
talk like I
modulate
normally
all the
would.
mics.
Just push the pots over.
There you go.
I'm just going to. Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, we got the little room hum,
little
room
ambiance.
hum going on. That's good.
Let's all have a lean.
Let's all have a lean.
Now it sounds like we're on a podcast now.
Yes, it's very podcasty.
You know what, dude?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. I feel like a silly goose.
Yeah, it really is retarded.
And you come back to professional broadcasting.
Well,
distance.
boy.
you guys get to.
Yeah, we do. Well, you can too.
Yeah, can
just
I?
lean in. Lean in. Hope he needs a masseuse to show, like he's been playing cards at the table a long time. He's one of those casino masseuses to massage his back while he leans over.
Every time you lean in, every time you talk, you look like you're about to break the case wide open.
Very important statement coming up.
Oh, fuck. No surprise, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
But this one may have another person to blame. This is not Gary.
I mean, this is really. He always skates.
Well, did he tell Jake to because he's the budget master? Did he say?
Did Gary say go and get the ones that the guy said? Yeah, they look.
I don't know the answer to that.
There's so many people involved in this now.
Well, that's
it's
why-
always the way they cover their asses.
That's why we go through this exercise,
Right.
Because people out there can relate.
I want
Their
them to
job.
know-
no responsibility ever, unless it's the working douchebag like we are.
And I want them to know
We're the
that they're
working
not pulling
douchebags.
one over on us. They're not pulling one over on us. That's why we reiterate this and try to find the responsible party.
This thing is horrible.
It's so, but that big bolt is annoying me.
Yeah.
Look at the There's how many watches are on
It's
there?
like an Usain
before
Bolt or something.
Oh, good one.
When you do live from the compound, I would assume you have something a little nicer in there.
It's so much nicer.
And it didn't, break your budget,
No.
right?
You look and go, this is what I needed,
Why are they
and you
trying
get
to save $5?
Oh, God.
We should just broadcast from Anthony's basement.
We really should.
Goes for a dip after.
How handy would that commute be? Bedroom, basement. I've actually tried out a few different mics at my house and found the ones that work best for television. Those aren't them.
We have a green
that's
screen,
early
which is
on.
amazing.
How about they...
Oh, my God, that's early on. Now I have good ones. Sorry. That was a co-host days. Co-hostess days.
Sorry about that.
By the way, the new one is up on iTunes. By the way, the one where I cover the Democratic National Convention, Bill Clinton speech. So please tune in. It's on iTunes. Just search out Compound.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
There's the opposite.
It's very funny when Obama talks. I have a bouncing communist flag behind him.
Oh,
yeah, that's
it's
very
wonderful.
funny.
That's great.
And you should see what happens when Bill talks.
So that's a
Little
visual?
Lewinsky comes into the picture.
How fun is that? That's the video element.
the
That's fun
visual
part.
element
That's
is
great.
it
Green
is
screen.
a lot of fucking
That's awesome,
fun, man. It's
Why-
a lot of fun.
Why is it? Because Jimmy was texting me over the weekend. Why does Nick and Artie already have a visual element? They've been doing radio 3 months.
Yeah.
We've been at this 18 years.
Wow.
We can't get a visual element.
They have an amazing studio,
Why
man.
can't we do that?
We have a visual elephant.
We barely have an audio element today.
That's true. We're looking for visual element. No one can hear Opie.
I talked to Bob about this. I'm like, we can't have every hour of our show broadcast like Nick and Artie do because they're on terrestrial radio. This is it's a different thing.
Well, they're on Sirius XM too.
Yes, they are.
Proven that you can work all the moving parts.
But that's-
And Anthony has proven that from doing live from the compound, you can do some fun things.
Yeah,
visually.
you can do
Dude,
a
that
lot of fun
studio
things, man.
is
Yep.
awesome.
Even if you just offered, I don't know, a best of video fucking podcast.
I agree.
or something. We film everything for a week, then you put maybe a couple hours up
Right.
every week.
I agree.
They want us to. Well, it doesn't like when I get into this, but
What?
I can't wait. They just want us to stay here. It's like, well, how about you do some things and then we'll talk.
Some things.
I walked in and I said, I want my money doubled.
Ooh,
Well,
nice.
No one was in the room. But Scott was out, but I just walked into his office and said, I'd like my money doubled. Just wanted to see what that felt like.
Double money.
Double bucks.
It's a great joke, but I mean, your money should be doubled. This place is ridiculous. Everyone's going, where's the picture? Go to Jim Norton's Twitter.
I twittered a picture
Jim
of
Norton on Twitter.
Opie looking very sad
Opie,
in front of his mic.
At least it doesn't squeak when you move it.
Got you there.
I'm not squeaking.
You wouldn't hear it anyway. It's too far away.
I'm not the squeaker anymore.
No,
No. There, a question has been
I'm
answered.
squeaky guy.
I haven't been the squeaky guy for
I
a
like
while.
squeaky guy. Lets people know I'm moving around.
That picture doesn't do it justice. It looks like I can lean in and broadcast. Like,
Yeah. My favorite part of that picture is that you weren't looking at the camera and you were just so sad. That's far.
That is far.
You just looked very resigned to being sad at that moment.
yeah, because that looks like you can pull it toward me.
Oh, no, but you can't.
No, that is extended as far
That's
as it
how
goes.
far you. That's how close you are when sitting comfortably at that mic.
It's
That
a
looks
little-
terrible.
Yeah, it's a little deceiving though.
Yeah.
A little bit, but you get the point.
Oh,
That says
Just a
everything
man with
you
his
need.
napkins.
That says everything you need to know about our frustrations with this company.
Right.
Right there.
That's it. Oh my
The
god.
number one thing when you broadcast, you want to make sure you have a mic.
The microphone.
that works well. And look,
Very
we can't even
important.
do that today.
How important is the microphone? I would say the microphone probably the most important thing in a radio broadcast.
Zapruder was closer to the limo than you are to that mic.
So what do? We got to put the other one back now?
Yes, sir.
Can I destroy this? No one will miss
Oh
it.
boy, it's already
Will
destroyed.
I get electrocuted?
No, not at all.
Low voltage.
Very low voltage.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's got phantom power on it.
Yes, it
There's
does.
phantom power. I like phantom power.
So Mars, you're going to be blamed. You know that.
I know. But that's the only way we could do things around here. We got to actually show you what the problem can be by installing it, because you wouldn't believe me.
That's great.
Yeah. So
Well, the fun, I'll say this to the radio wizard. When Eric Logan was in charge of our channel, he wore a bunch of hats. He ran the company and our channel. That's how important he thought we were. Because then he moved the fuck on. Wow. He would have never, it would have never gotten to this point with him.
No.
That's my point. He would have came in himself to make sure it was done right.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
From the second we walked in this morning, it was just like, oh no, it's got to be a joke again.
The listeners are right. Again, they're bitching. Hope's bitching. Again, you're right.
That's a justifiable bitch, though.
Look at this.
There's no way to not mention that.
It's hard enough to broadcast without having to go into some kind of yoga position to be comfortable for the day.
It's good. It's an ab workout. When you lean in to do, you're doing fucking crunches every time you talk.
That could be good.
Yeah, there you go.
I probably should get my mic like that because I've dropped a few pounds. No one's really noticed.
I have.
Thank you, Sam.
The correct mic stand hadn't been sent. Oh, God.
Oof. Yes. Mike goes into the console. Face leans into the mic.
All right, I figured out where I really do sit.
Don't know what Opie will do with it. Might break it, I suppose.
Right above my penis is pushed as close to the console. It's tight.
Some kind of half-assed astronaut?
16 inches off.
16 inches off.
From where I usually sit.
That's great.
That's the official fucking measurement. 16 inches we're off by. You'd have to punt.
Yeah. You'd punt.
You'd have to punt.
You'd punt. Absolutely. You don't try for that.
No.
Wow.
Oh, God. I just don't understand it.
We take, I don't know.
There you go.
We move forward 3 inches and then we move back 2 feet.
Yeah.
On a daily basis around here.
Yeah.
And Scott's in our face Friday. Hey, we're excited about the future with you guys. Hopefully we can work all this out. Yeah, hopefully, Scott.
They call it shoveling shit against the tide.
How about we figure out a mic first, and then we'll talk about maybe extending our stay.
That's not good, that mic stand. It's just not good.
Is Gary coming in to make sure this is done properly?
That piece of shit.
I swear to God, if I was a low-level guy like him trying to, make a name for myself in radio, and there was an issue, I'd be on the first fucking train. I would be taking a cab. I would jump on a bike, get here, and make sure it was done properly. I would. How else do you get ahead in this business? Oh, his title says differently, but he's a low-level guy trying to make it.
Trying to make it in this world. Just trying to get by.
Hey, Opie.
I guarantee he will. This is not important enough, and he'll just come in when he usually does, whenever that is. I don't even know.
His crackers in his briefcase.
His crackers?
No, that's
okay.
Old man Leland's busting my hump about these reports.
Mars.
All right, let's do this.
What are you going to say, Mars?
How far does the radio wizard live from here?
Hey, crackers.
Mars, you were going to say something?
Well, Opie keeps...
Stop! That's nasty. You keep saying it done properly. That's not done properly. It's the right mic arm was not purchased.
Yeah,
well, it wasn't drilled properly.
No, because even if I drill a hole on the other side,
if this was installed properly, this mic stand, I would never.
Exactly.
If I was in charge of a show of this caliber, I would never bring this to the.
It looks
guys.
like shit.
I would never bring it to the guys.
Like it's photographed, everything. It looks like shit. It looks like something from a mechanic's shop. Like a mechanic fucking put that together.
Which one is
It looks
Jake?
like an erector set.
Really short guy. He's actually shorter than us.
Curly hair?
Nah, he's actually has very little hair.
Oh, okay, different.
And with no fucking forward and backwards adjustment, you can't you can't have a mic stand that doesn't have the forward-backward adjustment. Like, you're constantly
Look at this. I can move
moving.
anywhere with this.
Like, what if he wants to, like, go back or forward?
Wait, you guys are moving back and forward. This is what I have to do now. Here I go. I'm moving back now. I'm good.
Hey, look at me. I could just keep the mic here right by my face.
Sometimes I just
I'm
step
moving
back.
forward and backwards.
Hey, I want to step back. You know what? I'm going to get a little closer right now.
That's crazy what
It's
you're
nobody's
doing.
business.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that here at Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Where does the radio wizard live? Let's put him on the clock. How long does it take for him to get here to make sure that everything is running smoothly today?
I don't know. I don't know where he lives.
He's within a half hour, right?
What if he flies? What if he flies here on a dragon? He's a wizard.
He'll be here at a regular time.
Yeah.
This doesn't bother anybody.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Well, Mars, are you prepared to switch that over in the length of time that a break would take?
Absolutely.
Do some NASCAR shit?
Absolutely.
Where'd you steal that other boom from that actually has a cord on it? I noticed you found that, huh?
Is that the old one?
That's behind, that's behind the closed door type of stuff, man.
Okay.
Behind the wall.
I gotcha. It's okay. No, it's good that you did that. That's like the POW camps. They had the scavengers that had to get shit for the escape. That's you. You know how to come up with shit.
No way that board can be smaller, too. Like, in this day and age, they can't make one that's smaller and more digital than that. That takes. Maybe I'm just being. That's pretty standard, right? Okay.
What happened?
Yeah.
Saying they can't even make that board a little smaller so you get more like more digital shit.
Oh, I said that years ago.
That makes sense.
I mean, the amount of bitching we do, it could be way worse, trust me. I've been saying for 2 years, I got this massive board in front of me like I'm fucking mixing, I don't know, rumors. Fleetwood Mac rumors. I literally use 5 buttons on this whole fucking thing. I do nothing. I was about to fucking set myself bad. Up badly. I do nothing behind this board. I'll say it. There's literally 5 buttons I use. I turn on our mics. I make sure the phones are on for the day. And then every once in a while I have to push a CD player. That's it. And there's probably 1,000 options on this thing. Wow. I said probably 2 years ago we need just a tiny little board in front of me now. That's it. You don't need this big clunk of shit. Dude, we do everything on our phones. Yeah. Why do you need something this big?
It's 2012, for the love of God.
Yep.
What are we thinking here?
I said that. I said that we need new mic stands years ago. And they finally have gotten to that. Remember the lights? That took 2 years.
But that went smooth.
No, Dan, it did not.
Literal
Keep
Jim.
mixed up.
It's literal Jim.
See, Mars, look at look right here. Is that broken or is that good?
No, bullshit. You ain't getting me this time.
Oh, God. Does Jimmy blast ones?
Yeah, I want Mars to lean in.
Oh, boy.
If I should have a better excuse.
Is that broken? Yeah, your intestine.
Diverticulitis.
Aw.
None of these guys could do their jobs properly. So, I mean, we should just care less. We should just not give a
Yeah? Should we not care?
Yeah.
I like not caring. It's fun. It's fun to not care.
So, it is, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to go through life that way.
Colin doesn't give a care.
He doesn't give a care.
Don't give a care. His fucking tweets yesterday about Scorsese and what he would tell Scorsese if he met him about doing a picture with him. It's just... And I love how he retweets all of the people that bash him.
Yeah.
You fucking has been, never been. You're not funny. I'm not following you anymore. Colin Quinn. Hilarious. Oh, God, Jimmy. Wow.
Sorry.
Do you smell that?
Sorry. They were putrid. I woke myself up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't go back to bed, so I was just doing tax paperwork. I went to bed at 11:30. I woke up at 3. I've been up since.
Really?
Wow.
Just adding up taxi receipts from 2011.
Oof. Doesn't sound like fun.
What did you eat that the farts were so bad?
Oh, yeah, we love hearing what you ate.
I've been eating better. I've cut out most carbs.
Yeah.
And all I ate yesterday, I had some turkey. And I actually bought some salted nuts to treat myself because I've not been eating that stuff. And some carrots. I had a bunch of carrots and some fat-free ranch dressing.
Nice.
And what else did I have? Oh, I had some pita grill in the afternoon with hummus. Does hummus have carbs?
Hummus.
Doesn't, right?
I don't know.
You got to have some carbs.
I know, but I'm just trying to cut out the weight because I've been hitting the heavy bag. Not that anybody's noticed, but I feel like I'm slimming up a little bit.
Nice.
Thanks, Ant.
Good one.
How many pounds have you lost?
Who weighs? I can't do it. I'm too depressed because I feel like it's an illusion. I'll look this is what a psycho I am.
It's an illusion.
I'll walk in front of a mirror and I'll just go, "You're having a skinny day," and I feel like I look skinnier because every time I look in the mirror, I know.
That's what girls do.
That's chick shit.
Yeah, it is.
I'm feeling skinny today.
Do you have your bloated days?
Yes, 365 of them. Fucking, but it doesn't happen. Like I don't feel like my thighs are fat.
Aw.
Just a neck.
Yeah.
I'll lean in for the next question if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
No.
How was jury duty yesterday?
All right.
I'll sit back here and listen.
I forgot. I was out by 9:44.
Yeah.
I went down, and you get into a hallway, and you have to sit there and just wait for it to open. I was earnest early.
Oh.
Reading my book. And the woman comes out, nice African-American lady comes out and says, "Okay, everybody come into this room."
I don't see color.
And, no, I didn't either, actually. It was just the shape of the face, I assume. And there was, we sit in this, official-looking room, and that video that Anthony talked about, well, you talked about, I remember.
Yeah.
They were going to show the jury, and now she's giving us these options about if you have to do this, leave. And I'm like, oh, God, please be an option. I can just get the fuck out of here. If you don't speak English, if you're not a resident of Manhattan County, and blah, blah, blah. So none of the options fit me. And she's talking about the video, and then she says, now, this will take approximately 2 days, and then the civil trial will take 5 business days approximately, and a criminal will take 7 to 9 business days approximately. So, no, I'm going to be in Irvine this weekend. I'm legitimately out of town.
Yeah.
So that applied to me.
Oh.
See what happens?
I knocked my mic out of the
mic.
Yeah, Jimmy's too close.
I don't know how to behave. I'm not used to being this close.
That was so funny.
Yeah,
What you're doing is rubbing it in, and, and it backfired on you. I'll sit back here and listen.
So I walked down 2 buildings, or I say 3 blocks to the building she talked about.
Yeah.
And I went in and I said, look, I can't do this today.
God.
So I met up with a guy. They call your name like 10 minutes later, and I explained to him I will be out of town, and he goes, okay, and he just told me we'll contact you with another date. It was very easy to switch.
I might have another. Oh no, that's right. I can't pull the cord.
Why can't you pull the cord close? You can just hold it.
That would be an option. Yeah, why don't you cut that shit so I can finish the break proper? Yeah, cut that shit.
That's a boy, Morse. Cut it. Not the cord, Morse.
Will it cut with that?
Morse.
Yank it off.
You're gonna yank it off.
No.
I want to cut you.
First time a Puerto Rican has ever said that.
I don't want to.
All right. Oh, I can move back a little bit. Now, yeah, let me pull this.
It's very frustrating.
Here, now you should do the after picture.
Yeah, hold on.
Here, make sure the logo is. Get the whole fucking cord, the whole thing. Now we're broadcasting proper here. You got it?
I do.
All right. Now, here's my point that I made to Anthony about jury duty. The system is flawed because every single person did what you did yesterday. They go down to jury duty trying to figure out what their excuse is to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Every single person.
If you can see, Opie's holding the microphone in his hand, and on the cord,
well, look, the wires
threaded on the cord.
The wires are willy-nilly. You could hear
Mars doesn't.
Is various metal arm pieces on the wire.
Why is Mars freaking out? Because we're getting rid of this board. Really? One way or the other. And we're getting rid of this boredom, too. We're getting rid of this board. It's been 2 years I've been asking for that. Please.
You got that, Mars?
Why can't we get rid of the board?
Yeah, how long is it going to take to get a new one?
I don't need a new one. What do I need?
You know what had happened?
I need a little thing.
They'd shove us in an even smaller studio while they're ordering a board.
We'd go to Troy's studio.
And it would take, we'd go to Troy's studio.
Permanently, and then they'd be like, well, you said you didn't need a studio this big.
Yeah. They don't have a small board that could replace this?
Absolutely. You could get a little Mackie.
That's all we need, a tiny little thing. It's all we need at this point. This is all a waste, all these buttons and shit. But everyone goes down to jury duty with their excuses to get the fuck out.
Yeah, and the people that are left over that actually serve on jury duty aren't really a jury of your peers anymore.
Oh,
they're
my
weirdos
God.
and freaks.
Complete weirdos and freaks.
That don't mind being there.
Don't have a life and
have nothing to do.
I've decided my life is going to be getting on a jury.
Find me a jury.
Did you see people down there yesterday that were all looking to get the fuck out of it?
Hard to say because I got, besides me, I mean, I was like, there's no way. I literally, if I had to just walk out and take my penalty or whatever, I would do it because I can't give up a weekend money in Irvine. I'm not canceling my gig. So, the guy, it's funny, I Twittered a picture of the floor and a guy standing outside across me. I saw him laughing and I'm like, I bet he's I'm on Twitter. Yeah. And he was. So he and I walked together down. But he was saying that, look, sometimes you just every time you got to postpone, you have to.
Right.
And the guy who I talked to who actually worked for the jurors, whatever, was cool. And he goes, look, and I'm like, what happens? I'm like, because he recognized me from Leno. Oh. And he goes, so you know. And I'm like, what happens if I take another one? And I get called. I'm not giving up a national television show to sit here and listen to some fucking. I'm not doing it. Right. It's my living. And he goes, well, you just have to postpone again. It is what it is. Like you're able to postpone when you have to if it's legit.
Yeah, right.
Like I would like to do it once if I knew it would be a 5-day thing. It might be fun to do once just to talk about it on stage.
An experience, right?
Yeah, I would love to do it once.
Yeah,
for a week or two, not a fucking murder trial.
Didn't interrupt with your fucking business.
I would be cry though, missing the radio. You'd be like, fucking Ozzy's coming in and Bill's back with Sabbath, and they all want to.
We would make sure we had the greatest shows ever.
Amazing
in your absence.
Fucking guests that you would love.
Just shit you would like.
But dude, I have to piss so much. I'm afraid of sitting on a jury. Right. I have to piss so much. It would become a distraction.
Mistrial.
Yeah.
You would probably have to wear Depends or something.
I would be glad to do that. I'd just piss in a jar.
And other people would go down there with the same shit. Like, look, I can't do a case because my son has this, or everyone has their reasonings. Their reasons. So,
but there's enough people, dude, who I think want to take the time off of work. There's enough like regular people who have office jobs who are like, you know what, fuck it, a week out of work without dealing with it. This is different. You
are right, because every once in a while when we have to deal with fucking legal shit and we have to go down in some courts, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Kind of nice just to go, look, I don't have to go to work today.
Exactly.
Not that this is work.
But I wouldn't want to miss a week. But there's like, if I worked in an office and I hated it, that'd be fucking great. I would never try to get out of jury duty. Especially, your company has to pay you, don't they? Like, they can't, do they have to or no?
I think,
a certain amount of days?
If they don't, then the courts pay you like X amount.
40 a day or some shitty amount.
Yeah, like probably 25% of your pay or some dumb thing like that. They don't make it easy for people to want to do jury.
Right.
Is the problem.
Right.
They treat you like shit in the big room. You even try to raise your hand and they're like, we'll get to you. That's the problem.
Yeah. I didn't know what
treat you like fucking animals in those rooms.
Yeah.
But
it's nice to have a legit excuse. Like, I wasn't trying to make it up. Like, it's like I'm out of town. It's my fucking, I'm self-employed.
I got under the radar when people could take care of shit for you. They don't take they can't take care of you anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't, right?
No. I made one call and I fucking got a few years before I'll be appearing in that circus.
I went for jury duty.
No, you didn't.
I went and
no, you didn't. You got under the radar too.
Well,
Jimmy did not.
One of the officers,
yes,
recognized me.
Well, those are little like perks.
Little perks.
We all enjoy a good perk.
Little perk.
Every single person listening to our voices right now gets perks and enjoys perks. Yeah. Some might get better perks than others.
Yeah.
Perks really spoil you too sometimes. Like you forget.
Oh,
like when I have to, I'm a cunt when I have to stand in a line. And when I don't.
Yeah.
But I mean, I realize like, and that's why when companies fuck us, like, United or whatever the company is, I Twitter and attack them.
What?
Yeah. Or this company, whatever the company is that drives you crazy. I'm like, thank God there's an outlet for it. Like so many people, I feel bad for people out there. I really do. It's like when the airline fucks you.
No recourse.
You can't, even though.
You got to just stomp your feet.
You got to just stomp your feet.
And you want to like just punch a wall or something. That's the best you could do.
Yeah.
We march right on the radio the next day and it feels good. You let it all go.
And even if they don't change things, at least you've convinced somebody to not use their product by telling the truth. So you're hurting them a little bit, and that's the only way you can get back at them.
And in a little way, we got that FU line, so even the listeners get a little chance to go, fuck this company, fuck this person. It helps a little bit to get it out, I guess.
Too fucking much.
I want to give you another reason why I'm.
Mike Stand.
I want to give you another reason why I'm one of the dumbest people.
Shit, you're hitting the fader.
Am I?
I don't know whose that is.
Who is it?
Is that me or no?
Oh wait, let me.
Oh Jesus.
Travis.
Who is it? Oh, that was that Mike.
I want to give you another reason why I'm one of the dumbest people walking this earth.
Ooh.
So I've been suffering from the hay fever, right? Everyone is dealing with allergies in New York, especially.
Hey.
I started feeling way better yesterday, and it was one of those nice cold fall nights.
Yes.
So I decided to sleep with the windows open.
What? Does hay get up that high?
That's the question today. Does pollen get up about how high I am?
You're at 35,000
You're about 500 feet.
I live about 500 feet up. That's today's scientific question. Does pollen go up 500 feet into my windows and knock me down another day?
Especially in New York, where
You think?
the wafting winds are up the buildings and swirling.
Why would I do that? I was just about over it.
Because up that high, I would too. There's no flowers around your building.
I like sleeping with the windows open, especially when you get that nice fall breeze.
That's great.
It's way better than AC in my world. I like the fresh air.
I need the windows closed and the AC on like a meat locker.
Those two pieces of metal look like my legs.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Gary.
that could be.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a perfect fucking leg bone.
From
the knee to the ankle.
Mars.
And there's your knee right there.
I never thanked you for putting in my microphone. The fat wife Susan hates that I have to lean in because she can't do it.
Does hay fever go 500 feet in the air?
I imagine it does.
Because I was just about done, and now I got itchy eyes. I got it all right the fuck back.
Titanium. It's used on shitty mic stands.
Yeah, titanium, man.
Magic mic stands. Terrible.
I'm going to sit on a shrimp boat with this. Survive Vietnam just to sit on a shrimp boat and marry a fat girl.
I love how
wife Susan.
I love how that one thing. Look, now I have no idea what's happening. That mic's on now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And it's on full blast.
Oh, because
I think.
Wait, let me.
Oh, Jesus, no. That's fucking everything up.
It's like a game, though. Oh.
Yeah, but it's fucking everything up.
I got it.
Oh, God.
I did it.
Yeah, now you can sit back and relax.
Oh, my God.
How does this thing go through here?
Oh, boy.
And how do they do that?
They threaded that through.
Yeah, but how does this part?
I guess they had to solder the connector back on after they threaded the wire through.
Is that what you do?
Don't you ever call Mars stupid.
Mars is in trouble today. Sorry, Mars. Mars is in trouble today.
Mars is going to get a talking to.
And then that dope will try to explain the whole thing to us after the show. Why it's not his issue again, and that Mars, blah 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 blah.
That mic stand sucks. That big bolt through it.
This thing.
I swear that is a tie rod bolt. That's a bolt that goes on a fucking a ball joint.
Really?
Yeah, that's a auto. That's for fucking cars.
How much is this thing? Can you look it up online? How much does this cost?
Looks custom. It doesn't even look like something that. That's a custom-made lump of shit.
But usually custom-made means good, though, no?
You assume it does, right? Yeah.
You'd think. Unless it looks like a piece of shit.
The odds are not good.
No.
Not good.
It was welded by some backwoods hick in a fucking trailer.
That really is terrible.
Like. Yeah.
Terrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I like the solution, though.
I love
the solution.
Did you tweet the solution?
Of course I did.
Sitting on fucking parts.
Did you get a picture of my allergic face?
No.
Allergics.
Well, I mean, I got a picture of your face, but you don't look allergic.
I look fucking just whatever. Who gives a fuck?
God damn.
Where is it?
I twittered it.
No, you didn't.
God damn it. Whenever I fucking tweet from when I click on the picture and then hit tweet, it doesn't send the tweets.
What the fuck?
Like when you just click on the picture, that new iPhone, it stinks, that new option.
Dude, I don't got a picture of the
No, I'll redo
solution.
it. Because I sent it, like I just clicked on the picture and then you hit options and tweet.
You just gotta go on the app.
I gotta go on the app.
Yeah, just do the app.
I fucking
just do the app.
sucker.
Yeah, that
Hunk of
doesn't
shit.
We got the
tweeter.
iPhone 5 coming out.
It's announced tomorrow.
Is it going to finally be as good as the Samsung Galaxy, the Samsung 3?
I don't like the way it looks.
By the way, guess who bought Apple options yesterday?
I bet I know who.
Early in the trading day.
I bet his name begins with A.
So is that good or bad?
It dropped $17.
What is wrong with
$17
Don't freak out.
dollars.
Don't freak out.
No, sell. It's never going up.
What's wrong with you?
I was so fucking pissed. It happens every time. It's the biggest one-day drop in I believe, in recent memory.
But it was a matter of time. It was on a run.
Yeah, but
it had to do its dipsy doodle.
They're fucking announcing tomorrow. It's everything. It fucking happens.
But how long do you have the options
for? One day. Look at that one day fucking chart. Holy fuckaroni! It is funny because it happens all the time. Look at that. This is where you bought? I bought in it was $6 down when I bought in. I thought, well, $6 down, that's a good opportunity to buy.
Sure.
And then it continued dropping to 17 and change.
No good news from the market had been sent.
No. So now I gotta wait and hope it fucking
For
comes
how long?
back up.
How long?
Oh, I got till fucking October.
Yeah, but whatever.
I'm just fucking angry because I'm always waiting for it to come back. It's always like, all right, now it's gotta come back. I never hit it where it fucking goes up $20 after I buy. Well, it's always going down. I should buy put options the second I think I'm going to buy a call.
It's going up $300 in a year.
Wow. Yeah, well, great.
If the market was that easy, everyone would be playing it. I want to use this radio show for my personal gain right now, if you don't mind. Greg, the teacher in D.C. Greg?
Yeah, boy.
The question is really simple today. Pollen, does it go 500 feet in the air?
Absolutely. It's carried by the wind.
So it probably swept right into my stupid bedroom, huh? Is that the picture of the solution?
It's just pieces. Pieces.
Like how you put the Opie Anthony logo right there.
Yeah, that's why I did it. I said, let me just a little advertising for the show.
That's a perfect picture because there's three things happening in the picture.
Oh.
It's all about threes when you take photography.
Oh, thirds.
You got
the rule
me.
Of thirds.
You got the Opie and Anthony logo, and then the third half you got the broken mic stand. That's a perfect picture. You would get an A+ in school.
Yay!
You want thirds in your picture.
Yay!
Every third of the frame, you want something in there.
I love A+'s. Yay! I don't get them often.
No, huh?
I get an A+?
Every
Yay!
third of the frame needs something to look at. That's right, sir.
I never got an A+.
Well, you got one now.
Yay! I'm annoying myself at this point.
Did everyone get their food? Because that's all we've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah,
Let's eat.
yeah. Let's have
love.
something to eat, and the Mars will
This will
put
end
the old mic
today's
stand back.
bitch session, and look.
Oh, my God, those eggs are... What are those, egg whites? Egg whites smell terrible.
It's an egg white... Hold on a second. I'm fucking trying to broadcast.
All right.
It's an egg white omelet, but there's no meat in it. Yeah. It's got a little bit of green peppers, a little tomatoes. Who knows? You may have to cook for 10 hours. I love you. If I don't see you, I'm going to die.
A little wine, some sugar.
Yeah. By the way, this is what a fucking creep I am.
Oh.
Hold on. Before I swallow, I have to hold it back in my own head. I was cum joke. I was in my mirror with my mouth guard, and you know how I do Marlon Brando with the mouth guard, and even though I can't say my S's because it's around my teeth, and I was just doing Rich Voss. I was doing his lines in the fucking Louis Beans bit as Brando at 3 o'clock in the morning in my fucking mirror.
That's not a problem. That's fun.
Yeah.
A ludicrous existence. It's a ludicrous existence.
All right, we'll break. It's not 11, so we probably should have started the show a bit more somber.
More
than we
somber.
Did. You know.
Yeah.
We take that shit seriously on the Opie and Anthony Show.
But we
lived through that shit. It was crazy.
I have a dream to discuss when we get back. An important one.
I like your
You
dreams.
wrote your dream down.
The other day I did, yes.
Nice. So we got Jimmy's dream, a little bit about 9/11, what's happening today. Supposedly they found the guy that surfed all the way down to the ground.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Supposedly, I don't know what that's about, but they're making a big deal about it.
It was a rumor.
But supposedly they found the actual guy that this is based on.
Oh, really?
Do we have audio of that?
I'm going to guess it's one of the firemen that survived. This is a guess. That survived in the stairwell.
I think it's a special that NBC is going to have, and they talked to the guy. I don't know if what's real and what's not, but they actually found the guy that this could be based on. If we can find a clip, I think MSNBC played a little clip this morning in the last hour. Yeah,
surfing the debris down.
Did we ever talk about that fat pig that faked being in the buildings?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Fucking
We've
bitch.
talked about it all, I think, as far as 9/11 goes over the years. And then WWE, I'm back in because they got one of the most brilliant fucking storylines ever. I'm finally back in watching wrestling.
Oh, no.
We'll explain that next, too. Just amazing. I mean, fuck, this Vince McMahon is a sick fuck.
No.
But it's working, though, I think.
No.
I think this is going to bring a lot more people to the shows. Do you agree, Sam?
No.
I think you're incorrect.
See how it feels?
No, Mike.
Oh, I don't know.
Off mic. All right, we're going to eat, and E-Rock's going to play something interesting for everybody right now.
We all work in a yellow studio. Yellow studio. Yellow studio. We all work in a yellow studio. Yellow studio. Yellow studio.
Take this. This is the Opie Anthony Show on Sirius XM. Robert De Niro.
It's not what you say, it's what he sees.
In his directorial debut.
We can't accept that.
Starring Chaz Palminteri.
I didn't give it to you, I gave it to your son.
And Rich Voss.
Louie, Beans, I want my money.
A Bronx Tale.
Beans, you can't dodge me forever.
Come on, what are you doing about? What are you yelling about, huh?
John, I got a problem with this guy over here. Louie Beans, this guy owes me 20, and it's been 2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me, John. Should I crack him one or what?
The struggle of an idiotic Jewish comedian stammering his way through a few lines of film dialogue with a genuine Hollywood actor.
Listen, see, sometimes violence is not the answer. Is he a good friend of yours or not?
Nah, John, I don't even like him.
Well, there's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It costs you $20 to get rid of him. He's never going to ask you for money again. He's never going to bother you again. He's out of your life for $20. Come on, you got off cheap.
You're right, John. You're always right.
A Bronx Tale.
How do you know the right answer all the time, Johnny?
Well, I try to keep my eyes and ears open all the time, and I read.
You read?
Yeah, I read. Come on, let's go to Mario's next door and get something to eat.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, this FU goes out to that fucking whore that I used to bone with her 38 double Ds to ruin my life. Fuck you and your gigantic, natural, tremendous tits, you fucking psycho whore. Fuck you. Fuck you! I'd just like to say, fuck you to all you assholes with your stupid little six-figured decals on the back of your SUVs to tell us how many fucking dogs and cats and kids and mothers and fathers you got. Who gives a shit? Fuck you! I'd like to give a big fuck you out to anyone that doesn't like the word cunt. You're all fucking cunt faces. Fuck you, cunt faces. Fuck you! Here's a big fuck you goes out to Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue. You fat, rooster-head, throatless cunt. Stop talking about you being an artist. You're an ex-drug addict who doesn't know any other string on your friggin' instrument except the G string. Learn how to fucking play your instrument before you call yourself an artist, twat. Fuck you. Fuck you. Is it just me, or does Nina Blackwood sound like Krusty the Clown? Fuck you. Fuck you. To my ex-wife, fuck you. If you happen to pass away before me, I will go to your grave and pee or shit on it. Fuck you. Fuck you. This fuck you goes out to everyone who says they can't stop singing Mimi Beardsley. Shut up. Go fuck yourself. We get it. It's a song. It's catchy. It's fucking awesome. Fuck you. Fuck you. This FU goes out to the woman in line in front of me at Walmart last night. You didn't fit your pants and you smelled like you shit yourself. Had to smell that until you left and it still lingered. FU. Fuck you.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
And this is how we should have started our morning, with all the mics working. Thank you to Mars for putting back the old shitty mic stand, so I could properly broadcast. So you got the 911, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking when I was driving in this morning. The Freedom Tower, all lit up.
Starting to look nice down there.
Blue and white light. Yeah. I haven't been down there to check it out. No.
I haven't checked out the memorial yet. I see it from a distance.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either. I don't know.
I want to go to it.
I still have difficulties with that whole thing. I don't like what. Like I'm looking at that. Like Sam has some footage up from Discovery.com, and I'm looking at the tower burning and shit. And I just have such a hard time with it.
Yeah, a few newer listeners. I just checked my Twitter, Opie Radio on Twitter. We should really promote our Twitters. I think.
I agree.
Like really start pushing it again. Anthony Cumia on Twitter. That's Cumia.
Yes.
You got the Jim Norton on the Twitter. That's an easy name to spell. And Opie, it's O-P-I-E. Some people say O-P-E-Y.
Oh, I know. Like Opie.
Anyway, I just checked my Twitter really quickly, and they said, you guys got stories about 9/11 on a few newer listeners. I mean, we do have stories, I guess, in a weird way.
Stories.
We had a broadcast that day, and it was horrific. I remember one phone call. I've never listened to the 9/11 broadcast, which is now 11 years ago. I'm sure, in a way, we sounded very misinformed because we didn't know shit about terrorism yet. Not really. A little bit here and there.
Things changed a fuckload after that, man.
I think it made us grow up in a day. We were just goofy shock jocks. We had a pretty popular show. And I think that day we just changed. Where we started adding a lot more serious shit
Didn't we
into
do
our
Sex
show.
for Sam after that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, calm down.
I didn't say we completely turned our back on what we know works, but
For a long time we talked seriously. But
I don't think we ever really talked seriously on our radio show before 9/11. I really don't remember ever taking on a tough topic. It was always about what girl we could get naked today, what could we shove up a girl's ass today, you know?
Yeah.
And then after 9/11, we said, you know what, it's time to start at least throwing some serious shit into the daily program from here and there.
Yeah.
I do remember, the only thing I remember about the 9/11 broadcast was some kid calling saying he lost his father, and for some reason he decided he needed to talk to us.
Yeah.
I remember that. It went right through me.
It's terrible.
It was horrible. And the other thing I remember, and we say it every year, I was, at that point, I was kind of living out of a hotel a few days a week because I couldn't take the commute anymore. And I remember, how far are we away in Midtown? From 57th Street.
Down to Wall Street. We're probably
down to Ground Zero. 3 miles?
Yeah, 3 miles.
2 to 3 miles.
Sure.
And I swear to you, I'm not exaggerating. For days after, what went down at Ground Zero, you smelled plastic and death all the way up here. Death. You smelled it. You knew what it was. You're like, holy fuck.
That was awful. Yeah. Ugh.
And that's what I remember, like it happened yesterday. Walking out of the hotel on 57th Street going, holy shit, there's death in the air all the way up here. You could just smell it.
Yeah.
And it was horrific.
So much has changed since then. Like before that, you didn't see armed people with like automatic weaponry. You just didn't see it in the United States. It was something that we looked at in countries overseas and was like, wow, that must be so weird to go into an airport and see the military there with full automatic weapons.
I don't think I ever saw. I was never on a military base or anything, so I never saw that. I just saw it on TV. You're right.
Yeah.
I saw it yesterday. I've been wandering around Lincoln Center because I'm shooting some video for Fashion Week, just fooling around with fucking people. And they showed up with the automatics yesterday, the NYPD. Supposedly someone huge was going there yesterday, and I waited it out, and then they decided that she's coming. I think it was, I want to say it was Hillary or somebody like that. They went to another, they went around the corner, whatever. But I don't know who showed up. But the point being, they had the automatic weapons out yesterday, and the dogs and everything.
When you think about NYPD pre 9/11, it was your uniformed cops. That's what you saw on the streets. You didn't see guys in full tactical
Hell
gear,
no.
with military gear, helmets and fucking automatic weapons out. It was the police officer with his sidearm. That
Right.
was it.
Right.
And now, it's commonplace to just see the anti-terrorist squads around and in the airports, the armed shit, the shit we got to go through at the
You
airport.
forget you used to walk right up to the gate with your loved
It
ones,
was
like, all
just
right, have a good
nothing.
flight. Right.
Yeah, it was very easy.
You didn't go through metal. I don't think you went through metal detectors
I ran.
before.
And this was probably.
Did you go through metal detectors? I don't remember anymore.
I remember going to meet my parents when they were coming back from Florida.
Or you were allowed to go even if you didn't have a ticket.
Or you could go closer. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you could
you were a
go
lot
closer.
closer.
Or security was in a different place. 'Cause I told you some guy tried to look at my penis in the fucking bathroom while I was waiting for my parents. Like that's maybe. Fuck it. I was probably 21 or 22.
Yeah.
And that's 20-something years ago.
But what? Someone call. I don't remember.
That was longer ago than that. I mean, they did have some security in place pre 9/11,
but
where you couldn't, you needed a ticket to get to through security
before 9/11.
Yeah.
So what do they do differently after 9/11 at the airports? I'm trying to remember.
Well, a lot more security.
Do you know what? But you know what they did at 9/11?
Armed guards.
No, but I mean the metal detectors and all that.
Yeah, they still had that.
But they
Sort of,
changed
right?
some of
Yeah.
the fucking process. They made it easier. That's when the automated check-ins came in. I was like, why are they doing this? Like, there's less interaction with gate agents. That
Yeah.
came after 9/11. Like, it was really weird. Like, the dumb questions they used to ask you, that went away.
Oh, that's right.
A lot of weird stuff that I thought... I don't think security takes longer now than it did. Maybe
Right.
I'm being naive, but I believe it's actually shorter to go through now than it used
Have
to.
you had your luggage in your hands the whole time since you came into the airport?
And apparently you were able to get box cutters on in your fucking carry-on or on your person. That wasn't that didn't seem to be a problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but
I was coming back or going. I was going to Florida. So somewhere. Oh yeah, I was going to Florida in August, like the end of August of 2001, and I was late to the airport, really fucking late, and I ran from the parking garage with my bags all the way through to the gate. Like the agent was like, "Okay, go."
But what security
and
did you go
running.
through?
I had to go through the security, but just the fact that you're running through an airport, and they were just ready to close the door.
Right.
And I got in onto the jetway, and it's like, hey, wait. That doesn't happen anymore.
Of course not.
If you're not there beforehand and they're boarding, won't even let you on, even if the plane is still there.
Everyone's saying pre 9/11 you could go to the gate. So where was security? Why don't we know this?
I think there was security,
Yeah,
though.
there was security.
But where?
You had to go through... Exactly where it is now. You had to go through. You had
So
to
the difference, I
put
think,
your
is-
carry-on bag through the X-rays and shit like that.
So the difference is you couldn't if you needed a ticket. To
Right,
go
you
through
needed a
everything.
ticket. Right,
And you could
right.
keep
Because I
your
think you
shoes
could have
on.
went, here's my parents or whatever. I remember back in the day when I was flying to Buffalo for
Yeah,
school.
that
shit.
you could.
My parents, because I was just a dumb 18-year-old kid,
Right.
they're like, yeah, you didn't want to make sure I got on the plane. So I remember they would walk right to the gate without a ticket.
Right. Yeah, you didn't need a ticket. And I remember when I went to Florida years ago with a girlfriend at the time, like 1990, I was so petrified of flying that she and I was flying down and meeting her and her father there. They flew Continental and I was flying Braniff Airlines.
Hey, Braniff.
And they were scheduled to fly back together, but I wanted to fly with her. So me and her dad just switched tickets. Like, he's like, I'll take your flight alone. I don't care. So he took my Braniff return flight, and I jumped on and took his Continental flight.
Wow.
And it was that easy to switch the tickets, like with the names.
Yeah.
Which
Imagine
you could
that.
never do now.
No. Imagine that.
Nope.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying you could go to the gate without a ticket.
Without
you
a
just
ticket.
had to go through security.
Right, now you can't.
Yeah.
And security wasn't as much, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Well, it was pretty basic. You just threw something up on the conveyor, you walk through, and that was it. They didn't really look very well.
The other thing about 9/11, which made it so real, obviously we've all seen the videos and stuff, but the one thing I'll never forget was the reporter was down there, and you could hear the bodies hitting.
Oh yeah,
that were jumping.
Terrible.
You remember that?
Yeah, the
That's
thuds.
The thuds. That's the other thing I remember.
Yeah.
Because when you saw the building on fire, and you didn't really see the people jumping at first. I think that was afterwards when they started doing some close-ups of the video they had. It almost didn't. How can I say this? But it didn't. It was real, obviously. But you almost felt like everyone got out because you didn't really see anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then they went down closer to the base of the buildings, and you could hear the thuds of people
crashing.
Also, that documentary too that they did from there, which came out after, you could hear people going through.
It was like explosions.
Yeah, it was like cement hitting the ground.
Yeah, very loud.
That's the graphic shit I remember to this day. Yeah,
it's still one video I've watched of a guy climbing out of the window and he was a business guy in a suit and whatever. He's trying to rappel. Just, panicking, of course, because he probably was fucking 1,000 degrees in the building. And he's trying to rappel, and he it was from a fire hose. He was 93 floors in the air, whatever. And he just slipped. And just the fucking horrifying video that was. Somebody caught him on video trying to stay outside the building, and he just couldn't hold it. It's like weird little, terrible fucking moments.
And we had a very rare chance in this country to really come together, and I think we just kind of blew it in.
We did for a few weeks,
and I understand.
That's nice.
I understand this country. People believe in all sorts of shit, but there was a unification of the two parties and everybody at that time. And now, these two parties couldn't be further apart.
You know when you saw it starting to crack? When Giuliani wanted to run for a third term, and that's when Sharpton and all the other guys going, we don't need a third, that's when the first time you saw the split again was when he wanted to run for a third term and just kind of guide New York back in, and then people said no.
How long did that last? Where the whole country was unified? Certainly the city was. We could speak about the city.
Dude, I was letting people in front of me in my car, it was like, go ahead. It was no yelling, no fucking road rage, no matter what happened, because the traffic was insane around the city. But everybody just kind of, hey, we got to deal with this as a nation and a city.
Even for assholes like ourselves, it was kind of nice living through after 9/11, and I say that very carefully, obviously, because we know why things changed. But there was a different feeling in and around New York. And how long did that last? For real?
I would say a couple of months. I'll give it a couple of months even.
Maybe through the holidays.
I think even more.
It might have been more. Maybe through the holidays.
So maybe around January it started falling apart and going back to what we're all used to.
Everyone was also on guard that something was going to happen again really soon afterwards. We were expecting another attack, and it was good to be united. And but wow, and all the flags on the cars. I remember that too.
Sure.
Fuckload of flags all over the cars, and then you started seeing the flags in the gutters of the streets, and it's like, okay, this is done.
The other thing I remember, I think it was actually that afternoon. No, because we couldn't get in the city. That's right. Our first broadcast we had to do from Garden City, so it was the next day. It was September 12th. I remember being in the hotel, and I come out, and like I said, the smell of the plastic and the death.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget this. Like, I was walking around like a zombie, like in shock, like a lot of people. But I remember seeing these, I think it was two women. It's been 11 years, but I remember that they were talking and going to happy hour like nothing happened. And I remember like taking notice of that and being amazed by that. And it didn't piss me off. I was just, because I was thinking, wow, I think humans deal with like crazy tragedy, very differently. Some people had nervous breakdowns and all this shit, and it had nothing to do with 9/11. They didn't know anyone that died, but something about it just fucked them up forever. And I remember seeing these two, and I think it was two women, just like talking just about bullshit about work, and we're going to meet, these guys or whatever the fuck it was at happy hour.
They still had to get their fuck on.
But then the majority of the people, you would just look at them and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. This is pretty fucked up, right?
A little shell-shocked.
Right. But I remember some people were just going through their lives like pretty much nothing happened the day before.
Remember the anger at those fucking savages trying to sell the pictures, framed pictures on the street of the buildings on fire and fucking collapsing, and they're selling them. A lot of them got their faces punched in.
Did they? I swear to you, I kicked over one of those tables.
Yeah, and no one would have, cop would have fucking arrested you. No one would have fucked with you.
I was so pissed I kicked over one of those tables.
A lot of people did. A lot of people bitch slapped those guys.
No, I didn't do any of that, but I, sort of, passively aggressively did.
People,
I was so mad.
People fucking were pissed at that. It was like within days, they're sitting out there fucking, selling pictures of death and destruction of New York City.
That went away fast.
Oh, real fast.
There's a few guys, got beatings, and that was it. The word got out.
Yeah.
The word fucking got out.
Bush had at one point, and Sam, you might be able to find this online, I want to say a 94% approval rating. That when he was standing on that pile of rubble with the
that was an
fireman.
amazing moment. I'm not a huge Bush guy,
Right.
But that was an amazing.
But you can't hide.
That was an amazing moment.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Amazing. And we all went down to Ground Zero very, very early on.
Yeah.
I remember Keith the cop called me. He was down at Ground Zero for days. And he called me, I'll never forget this too, in a panic. And he was obviously running. He was trying to get a hold of somebody, that was watching TV. He goes, dude, there's something going on down here. I think another building's falling. Could you tell me where? And he was running.
Jesus.
On a cell phone. And I think that might have been Building 7 at the time, maybe. Because that went down,
What was the last one? A couple hours later.
A couple hours
Yeah,
later?
I think.
No,
They were always having.
this was a day or two in.
Oh, maybe it wasn't there.
Yeah, it was really dark down there. They set up makeshift lights and stuff, and Keith, like everybody else, was doing their thing down there.
They were having shifting piles of rubble and half collapsed buildings were falling down.
But I remember I'm sure he was trying to call a bunch of people. He got me on the phone, and he was running, going, "Dude, are you watching TV? What the fuck could you tell me? Because no one knows, but something isn't right down here right now."
Yeah.
And he was trying to run for cover.
90% was Bush's highest.
He had a 90% approval rate.
I want to say
more than 10%.
It was the highest approval rate, I think, in the history of American presidents.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone has ever had a higher. JFK came close. Reagan, none of them did.
I would love to talk to that 10%. Really?
Yeah.
Let it go.
They're the ones that
Let it go at that point.
Right now, they'd be like, "See, I told you.
Oh, the
I even knew
truthers?
then, man."
It was probably the truthers.
Yeah, truthers.
Do you know? I remember editing a joke when I called in on 9/11 because I was still living with Florentine in Jersey.
Oh, man.
And one of the I still plug like an idiot now, but like that was the thing I would do that a lot more is I would sneak in plugs at casual times. And I remember being on the phone with you guys. It was such an awful day. I was just like, I gotta lighten. I was gonna sneak in a plug.
Oh.
And I just didn't do it. I was like,
wow. I don't know how that would have gone out because it was. In hindsight, it's like, oh, that would have been funny, but at the time,
I don't know if it would have
funny.
been.
No.
It was almost like
Nothing was
it was
funny.
just like something to get a fucking again like that gallows
Everyone's
feeling, but I just
depressed
didn't do it.
and angry,
No.
just so mad with no one to really take it out on because the enemy was vague at that point. No one knew anything. It was just it was so terrible.
Yeah.
Yeesh, oh, fuck.
And 11 years later, we're
all back to hating each other and fucking criticizing everything that was put in place to try to protect us from another terrorist event. I don't know what the fuck. People are silly.
Brad Gross from Boston. I was the 10%. Too much religion.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
All right, yeah, I can see that.
They're reading the names. Local news is somber today.
I think so.
They're
Are they
not?
in there? They're not in their somber morning suits, though. They were doing that for a while.
Yeah.
With the music. Ding, 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 ding. 9/11. Very somber.
I think eventually they'll really, stop with the coverage.
Yeah.
I think
It'll be like...
I think it's like high school reunions. Like 10 is a biggie.
Yeah.
But then I think you got to go all the way to 20. And if you make it a 20, then you got to do the 25th anniversary.
Sure.
And then after that...
Done.
I think this is 25 years of every year completely acknowledging it and stopping all their programming.
And then, but every decade they'll do it.
I think you could look at it like Pearl Harbor, because Pearl Harbor is recognized every year, but it's not really that big a deal to the nation. In Hawaii, it's recognized. There are people down there by the Arizona Monument and Memorial. And then, but no one really, you're like, oh, really? It's December 7th. Oh, okay, yeah. And that's kind of what it'll become over
As long
time.
as there are living survivors, it will be fairly closely observed. But once all living survivors are dead, and the next generation, it'll just be one of those things.
Do we celebrate the sinking of the Lusitania?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I don't think so anymore.
No. And it's good, and it is $60 million. Remember yesterday I said it's either 6 or 60. $60 million to run the memorial.
$60 million
a year. Why is that? I bet
it's security. I bet they have a fuckload of security up there.
It seems very
down there.
Yep. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Everything costs way too much. That sounds way too high.
What is this thing about because there was a rumor that day that there was that 9/11 that surfer, the guy who not surfer, but the guy who once fell down the 80 stories.
He rode the collapse down, and then you found out it was as fake as that guy that took the picture with the airplane behind him.
Sure,
remember that guy?
Yeah, that was like a real picture for a while.
Everyone thought that was real. Dude, check this out. They caught this guy was having his picture taken.
Because you got to remember, it was the early days of really getting into photoshopping.
Yeah.
Now everyone does it. But back then, not many people did that shit.
Remember that guy?
I remember people believed that picture for a little while. And then that guy became, what? The face of everything?
Yeah.
They ever interview him? Isn't he in a hoodie? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, glasses on. He was some German tourist or some shit.
Right at the top.
Yeah, and then they put him everywhere. They put him at the Hindenburg and
all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
All right, this is
on MSNBC tonight or something.
No, I think it's actually Discovery, but MSNBC played a clip from it, I believe.
Oh, Discovery, yeah.
It was then that I felt the wall that I was next to and the base of the floor just crack open. And give way. And that's when I knew, right there and then, that was it. The entire building was going. I said to myself, my God, I can't believe this is how I'm going to die.
God, see, I hate watching this.
Whole building collapsing.
I thought of my wife, my unborn child. Thoughts went through my head quickly about just not ever seeing her, not being able to see her again. And I just split seconds, just praying, knowing that I was going to die.
I knew it was over at that point, so I couldn't watch anymore, and it was just dust and it was smoke. And I couldn't believe that. I was there watching this, carrying our first baby, and I was a widow. And I watched it, and I watched him die, and there was nothing I could do.
I've never experienced jumping out of a plane, but I guess falling or jumping out of a plane, that feeling of just riding the air, and getting knocked around and riding, that surfing kind of feeling was what I was experiencing. And then I saw one bright flash. I remember feeling, seeing one bright flash with my eyes closed. And then I opened my eyes. It was 3 hours later.
Jesus.
We've added Philip.
That's it?
That's the trailer, I guess.
Yeah. They don't want to put the whole thing up.
Yeah.
So this might be real?
Yeah. I guess he
seems very believable.
I don't think he surfed it down. I think he just fucking fell with it.
But from
and
what floor was he on?
To not
what
die.
floor and how are they going to
second?
And how are they going to prove that? I mean, no offense to this guy, that he's not one of these bullshitters, because a few bullshitters did come out.
Yeah, I saw the fucking scar on his head. Looked pretty.
That seems fucking pretty real to me.
Yeah. And they had the dramatic heartbeat.
They're coming up survival story. MSNBC might have a little thing on that. Holy fuck, I'm watching this thing.
Yeah, I definitely want to see this.
That's fucking creepy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what floor he was on.
Anything over
10. It's fucking amazing.
10, yeah. 10. 5. You can't survive 50 feet if you fell.
There were some firemen that were in a stairwell that lived. They just looked up and saw the sky. The building collapsed. There's almost nobody survived that.
Yeah.
Those guys have a pretty amazing story.
How many guys survived?
Not many, man. I don't know. Like that were actually in the building? Very, very few.
Right.
Oh, this pilot was scheduled to pilot one of the planes.
Wow.
Jeez, he must be a happy
She
fella.
and I kind of specialize in. We teach parents what we call the 9 practices of the proactive parent.
The hell's he talking about?
I don't know.
Maybe he wrote a book or something?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Yeah.
9/11.
That's our 9/11 tribute. 11 years. Oh, boy. Oh, man.
You should go down to Ground Zero.
Controlled demolition, man.
It's a very different place now. I used to go down there a lot. with my bike and my inline skates.
Yeah.
Just to check out the progress, yeah. It's a much different place now.
Certainly is. They repair that fucking walkway bridge yet over the West Side Highway?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, all that shit.
Remember, it had like a bunch of fucking... Still had those holes in it from the rocks
that
and
shit.
dents and shit.
No, they prepared most of that stuff right away.
No, that was like that for years.
Oh, then which one are you talking about?
The walking bridge that goes over the West Side Highway just before the Battery Tunnel entrance. It's like
way down.
It's like stainless. Well, not stainless. It's like aluminum.
Was it past Ground Zero?
Yeah, just past, and it had a bunch of fucking holes and dents in it.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
maybe I turned around before that.
I have an answer for your question, by the way.
Yeah.
According to this guy, Building 7 fell 5 p.m. that evening, and I love this part. BBC report on it 20 minutes before it happened.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, that shit.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They may have said it was going to fall, or they thought it was going to fall, but they didn't.
Yeah, see,
They didn't.
I really thought Keith called me the same day. There you go. So 5 o'clock, and it would be, it wouldn't be dark down there, but it would be awful.
Oh, that's so stupid.
It's
really so.
And they're stealing JFK, where he's talking about, I was in New Zealand, and it didn't happen.
Of course.
They found 18 people in the rubble, according to Matt in Brooklyn.
Oh, 18, okay.
18 survivors coming in a lot.
They reported it before it happened. Who would do that? Why?
So 18 people were in the building and survived that.
Yeah. Wow. And who's talking to the BBC? Who's the big cover-up expert who goes to the BBC and tells them?
Yes.
Come on, dopes.
That's stupid. They're so stupid.
They really are.
We got a fireman about the surfing dude, and Kevin in Tampa, 22nd floor, this guy fell from with the rubble.
Oh, that guy?
That they're going to be featuring on Discovery tonight. Let's go, Mike. What do you got?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
well, firefighter, I was down there. Luckily I wasn't there as it all happened, but that story's legit. There was a guy, he was an engineer or something for the Trade Center. He was coming down the stairs in the North Tower in that same staircase where those firefighters were found alive. And he was somewhere about the 22nd floor when the collapse started, and the staircase dropped, but somehow he dropped in it. And when they found him, he was around what would be left of the 8th floor. He woke up a few hours later with, I think, a broken leg and some other injuries, but he basically sat up and just started screaming, and a couple guys from, I think from a house in the Bronx found him, and, legit, he somehow rode that out, and those firefighters were underneath him. That was the only thing left of the North Tower that maintained was that staircase.
Woo! That's 13. That's 13 floors totally fell. If you look at from like 21 or 22 minus the 8,
clanging around on the fucking
banging up
on a cement staircase that's falling through the stairwell.
Yeah. Remember how high the pile was, Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, Mike's gone.
Mike?
The pile was, I can't even, how high was it? You guys were down there too.
I want to say 10 stories high, maybe.
Really
easily, right?
100 feet,
10 stories of rubble.
Yeah.
That was a lot of junk. Yeah.
That was a brutal fucking. This is what I always think of too, because the way the towers fell, because it's like the buckling of it forced the walls just out. It's like an erector set almost.
No, those are the explosive charges.
Yes.
Up.
But that's why the middle boomed down. It's just the way it was built. They were all fucking on these hinges. And I'm thinking, people are falling out of those windows. There's a lot of people in the windows up on those floors to breathe. Yeah. And when that building collapsed, they just fell out the fucking window.
Pushed right out.
And they knew the building was collapsing, and they fell with the building. What a horrible death.
That really is. Those fucking scumbags.
Thank God it was only, 12 seconds of terror, but it's fucking still.
Fucking Egyptian, fucking Saudi, whatever the fuck.
Saudis.
Yes, Saudis. Cocksuckers.
There is one more memory of 9/11.
Oh.
Just to bring it back to sort of more fun. Remember all the celebrities were going down there.
Oh, yeah.
Some were doing the right thing. Others like, hey, this is a
photo op.
Little opportunity for a photo op.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Dice did this. I don't believe he did.
Dice.
But what Dice did was he was officially the last celebrity to go down there. to pay his respects. Because, he lives in California, finally was on the East Coast. I'm going down there and making a big deal.
Give me a hat.
I think he donated money and all this shit, but he called us, and we're like, Dice, like, you're months too late. Get out of everyone's way.
He was way too late.
Remember? And what was the hat thing?
He wouldn't stop talking about the hat. They gave me a hat.
Oh, right. Do we have any of that?
I'm looking. Hang on.
Could you listen during the break to see if it's worth playing?
Quantum Dice was
it was Quantum Dice.
Yeah. We were doing the bit
Going
Quantum
to the Dakota
Dice.
to see where Lennon was shot.
Because then we put him in all these other tragedies.
You had him leap
about that.
You had him leap into a retarded kid, and he was screaming at the mirror.
I forgot about that.
How long is that clip?
If this is the right one, it's 42 minutes.
Wow.
Let me see.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find something.
We'll play that at 9:18.
Yeah, exactly.
No kidding.
Or
That's our
10:18.
tribute.
Why don't we, could someone go through that audio to see if it's worth playing?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we got to play a little of that. Kenny, you got something on that? Because Kenny was working for Dice at the time.
Yeah, I set it up with some cop friends of mine because, like, Andrew did live in L.A., and it was first time back in New York. I think he blew off an appearance on your show.
To go down there.
To go down there.
Yeah, he was doing the right thing. Don't get me wrong.
He wasn't flying for a while, I think.
Yeah, but we beat him up pretty good that day, and I think it was a way for us to get even more humor back into what the fuck we were doing around that whole thing.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and, everybody down there was, like, happy to see him. They were giving him, like, mementos.
Yeah.
And like, they were giving him, like, all kinds of hats. And
Mementos.
Hats.
Not mementos.
Mementos for the moment. They were giving him Mentos, mints.
Yeah.
Wait, when was that? How long after? What month? How long after 9/11?
It was last week.
Yeah, he just got back to LA.
It was about 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Quantum Dice.
Yep. The point being, we beat him up for it. Of course we did.
Fun.
So we'll go through the audio. I think it might be worth playing today. I remember it being pretty damn funny.
Yeah.
But maybe not. You never know with these older bits.
It's topical.
I remember we talked about this before too, but the first thing we did that was really fucking funny, like and just shitting on everything, was these dumb song parodies came out. And we started brutalizing these shitheads.
The tribute songs that people were writing, and we would play it and then stop the song and try to guess what he was going to try to rhyme with another word, like towers. And we're like, oh, it's got to be a flowers,
power or power,
something. Yeah.
Tears, whatever. Well, fears,
our fears. Oh yeah, that was great.
There were some terrible ones.
Horrid, stupid fucking songs.
Yeah.
Everybody trying to get their little fucking foot in the door.
And on that day, the building, and we're like, oh, shut up.
Just shut your mouth.
Just shut your mouth.
Fell. Give him hell. That's what he's got. Yeah.
And the rhymes were that bad.
They were that bad.
Terrible.
El Qaeda, we're gonna give him hell. We watched our towers fell.
Yeah.
Time to ring the Liberty bell.
Remember? It was that bad.
It was that bad.
Oh, were they horrible?
Trying to guess what they would say next.
So douchey. Yeah, that was really the first thing we did that had any kind of laughs to it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was weeks after, I think, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure was.
We took a lot of calls, just talked to people. I mean, what else could you do?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was
really nothing so hard to do a show.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I'm glad we were on the radio for all that. You know?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to the show?
Nah.
That's one of those shows I just don't. I know it's out there and people listen to it. And
Quantum Dice is 4
minutes. What happened to 44 minutes?
What happened?
No, that was
said it
Dice.
twice.
No, Dice had also called in wanting to do a marathon.
Oh, the thing! I want to do a thing. A marathon. A marathon. The Dice-a-thon.
You want to play Quantum Dice?
Well, let's hear it.
Christopher Titus is in studio with this too.
Oh, remember him?
Sort of. Is he a good guy? I don't really remember.
Yeah, he's good.
Good dude.
He was fun.
Should get him back on.
We had fun with him.
God, people know more than we do about our own show. This guy, before E-Rock said it, hey, Christopher Titus was in studio that day. How do you know that?
It's Christopher. Did I say no, I'm saying it was Christopher telling you that.
Oh.
Very good. It's him. A guy named Joe. Like, I don't even know that.
Yeah.
Pretty close to this show.
Jesus.
Ask Ann. I'm a Rain Man with this show.
I know.
I don't remember this shit. All right. We'll try Quantum Dice with the acknowledgement that that time has maybe passed this bit by. I don't know.
Who knows?
I have no idea.
It's 11th anniversary, so what the fuck?
Andrew Dice Clay calling back.
Oh, God, not again.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up, Dice?
I'm very busy. Baby Jessica's caught in the well, and I gotta help her get out. People, we need to spread the word. Those workers needed sodas and water and hats. Baby Jessica, and now, oh, wait a minute, what's that?
Dice, Dice,
yes?
Baby Jessica is now 32 years old. That's.
Well, then she better get out of there, because it's probably getting very tight for her.
You're a little late on that one.
Oh, wait.
Just like going down to ground zero.
Oh, my God, tragedy.
Yeah.
I got to head over to the Dakota. Dakota, because I hear one of the Beatles got shot. Oh, it's a tragic day for everybody. I got to get over there. But now I'm going from over here to over here now.
Dice,
I'm over here in Bethlehem.
You'll be the only one outside the Dakota. That happened a long time ago.
Yeah, huh?
I mean, there'll be tourists out there because they're there every effing day taking pictures of the place, but...
I gotta go to Bethlehem.
You're going to Bethlehem?
Oh, my God, look at this poor guy up on a cross. They're nailing him up there. Someone help the man. Give him some water or something. And then look at, oh, no, they're putting thorns on his head. Just give him a hat. You don't put thorns on the head. You give him a police hat.
An NYPD hat.
NYPD.
Yeah.
Oh!
And ladies and gentlemen, that was another episode of Quantum Dice.
Yes, Quantum Dice. Hey, Quantum Dice. I'm Dr. Dice Beckett. I go back in history. I leap. They call it leaping. And I gotta fix mistakes in history. So everything's okay now. See, that's what I do. I got Al Happy Face hologram that helps me out. And sometimes I communicate with Club Soda Ziggy. You know, Happy Face hits the little light thing and says, I gotta help out here. Some days I wake up, I look in the mirror after I leap, I'm a Negro. And I'm like a ball player. But sometimes I'm a chick with meat curtains. And I go, oh, I got meat curtains. And so I remember once I left, and I'm a goddamn retard. I was a retard, but I was still Dice. But I had to I look in the mirror, and I got a retard face. I go, hey, Club Soda Ziggy. I got retard face. But then, the next day, I might be a midget. And I hate the goddamn midgets. Oh! So I leap this one time, and I'm in the body of a chick, right? And then Al Happy Face, the hologram, starts banging me. Bop! Bop! His yam bag slapping against my ass. Oh! Quantum Dice.
Next week, Dice is in the Nixon administration while Nixon's recording.
Hey, I hate the Jews too there, Tricky Dick. I understand. They're what you call shifty. I understand. We gotta bomb the gooks in the nom.
And for sweeps, Dice in Saigon.
Hey, I can't believe I'm still in Saigon. How does this happen? I gotta take a boat up the Nung River? I gotta kill some guy. Look, they napalmed the road. This poor girl's running down it naked. Someone help the poor girl. I hear she's in Texas with a 97-year-old. Oh, give her a hat.
All right, thank you, Dice.
Oh,
I'm watching Quantum Dice.
Very nice.
That would be a great show.
Nice.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. On Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Channel. On Sirius XM.
I sure hope you can repurpose this. Are you going to repurpose a repurpose bit? Or us discussing repurpose? That would be some weird Matrix shit on purpose. Repurposed. Nice. Purposed. Repurposed. Nice. What does that mean? A new purpose? But a repurpose means you're purposing it again.
The repurpose has a new purpose to what originally had a different purpose.
Purposed. Repurposed. Nice. Purposed. Repurposed. Nice.
Weird Matrix shit.
A new purpose.
Weird Matrix shit.
A new purpose.
Weird Matrix shit. Weird Matrix shit.
Wait. All right, let's break it down. So you use something and then you reuse it. So it's not a new purpose. You're using it for the same shit.
Purpose is sounding weird now.
Purposed. Repurposed. Nice. Purposed. Repurposed. Nice. Weird Matrix shit. A new purpose. Weird Matrix shit. A new purpose. Weird Matrix shit.
We were taking audio that at one point had a purpose and adding a new purpose to the same audio. Now we're repurposing that same audio as to be a song.
Well, there you go. There's the repurpose bit.
Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
Got a big anniversary today. Very big. In the music world. We don't do E-Rock's bit anymore. Let's do E-Rock's bit again.
He was just
starting
ruining
tomorrow.
it.
He's got to get back on it.
Yeah.
E-Rock's not even in there.
No,
Where's
he's
E-Rock,
not.
Sal?
Oh, Papite hair is.
Papite. Papite hair.
Eric is cutting up some stuff in the back.
Probably logs.
Yeah, I think we're going to play dice down at Ground Zero, the actual dice.
Oh, good.
Man, yeah.
We're just trying to make a big deal about the whole thing.
That was good.
We just would not allow it that day.
Yeah.
The big music day, Sal. You're in the big seat. Do you know what it is?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to review.
Just say no, Sal.
No.
Boy.
Just say no.
Beatles recorded their first single, "Love Me Do," 50 years ago.
That's a biggie.
That's something that you could never say. Love my do.
Old Papite hair.
Papite hair.
What's wrong with your hair?
Papite.
Your hair enrages us.
I love Papite.
I'm losing it all working here.
Oh.
You're too young to have weird hair.
I know. What am I going to do?
What's up with it?
I don't know.
I'm losing it all working here. Like, he's been here 3 months and it's been so stressful.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do anything.
Barely blinked.
He's got the easiest gig in radio.
And he hasn't been doing it for any amount of time.
How long have you been hired?
I started in April.
Have you done anything yet?
Nope, not yet. Not a thing.
Just being sarcastic.
I know.
Doesn't work when you
Never works when
Ever.
you force the sarcasm.
Exactly.
Got to just be sarcastic.
Do you know I can't ever get that "Don't Get the Panda Angry" out of my head whenever I see him.
Why can't you get it out of your head?
It's so incredibly bad that it's all I think. You've like fucked yourself over with that one.
I know. It was
because
the
now
worst
I
thing.
can't ever think of anything but that.
Does it come back from that?
No, it's very difficult.
You got the clip?
Well, you called it the worst piece of production.
Worst piece
ever.
of production ever, hands down,
by any radio
ever,
person
that I've ever heard.
Well, there's been worse production, but it's never seen the light of day.
Right.
As far as seeing the light of day, worst production piece.
It's
ever.
angering. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad that I get mad when I hear it.
Turned you from a panda into a lion.
Oh,
where is it? E-Rock would have had it.
Oh,
of course he
I
would have.
Yes.
Do you have it?
Just look under a fucking H for horrible.
All right, play it. See, he doesn't have it.
Oh, God.
Why is he in the big fucking spot right now?
E-Rock
I got it.
E-Rock puts him there to make himself look a little more valuable.
Oh.
He does, too. Eric looks very valuable right now.
You should put a hunk of shit in. Oh, no, I fucked up.
Let's go.
Don't get the panda angry!
That's the best part.
The best part is the end.
How it just slowly fades out.
It's so. The voicing of it is terrible.
Yes.
It's not.
It's not
You're
good.
trying to sound like loud and angry, and you just sound whiny and wimpy.
Because I am whiny and wimpy.
Then you should have picked a different voice guy. No,
whiny
That's
and
true.
wimpy.
Whiny and wimpy in the morning.
Wimpsky.
We got to do the morning show bit again. With those dumb names. Sal, you're whiny and wimpy. That's why the manly tattoos to bounce it out a little bit.
Oh shit.
You figure I'm whiny and wimpy, so I got to get a nice manly tattoo on my arm, half a sleeve.
I don't know. Some people are saying it's
You going
not
for
so
a full
manly.
sleeve or a half a sleeve?
I might eventually go for a full sleeve.
Oh, God, look at you.
By the way, this is us just giving Sam material for the after show. He'll call.
exploit this for an
Yeah,
hour.
he'll call.
Holy fuck.
Call
Holy
us Sal
fuck,
and
he's
talk
already-
to him about what we are talking about right now.
How about you move around with topics?
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
Because the reason you don't move around with topics is because you stay on something until something comes of it, and then you guys
Well,
say, "Why does everything happen on your show?"
Oh, shit.
All right, little radio lesson from Samuel.
Right, yo.
Oh, yeah, Sam knows best.
Right, yo.
Ooh.
Mommy will tell him that.
Ooh. You're right, Sam. They don't explore things enough.
June, Honey Boo Boo's mom calling in tomorrow at 9:30.
All right. Well,
That's
ask her
a big
about
get for the Opie and Anthony
forklift-
show.
Forklift foot. We got
Absolutely.
We have to ask about the things on their tootsies.
Yeah, forklift foot.
You got questions for Honey Boo Boo's mom? Please get a
Honey
hold of us.
Boo Boo.
I do.
Big fan. I want to know why they bought a house right next to a train. That's train tracks. That's stupid. It's a lot of horrible houses down there. Why you picked the one right next to the fucking train tracks?
What do you think? She's been asked 1,000 times, though. I don't want to do that. Like,
Why are you so morbidly obese?
Yes, that's a good one.
I want to know what Sugar Bear's on.
Do you feel it's exploiting your daughter to do?
No, I don't give a shit
no,
about
I
that.
know. I don't care either.
It seems like a loving family, but it's a strange family. You got the Sugar Bear. He's on some weird shit because his eyes roll back into his head. She's got a fucking toe with bugs growing out of it. She has 4 daughters, and I believe it's at least 3 different fucking fathers.
Yeah,
I respect
The
that.
Honey Boo Boo is not the Sugar Bear, right? Sugar Bear is not Honey Boo Boo's father.
I don't think so.
So that's
no.
one. Then you got the 2 other daughters that look similar and almost good looking in the face.
Who?
There's 2 of the daughters that are almost good looking in the face, but they're overweight already.
Pigs.
But look at their eyes and stuff. Almost good looking. Then the one that gave birth to the kid with the 3 thumbs, she's definitely from another father too.
Pumpkin.
So I got to figure it out. I think there's 3 fathers involved here for her kids. Look,
how did she get 3 guys to fuck her?
What a
disaster.
Because she's got one of those fucking personalities, man.
Yeah, the one on the left.
You wouldn't fuck her, Aunt?
What, the mother?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Look, the 2 daughters on the left, on the top of the stairs, they got the same father. This is what I'm going with, and I'm going to find the answer tomorrow. Then the one that gave birth to the kid with the 2 thumbs on the one hand, she doesn't look like her other 2 sisters at all. And then you got the Honey Boo Boo Cha. And I think she has a different father, too.
She has 2 thumbs?
On one hand, yeah.
No, the new baby.
The new baby.
It's not in that picture.
Who's only 17.
Oh, what a monster.
And Honey Boo Boo's mom is a grandma at 32 years old. That's almost impossible.
Amazing.
That's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Especially if you're white.
Such white trash. Such white trash.
Thought it was funny.
It's good.
What else can we ask about this family?
She has nice legs. Very rotund and rubenesque. My mother's got legs like that.
Does she?
Yeah, her ankles, there's no bend to them. They go straight down to her feet.
Should we ask about
inbreeding?
Inbreeding, maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
You think?
Is she get mad?
I think she'll go with
Exactly.
it. She'll be like, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Have to.
But I like this family, man. They know how to have a good time.
Oh, they certainly do, don't
They
they?
got big personalities, except for Sugar Bear.
Yeah.
Why is Sugar Bear around?
Just sits in the back.
I guess she just needed a baby
look,
daddy.
Look at him. He looks like a fucking mutant.
I would love to know what he does for a living. That's what we'll ask too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's tomorrow. Today we were supposed to have a big guest, but for some reason we got fucked again. And I'm convinced we got fucked again, but this company and people that work for this company will tell us differently. There's always an excuse why things happen. Always. Instead of the real answer, right, Jimmy?
Absolutely.
What's the deal?
Well, Tony Saragusa.
We were looking forward to him. Football season has begun, and that's a big get for a radio show.
Said he would come on. Today he's doing a bunch of shows. And then we get an email, I think yesterday, Roland got it, that said he's canceling all press to go to Art Modell's funeral.
Right.
So we get that. I mean, sure. Understandable. But then he goes on Howard this morning, which means he's in the building. And of course, we knew what his publicist would say before we had Roland ask. We knew. Oh, he's going right to the wake after the.
Now, it's a weird exclusive thing that Howard needs, and this stupid place placates to. We know that, but then they'll tell us something differently. He absolutely has time to come in here and say hi for.
Yeah, he can do 10 minutes in here
easily.
Yeah.
That you could easily do that.
Because if you're going to a wake and you have to cancel all press, instead of doing an hour on one show, why don't you just go in and do, say, 35 or 40 minutes and go, look, I'm going to a wake.
No, there's a weird exclusive that Howard needs for whatever reason, because he doesn't acknowledge that he actually works with other people. We know that's true. Yeah. It happens all the time. There's always a reason why something happens.
Yeah, always.
Always.
Well, they just wanted to do the one show like Jonah Hill or any of the other ones, or even Russell Brand, or even Tracy doesn't come on anymore, man. A lot of these guys just don't come on.
Yeah, that is odd.
People like Tracy not doing our show anymore, that's really suspicious. I'll just say that much. Tracy likes us a lot, but what is being said to him behind the scenes?
Or what is he, his publicist might be going, they're booked, or...
I don't know. But that's a weird one, because we have no issues with Tracy Morgan whatsoever. Pretty plus more on the Twitter. Sugar Bear is Honey Boo Boo's real father. I did not know that.
Oh, it is?
So the Sugar Bear has got one out of the four being his own biologically. So I there's got to be 3 fathers though. Still, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
3 fathers made 4 kids with June, the mom, who will be on the show tomorrow. All right. Jerry the King Lawler, huh? See, the problem, Sam Roberts, when this shit happens, we know Vince. We don't know what the fuck's real anymore.
This is real.
Yeah, but there were other things that looked real.
It's not real.
You don't think this is...
I don't know what it is, but it's not real.
Well, you had Jerry the King Lawler, who has been on the show in the past. He's been a good guest. Had a heart attack live on Raw last night.
Oh, my God, King.
Yeah, JR was not there.
No.
Where's JR these days?
That's probably what he would have said, though.
Yeah.
Is JR gone?
Yeah, he's not with the company. He comes in every now and then to do a spot, but...
Why? What happened to him?
They don't... I think they want a younger broadcast.
His coronary artery is a real slobber knocker.
So this is real?
Yeah.
What? Why do you laugh?
I mean...
There's been weird things in the past.
There has been weird things in the past, but he just kind of mysteriously disappeared off camera. Or off the show. Like, his voice was just gone.
It's still real to me, damn it.
And then it turned out that he was...
You saw this live yesterday?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You paused.
No, I mean, I didn't see him fall because it wasn't on camera.
E-Rock says you could see some stuff.
You could...
Where is E-Rock? What do you got, Jimmy?
Somebody twittered.
Yeah.
Honey Boo Boo's mama's parents, I believe, were Fatty Arbuckle and a pile of flu shit. Flu shit.
Pile of flu shit.
Nothing worse than a pile of flu shit.
She gets guys to fuck her. That's what I want to talk about. What's that about?
You could see Lawler crouch over his desk for a second, but that's all you could see.
Well, E-Rock said you could see a lot.
E-Rock's known to exaggerate.
You could see the whole crowd not watching the match.
You could see the crowd looking.
And they're all looking as they're... Supposedly they took the King out with the crowd because they didn't want to, once again... Vince with his, let's just,
cover it up.
Cover it up immediately.
I don't like real shit happening.
Well, they don't want to show Jerry Lawler being taken away on a stretcher on television while the match is happening.
What if a wrestler thought we better cover this up and just starts beating the shit out of him? Like dropping elbows on him and shit, and he's just like,
No, you could see the referee and all the fans were all looking at the commentary
But Vince isn't
table.
morally sound.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably has more to do with the fact that he wanted the crowd to pay attention to the match in the ring.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That would sell pay-per-views.
He thinks it's way more important to keep showing the action.
Right. Yeah, he's looking toward...
Not because he gives a shit about Jerry the King Lawler.
They got a pay-per-view Sunday. You know what I mean? They got to further these storylines. They can't be focused on things
That's
going
my
on.
point here. He's not morally sound.
I mean, he doesn't...
If it was to his advantage, he would have shown it.
He's been working with Jerry Lawler for a long time. I don't know.
He don't give a shit.
No?
No, you know that.
Is there audio and video of this? I would love to hear it.
We got audio.
Okay.
Oh.
You got the video? Can we sync it up or not really?
No, because it happened throughout the show, and not everything is posted online.
All right, here we go. I guess this needs a setup, sure. Jerry stops commentating. Wheezing can be heard before the commentary pauses.
Sledgehammer, not Big Titus O'Neil did that before. Down on you. Daniel Bryan trying to fight back into this thing.
And again, listen to the WWE fans and Titus with the power and the strength again. Into the cover. Looking to advance tonight at Champions.
That's why you the muscle. Take it off.
Titus and Darren, they got great personalities as well.
Get up! Punish him! Get up! Punish him! Punish him! Yes! Yes!
Yes! Titus O'Neil continues to hammer away.
Sam, what the fuck are we listening to?
You could hear.
Where did it start?
Did you hear you didn't hear the wheezing?
Yeah, I hear the wheezing. Why the fuck are you still announcing?
Well, you didn't know what was going on. I mean, Jesus. What was he going to be like?
I think you know enough to go.
Maybe he should know.
Why can't people, when there's a live mic, just go, "Holy fuck, are you okay?"
Did the guy actually acknowledge what was happening to him?
No.
Later, not as it was happening.
Horrible.
What is wrong with people? Why can't you just go, "Oh my God"?
Pay attention to the match, King.
Well, I'll always do. I'm gonna go. I'll never put the new guy in.
The king is falling down on the ground, and JR's yelling.
JR's mad.
Get up! I did this with Bell's palsy for years.
Vince puts a lot of fear in the people that work for him. Because it's Michael Cole, right? Michael Cole's realizing there's a major thing happening next to him, but he's scared of what Vince would say if he breaks his character.
Well, it may also
How do you not go, "Holy shit, are you okay?"
I don't care if he's spitting up blood. You keep that broadcast going.
Well, maybe also...
Thanks to the music, Sal. Makes the bit much better.
Yeah, maybe you can play Don't Make the Panda Angry. You could do Vince over it.
He had his hands on the back of his head, so he couldn't...
I wouldn't. He's relaxing. He's just catching some rays.
I'm going to try something right now.
Okay.
Sal, leave the studio.
Oh.
You want to leave the studio, really?
Yeah, because I want to see if anything is different. It's an experiment. I want to see if anything's different. You're at the big board, and you look like at any moment you might do something. But I want to see if actually nothing changes if you're not in there.
See, now you're giving me various things to talk about on the after show. I appreciate that very much.
And Sal goes, "You want me to leave here?" Yeah, why? What could you possibly be doing in there right now that we need you?
Yeah.
I was just told that you're not supposed to leave the board while the show.
Who told you that?
Who?
Well, it's an understood thing.
Yeah, leave. Watch what happens.
Okay.
But the boss did say,
"Watch,
leave. Go out and comb your
I
hair
want to see
with
if
a wire
anything's
brush."
different."
Okay. See if there's any layers to the show that are missing.
Yeah, no, I want to see if anything changes as we talk about Jerry the King Lawler collapsing on Raw last night.
Well, it also might have been that as he was kind of like collapsing, maybe Michael Cole was like, just in case he gets better and is able to rejoin the broadcast, he may not want this kind of attention brought to his medical issues.
But I hear kind of like the liquidy wheezing.
Oh, boy.
That would make me go, "Holy shit, are you okay?"
Well, you're not.
I don't give a fuck about this fake shit that's happening in front of me. There's a real thing happening to my right.
Maybe you're not the professional that Michael Cole is.
I guess.
As Titus O'Neil continues to hammer away.
I got to pause again because he might be able to save his life. What if he's just choking?
My God.
Well,
and you got to perform the Heimlich.
There were medical people right there at the table.
Already?
Yeah.
At this point?
Yep.
And Michael Cole's just like, you could kind of...
He's hammering away, and they're hammering away on the King's chest.
You could hear, if this makes sense, you could hear that he has an eye on him, like, whoa, what? You could kind of hear it. You can almost feel his head is going back and forth.
You're absolutely right.
Don't you dare bring it up. Don't you dare.
Oh, you think he's in his headset?
Oh, yeah.
No chance. That's I just thought maybe if I hum it,
maybe if you hum it.
Because we've been told by our friends, I'll just say it that way, that Vince is in your ear the entire time you're broadcasting.
Well,
we hosed off the mat when that idiot fell. You think we're going to stop for this?
It was interesting that you could see when they got the one shot of the commentary table before they started completely avoiding it.
Yeah.
You could see Michael Cole, like, he was wheeled away from the table and turned kind of like peeking at the ring, but looking at what was going on next to him, like, oh shit.
Boy.
Yeah.
What do I do from here?
Wow.
Hammer away. Continues to hammer away. Titus O'Neil with Daniel Bryan here.
Get over there and stay. Get over there. 1, 2, 3. I gotta let him on stay off the face.
He's not talking.
Why isn't he talking there? Because
the commentary just kind of stopped.
Because he's finally like, oh my God.
Oh shit.
There's a man dying next to me.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Basically, he's dying next to you if he doesn't get medical attention.
Well, he did. There was so they rushed and they had medical attention at the table, and then they carted him out. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I guess this is fan video.
Oh shit.
Where's Jerry? Can you point to where Jerry
So
is?
there, right here on the screen, is where they're moving his chair. In the ring, the match is going on. So none of this is on television. You couldn't tell. Not 1 second of this was happening.
And Michael Cole is just continuing to announce.
Where's Michael Cole?
That's Michael Cole right there. He did stop for long parts of the match.
Where's Jerry on the floor?
It's Jerry on the floor.
To
and
the
they're
right
all
of the
kind
table?
Wow.
To the.
Oh, I see now.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all, and they have him up on the stretcher.
Wow.
And then they're walking him out through the crowd.
That's terrible.
Because the hard cam is like here.
Right.
And so they're going to walk him directly in front of the hard cam so it shoots over them.
There they go.
I know it's an old.
They're chanting Jerry.
And you could see on the TV they all started chanting Jerry, and the commentary wasn't happening, and the referee was even looking over at the table like, holy shit, what's happening?
Who dislikes a video like this?
Probably Jerry. And Vince.
I know it's that old gag, but
the show must go on.
Can we put that on our Facebook page? That's an exclusive video from a fan at the match last night.
Sal probably can't figure it out, but once Eric gets back, he'll be able to.
Yeah. Poor Sal. Yeah. Let the record show nothing has changed with Sal out in the big room. No. After finishing the match and doing the next one alone, Michael Cole stops doing commentary and makes an announcement finally.
Right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you noticed that Jerry Lawler hasn't been active in the past couple of matches. A little bit earlier tonight, Jerry passed out here at ringside. Jerry collapsed and was helped to the back. He was stretchered to the back to the locker room area, and we understand now that Jerry is receiving medical attention as we speak. They are performing CPR, and again, this is not part of tonight's entertainment. This has happened, and again, Jerry Lawler collapsing at ringside tonight, and they're performing CPR as we speak back in the locker room area. We'll have more information as Monday Night Raw rolls on tonight.
He sounded emotional. What a good way of putting it too. This is not part of tonight's entertainment. Like we know we bullshit you, but
right.
Yeah, that's real.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like,
do we need to play any of this other audio or not really?
It's updates, like.
All right, let's get then Michael Cole updated Lawler's condition.
Yeah, and he stopped doing commentary. So it was very weird because this happened at like maybe 10. And so he did like commentary until 10:15. The last 45 minutes of the show had no play-by-play whatsoever.
And who cared, really?
Wait, what happened?
The last 45 minutes of Raw, there was no broadcast. There was no play-by-play.
They were just showing video?
No, they let the matches were happening.
Right.
With no commentary.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
So you just heard the fans and the...
Why? Is Michael Cole just tapped out?
Yeah, he said out of respect. I think he says it in this clip.
It's like when the baseball announcers went on strike.
So Jerry Lawler's got to be in really bad shape.
He was at that point.
A long time ago.
Is what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to preface this by saying that this is not part of our entertainment tonight. This is a real-life situation. Earlier this evening, my broadcast colleague, Jerry the King Lawler, passed out while working here at ringside. He collapsed on the ground. He was stretchered to the back where he received CPR. The latest update we have now is he has been taken to a local hospital here in Montreal. We are being told that he is receiving oxygen, but Jerry is breathing on his own. Although this is an extremely serious situation, and Jerry, my friend, my prayers are with you, and out of respect to Jerry tonight, there's going to be no further commentary on this broadcast, but we hope to provide you with some sort of update before we leave the air tonight.
Whoa.
Sounds like he's ready to cry.
Oh, my God, Andy Kaufman's not coming out. He's hitting Jerry the King Lawler.
Although funny, it's just reiterates what I think about you.
It's a real queer.
It's a real moment going on. And his first thought is, keep it fun, everyone.
Would be funny though if JR didn't understand the severity of what was going on.
Oh yeah. Didn't understand. Come on, King. Help me out here.
Vince was just yelling in JR's headphones, telling him to knock it off. This is serious, and JR insisted on going on with the show.
He just keeps doing it. He keeps announcing.
You know, Vince wanted commentary.
You think so?
Oh, fuck yeah. Mike Cole probably said, I just can't do it. Yeah. Vince should have got out. Well, I'll do it myself. Marches out to the arena.
God damn it.
God damn it. You know, Vince just wanted the show to go on.
Yeah.
He'll probably fucking have a lot to say to Michael Cole in his office today.
This shit without commentary.
God damn it. He throws his headphones down and marches into the arena. I'll do it myself.
Who's there to tell the goddamn stories?
Right.
My stories.
My stories. Right. We haven't had him on the show in quite a while, but we know Vince. And he just looks at this shit a little differently than me and you.
You think E-Rock would have put this in as fan fiction?
No, he had to start from scratch.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Damn it. Now what?
See this one coming.
You know what I would have said?
Oh,
I would have said the king fell. How come his crown didn't roll down the steps or something?
Just his taste.
Just a little bit of humor.
Good one. Yeah, very.
There's an H in there.
Yeah.
Yuma. Just a little bit of Yuma. Yuma, Arizona.
I mean, Lawler's, other than The Undertaker, he's been there longer than anybody else in the company. You don't think there's a little bit of
not
compassion
an
for him?
inkling from Vince.
Vince wants the show to go on.
Started in 1992.
You know, like a circus guy. The show must go on shit.
You know, with his big suit, he wanted to just march out from the back, push people out of his way. Get me to the goddamn broadcast table.
I'll take over the broadcast.
Right.
It was bad, too, because Lawler just worked a match, which he doesn't do that often anymore, obviously.
What do you mean? He was in the ring?
Yeah, he did play-by-play, or he did color commentary, and then he jumped in, he did a tag team match.
Last night?
Yeah, he wrestled.
So that's what made him fucking...
And then he came back to the table, he did 2 more matches.
So he's
commentary on 2 more matches.
So he's not...
He wrestled.
He
He's
wrestled
not
last
in
night.
shape to be doing that anymore. But I bet you...
the king wrestled?
Well, that's what caused the heart
Of
attack. If you're
course.
not in shape and you got some shit going on inside.
Oh, my God.
And he just wrestled 2 weeks ago in a cage match against CM Punk, who was like the most in-shape guy ever.
My God.
So who do we blame? Vince?
I think Jerry
Vince-
Lawler also likes to compete. He likes getting in
But
the
you
ring.
think Vince though is like,
You're gonna get in there, Lawler.
No, Vince, I'm feeling a little sick. This is you get your ass in that ring. Get in that ring.
you know,
there's so many guys
you know
on the
you
roster.
haven't been in the ring in a while.
No, I'm feeling a little out of shape. I don't really think I should be in that ring.
You get in that ring.
I'm sweating. I feel clammy. I'm short of breath and my arm hurts. You get in there.
Yeah, if you know what's good for you.
I've been here since 1992.
You know, I know a lot of kings. We just know his own son doesn't want to work for the WWE anymore.
You leave,
Think
that
about
crown stays right here.
Right.
Remember that.
You think you got a career? I own your name.
Right.
All right, I'll get out there.
God damn it, Lawler, stop wheezing.
Who's he fighting? Let me tell him. Give him a few elbows to the chest in there to keep him going.
That's horrible.
Is it?
It was a tag team match, which is a lot less strenuous.
All right,
for Mr. Lawler.
Do you agree that Shane not working for the WWE says a lot?
I think it raises questions.
Okay,
I do think it raises some questions. But Stephanie is gainfully employed and in a position of executive management.
Yeah.
This is not part of tonight's entertainment.
Oh, okay, yeah, so let's move on with this. So Cole gives another update. So it went a while without anybody saying anything.
I think they did 2 matches. And they would also go to break with no commentary. So it would be like but they left all the graphics. So like
a very special episode of WWE.
They should say this is not part of tonight's entertainment before every match they do.
But they'd have the graphics up for like, this Sunday on pay-per-view, CM Punk, John Cena, whatever. But then there wouldn't be anybody explaining what was happening.
Yeah.
So the graphic would just come up, and then they'd work the match. and they go to break without anybody talking. And then after like 2 matches, Cole came back for an update.
This is not part of tonight's entertainment. This is a real-life situation. My broadcast colleague, Jerry the King Lawler, earlier on tonight collapsed mid-match while on commentary. He fell out of his chair to the floor below. Doctors were here immediately. Emergency personnel would stretcher him out of the arena to the back where he received CPR. We were told when he left the building to go to a medical center, he was breathing on his own, but he was, of course, receiving oxygen. And we now have an update that, well, we pray to God, is a bit more encouraging. But we're being told that Jerry is more responsive as we speak. That he's reacting to lights. You know how the doctors use the lights to your eyes. He's reacting to the lights in his eyes. He is in isolated ER, the isolated portion of the emergency room right now as we speak, and he is awaiting a CAT scan. And we are told that in typical Jerry Lawler fashion, he is fighting hard. And again, King, pull through this. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we hope to have some sort of update before we leave the air tonight on Raw. Come on, King, get through this.
If his lights are reacting, if his pupils, are reacting to light, goddammit, he's good enough to get in that ring. Get him back here. He's got a match.
But he already worked a match tonight. And
work another one. Lazy fucker.
How's he doing today?
Any word?
All they've said is they've confirmed that it was a heart attack, and apparently he is in stable condition.
Oh,
right
good.
now.
Stable.
Yeah.
All right. Because this doesn't sound good at all.
At that point,
This
he
sounds
was
like
not.
a really bad heart attack.
And Bret Hart's brother, I don't know, he doesn't know anything. He wasn't there, but this guy Smith Hart twittered that he had heard from somebody backstage that Lawler was clinically dead for 20 minutes. Whether that's true or not,
not if
who's to say? But
you hope not.
But they got CPR on him right away.
They had CPR on him right away. They had EMTs, you know, obviously always in the arena.
man UPS.
The man got UPS.
What a weird night for you wrestling guys.
Very weird night.
Strange. Then finally, one last update before they ended the show last night.
And ladies and gentlemen, we leave you tonight on Monday Night Raw with what we hope, what we believe is encouraging news tonight concerning Jerry the King Lawler. We are being told that Jerry Lawler's condition has stabilized, that Jerry Lawler is breathing on his own, and his heart is beating on his own. To reset what has happened tonight, about an hour ago on Monday Night Raw, Jerry Lawler collapsed here at ringside. He fell from the announce table to the floor. Immediately, our doctors at ringside were administering aid to Jerry Lawler. Medical personnel came out. They stretchered Jerry to the locker room area. Jerry then received CPR. He was stretchered to a waiting ambulance and taken to a nearby medical facility. And again, we can tell you this. Jerry Lawler's condition, according to the hospital, has stabilized. He is breathing on his own. His heart is beating on his own. He is now being prepared for a CAT scan of his chest and his head. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please, your thoughts and prayers for Jerry the King Lawler tonight. And we encourage you to visit WWE.com and all parts of social media for updates throughout the night. And
oh, my God.
You got to update somewhere.
Oh, boy.
Come on.
Where else are you going to get the updates?
It's amazing that you
Once again, Vince, make sure you get the plugs in.
Why would he have a heart attack? I mean, he's only 62.
Oh,
Isn't that a good age to still be wrestling at?
To get in the ring.
Taking bumps from CM Punk.
Especially since just last week, they started the show with Punk kicking Lawler in his head and jumping him, and they said Lawler couldn't do commentary. And then
look what happens.
Also, one of my wrestling buddies just texted me and said, Smith Hart is a turd who lies. Again, don't take that as fact.
But can you imagine how guilty CM Punk feels? He's probably like, why did I hit him so hard? He's fucking old.
Oh, my God, we need Ric Flair in here with some chest chops. Got his heart going again. Oh, my God, King.
King is laying on the floor and JR is still saying, oh, my God, King.
Oh, my God.
Why aren't you responding?
I think the ref is out there counting King out.
I think the people's elbow would have helped.
That would have helped. Like that.
parts of social media for updates throughout the night and throughout the week on Jerry the King Lawler. And on a personal note, Jerry, beat this thing. Get him, King. Good night, everybody.
That's
From Montreal.
That's kind of just a lame way to say, I hope you get better.
Yeah.
Coming to the mic now, it's new wrestler Cholesterol. It's coming up. I'm going to get you, King. I'm getting you. I'm coming for you, King.
What? That's not right. And Bret Hart was there last night, so it's a good thing.
Hart, see? That's
Jerry Lawler stabilized.
Coincidence.
Bret Hart has kind of been marred with tragedy in the wrestling business.
That is true.
So I guess that was real. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Well, you never know with this wrestling stuff.
You don't, but...
We need the Shockmaster out here to shock the King. That's funny.
We go 100 days without a wrestler dropping dead?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
That bit's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's been 161 days. I checked it.
Oh, wow.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We went years, though, right?
Yes. I mean...
A few years?
We went like probably 3 years without it.
3 years. We went 3 years with a wrestler dying within 100 days.
Woo, really?
So here's the Lawler competing last night.
Oh, my
This is him earlier in the night?
Yeah.
Oh, man. He should not be.
the King Lawler.
Look at the shape he's in.
Boom, big drop kick.
He looks like an oldie-style barrel.
Yeah, but he's moving around quick.
He's on the ropes.
Huge blow to Ziggler.
Oh. He's doing some good moves for a 62-year-old.
He can still work.
Yeah.
He's getting up on the ropes?
That's a one called the chest clutch.
He's actually moving really, really well.
And Dolph Ziggler is feeling it.
Who are these people?
Who is that bitch?
That's Vicky Guerrero.
Jerry Lawler really started things with him.
Wait, isn't that...
That's the widow of Eddie Guerrero, who's now a heel manager.
Oh,
and how did Eddie die again?
Died of a heart attack.
Oh, Jesus.
At the...
ripe old age of what?
What?
I believe he was in his late 30s.
Oh, Jesus.
Who's his partner? Is that Backlund back there?
No, it's not Backlund.
Yeah, I think that is Backlund. You're right, Jimmy.
It's Jerry Lawler and Randy Orton versus Dolph Ziggler and CM Punk.
Who's Dolph Ziggler?
Dolph Ziggler is one of the big up-and-coming heels.
Ah.
CM Punk has turned heel, too.
Okay.
But yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
The King is in the corner waiting to be tagged. He's sucking down Alfredo sauce.
Okay.
Dolph Ziggler's got that headlock locked on tight. I hope that didn't...
Oh, my God, he's lighting a cigarette. He's lighting some cigarettes up. Puffing on smokes.
Can someone walk into the other studio and push the button so we go to break?
Oh.
You don't trust Sal to...
Well, no, Sal's not in there.
He isn't in there.
See how
Manny.
See how well it ran without anybody in there?
We should see if Sal can come back in and then take us to break properly.
Oh, that's fair. Where's Sal?
There's Sal. I can tell it's Sal from the tattoo.
Yeah, and the string coming off his arms while the marionette works. Some old Papite hair is going to come back in and hit the button.
Papite hair.
Maybe you can use Papite's feet can do it. And he can do the marionette dance from Sixth Sense.
Can we give him the marionette rosy cheeks for a day? And he has to
that'd be funny, yes.
Tomorrow you got to have rosy cheeks, Sal.
Why?
Yeah.
Will you do it?
I'll do it, but that's really embarrassing.
Oh, I didn't even think of it that way. Yeah, you're
really
right.
upsetting.
Maybe we should.
You work for the Opie Anthony Show where people are embarrassed on a daily basis.
I will do it.
He's employed by the Opie Anthony Show. I wouldn't say he works for the Opie Anthony Show.
Fuck.
And he's never been hazed properly.
That's a problem. These interns, they don't get hazed, and then we hire them, and then they're shit.
Then they're... Oh, shit.
Yep.
No offense to you, Sal.
Oh, done taken.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so you're back in studio.
Yep.
As you could see, 20 minutes went by and we didn't need you.
Right.
But now we need you to push a button.
I will push the
Are you
button.
ready for that?
I'm ready.
Good.
All right, well, push.
Do you want to get off to the world's #1 cyber star?
What's up, baby? You want to get some dirty talk going?
Then log on to Chip Chipperson's cybersexchatandstuff.com.
Yeah, get it. I'm going to give some cyber sex.
Once we have all your credit card information, we'll connect you directly to Chip himself for your very own private video chat.
Oh, that's a nice dark nipple. I wouldn't mind getting some milk out of that.
Watch and listen as Chip tells you his innermost desires and things.
I'm going to lay you back or something, and I'm going to lick all the way down your neck like this. I'm going to take my tongue and just go like...
He knows what you want.
I'm going to get down there and just start licking your fucking cooter really good. You're going to come so much that your shoes
are gonna make sloshy noises.
He'll tease you.
I'll open up your cooter. I got like long nails on my middle fingers, so I'll dig my nails into your cooter lips and I'll open them up and I'll just go like
explore you.
And I'll get in there until you come so many times or whatever.
Dominate you.
I'll stick it right in you too. I'm gonna climb on like you're a tree or something and just cram my oats in you.
Maybe if you were feeding a horse or something. Visit Chip Chipperson's cyber6chatandstuff.com.
Yeah, I'm good.
Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
All right. I noticed that they're going back to showing the buildings collapse, huh?
Yeah.
That was something they didn't show on TV for a long time.
Already. I don't like watching it. I guess,
hold on, let me see
A bit more about what you heard when you heard this explosion. Describe it for us.
Absolutely. When
MSNBC
I
is just
walked out of
playing
the subway,
the actual live broadcast from back then.
They're
so they're just
synchronizing
running it.
They're synchronizing. This time, 11 years ago, this is exactly what was on TV.
Right.
For a while, they just didn't do the burning buildings collapsing thing.
Yeah.
I guess we're back to that now, huh?
I don't like, oh, Jesus. Yeah.
big ball of fire that just went up, and I looked around at people. We were all horrified. I'm stuttering because I'm in such shock. I've never seen anything like it. It's just horrible.
And of course, this is real cause for concern because the World Trade Center is one of the busiest office buildings
They don't
here
have
in New
no
York
clue it's
with
terrorism yet?
hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers.
They had no clue that it's going to collapse. That's what's kind of.
What if there was another one coming?
Or another one coming.
Given the time that this has happened, it's only probably appropriate to surmise that people might have been in the building.
Oh, yeah.
And, we've
When
seen
did the second
stories
plane hit?
in the past
What
where
time?
planes have hit buildings, small planes, and it would be hard to
Soon,
imagine
right?
that a
Yeah.
small plane
Very soon.
could create
What time
that
was
kind
the,
of hole in a
second
building
plane?
like
They still don't know it's a jet.
What time was the second plane?
You should turn this up. I think it's going to be happening soon.
Anyone?
Yeah, what time? Everyone. The first one hit at
Fall down.
8:56, I believe, and then the second one was 9:00. Someone knows. Help
kind
me
of
out.
debris or wreckage.
9:03.
9:03. So let's stick with this for 5
Does
minutes.
he have any information about what kind of plane it was, or can he tell us any more details?
May I? I'm going to put you on hold for one
Yeah, because
moment.
that gets
okay?
crazy. Then they're like, uh-oh, what the fuck?
Just to recap, if you're just joining us, you're
8:46 is
looking
the
at
first plane.
dramatic pictures of
9:03.
New York's World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan.
And some
where a
say
short
that the
time
planes
ago,
never
we
hit
are
the
told
tower.
that
So
a
we're
plane
about to see
crashed into
11
the
years
upper
ago a
floors
plane
of the westernmost
crashed
tower.
into the tower live.
You can see a gaping hole that is on the north side of the building, and you can see residual damage on the west side of that building. And obviously, fires are burning right now in the World Trade Center.
Tall buildings have had a real problem here in New York. There was, back in the 40s,
It's
a plane
just so
hit the Empire
fucked
State
up to
Building.
hear
In
it
the 60s, a
in this
helicopter
context
crashed
where they don't
at
know
the
yet.
top of what was
They
the
just
Manhattan
thought it was a
building on the
plane
MetLife building.
that
So-
Right now we're
accidentally.
getting information, Al, that it was a small commuter plane, and of course we'll
Small
let people
commuter
know
plane.
as soon as we have more
Sure it
information
was.
as to what actually caused this. And of course, on
767.
everybody's mind, who might have
Jesus
been hurt
Christ.
as a result of this
Who might have been hurt?
terrible incident. We're going to be talking to more eyewitnesses coming up.
Not even a speculation of
minutes.
terrorism yet. Like now, the second anything happens, it's like, we're ruling out terrorism. Like, watching this, all right, we're 3 minutes.
We're back at 9 o'clock Eastern
from the
time
second
on this
plane.
Tuesday morning, and we're back with dramatic pictures of an accident that has happened just a short time ago. You're looking
I
at the
think
World
not.
Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, where
If I had a
just
DeLorean,
a
I
few
would go
minutes
back and
ago
tell
we're
him,
told that
hey,
a plane, some
3
reports
minutes.
are that it was a small
Train your
commuter
cameras on
plane
that building,
crashed
Pally.
into the upper
gonna be
floors
crazy.
of one of the twin towers.
I
You
shouldn't
can
say
see
that.
fire and flames or
should
smoke
maybe- You
should tell
billowing
the
from that tower.
airports
There
to
is a gaping
stop
hole
the-
on the north
not
side.
just, hey,
of the
film
building.
them.
people out of the building.
To the left-hand side of your screen right now. And other damage
Train
to
your
the west
cameras
side of
right
that
there
building, which
and
is to the
watch.
right side of your screen.
Oh
This, of
boy,
course,
are you in
happened
for a
just before
surprise.
The morning commute.
No,
People
no,
were
that's
in
let it be a
offices, and while I'm
Yeah,
sure
if
some
you
people
had powers, you might want to use them differently.
That would be
Immediately,
terrible.
there's
Or just
speculation
go like an
or cause
hour
for concern.
before and
This is
stop the
The
plane.
World Trade
Oh.
Center that was the
Oh, okay.
center of a
That would
terrorist
be good.
bombing.
I got a
some
time
years ago.
machine.
So
I
the
could
questions have to
I'd
be
just
asked, was
go
this
back an hour
purely
earlier.
an accident, or could this
They
have
ever
been
talk
an
to the
But either way,
chopper pilots that were already in the air before the second one hit?
Like there's smoke coming out of the east side of the building. That shot we just saw looks like white smoke billowing out the side of the east side of the building.
Obviously, horrified commuters were absolutely devastated when they heard this explosion. We talked with somebody a moment ago about that, Jennifer Oberstein, and also another eyewitness, Elliot.
And you know that these fucking poor people could still get out. A couple of them in that second tower.
Get out. Hi, Elliot. Tell me where you are and what
do you know how many of them are probably just looking at the building next to them?
Of course. All of them. I was walking down the sidewalk, delivering my young daughter to school, and
stop laughing.
We heard a very loud sound, the kind of sound you hear when a plane is
crashing into a building.
You know, going fast past you, followed by an enormous crash and an immediate explosion.
Wow.
I don't think we could feel shockwaves, but we sort of felt like we did. And we were in a position where we could see the Trade Center almost immediately between the other buildings. And an enormous fireball that must have been 300 feet across was visible immediately.
Sure it's 903?
Explosion, I think. Okay. And then plumes of smoke. There must have been a 3-block cloud of white smoke. Now, from where I was on the street a moment ago,
their whole attitude changes after that second.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It goes from, well, it's a tragic accident. We hope.
What the fuck is happening?
We're being attacked.
The air is filled with hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper that are just sort of floating like confetti. The area is swarmed with emergency vehicles and sirens. Obviously, we're very sensitive to this kind of thing in this neighborhood.
Elliot, have you, of course, because of the incident that occurred in the early 1990s, have you seen any evidence, Elliot, of people being taken out of the building? You say that emergency vehicles are there, understandably so. But of course, the major concern is human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Oh my!
Something else has
You know what? We just saw a plane circling the building.
It is in the other building.
We just saw a plane circling the building. Jesus. A second ago on the shot.
Annoying to watch. There may have been another impact. Can you tell? I just heard another very loud bang and a very large
NBC missed the shot.
They totally missed the shot. Yeah.
747 just flew past my window.
The video that we've all seen a million times didn't come from NBC.
To be honest, Elliot, I didn't get the impression that it was that big a plane.
It looks big from here.
I did see a plane go by a second ago, though, and it has now impacted the building. I'm trying to see if it's the different tower.
I think it may have been. I believe the first one was World Trade Center 1, and it looks, from what I'm seeing on the television, like it may have been the second building.
This is a piece of tape, and we may actually see another plane enter the picture.
They probably got it from a different angle, which is what they're showing now.
Now they're going to another shot.
Let's go back to Jennifer Oberstein, who was talking to a second ago. Jennifer, did you see this happen?
Hello?
Did you just see this happen, Jennifer?
She's freaking. Oh, that's somebody calling.
I've never seen anything. It looks like a movie. I saw a large plane, like a jet, going immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center. It just flew into it, into the other tower, coming from south to north. I watched the plane fly into the World Trade Center. It was a jet. It was a very large plane. It was going fast. It went past.
Yeah, that's thermite paint.
No, but it's amazing how they'll take them report mistakes. You never hear the 9/11 conspiracy theories.
This is so
play this
shocking,
tape. Yeah,
of course, to everybody watching.
Well, she's in on it.
I've never seen anything like it.
Of course you haven't. I've never seen anything like. Oh wait, there was one time.
Now we move from what appears to. There it is, right there.
Wow! Holy shit!
South to north, and it went into.
When is the first time they say terrorism?
To 727. We saw the
727. No one flies those anymore.
Here comes the videotape that we just showed you. You will see what appears to be a large plane. It could be a 727.
You could say it's a large plane,
maybe even bigger, flying right into the side of the World Trade Center.
It was at least a 727. It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes watching it right above me.
And now you have to move from talk about a possible accident to talk about something deliberate that has happened here. We're going to immediately check with air traffic control in the area to find out if they had
what time was the Pentagon
planes before the accident. But what we've just seen is about the most shocking videotape I've ever seen.
What are the odds of two separate planes hitting both towers?
Yeah, very slim.
Elliot, are you still there?
Terrorism.
Hello?
Elliot?
Yes, I'm still here.
More or less?
So, Elliot, what can you see right now
Keep this up?
from your perspective?
Yeah, a little more.
I don't face in that direction. I can't see anything personally.
I just said, did you see that?
It's completely impossible to understand
I told
why
you.
this is happening.
9:37
What
was the Pentagon.
What in the world is going on?
I think we have to be grateful.
Ali Eberhard.
And then the Pennsylvania flight was 10:03.
9 a.m. and I just wonder how many people were in those offices.
Well, hopefully that they were evacuated.
They probably
following
weren't
the
letting
first
people
incident, and we
into
can
the
only
other
hope-
tower.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, I know they did, but after the first one was on fire, I doubt they let more people into the second tower.
Because the fear of the collapse into it.
Yeah.
5, and so obviously
It
that
absolutely could have been an amazing number of dead people.
Oh, yeah.
More, well above and beyond what it was.
Could have been
If they
25,000.
would have waited
Please tell me what
till
you're seeing.
11.
I live in Lower Manhattan. I face the north tower, the north side where the first plane crashed into the building. And right now, there's a lot of chaos on the ground, a lot of emergency vehicles.
It just makes you
Everyone
so.
from the
It still
World Financial
infuriates
Center
me.
has exited
Like I
and
want
is
more
walking
people
north
fucking
up to
shot
Battery
for this.
Park North, there's just mass and mass of people walking north uptown of Manhattan. I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through.
And who knew 7 years later we'd have another huge fucking tragedy?
Second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going
Black
on?
President.
And unfortunately,
What?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Jesus.
You went there.
Huh?
All right, look, I'm trying to make jokes.
Oh, my God.
Trying to make jokes.
Certainly not on the same level.
Oh, boy.
Wow. That's,
What?
that brings it all back, huh?
It certainly
I haven't
does.
seen it in a while. And then when you sync it up to the actual time, it makes it,
That's creepy.
brings it all together, right?
And I
it
believe
was
it's like the same type of weather out today.
pretty close.
It's that
Maybe
kind of clear, warm day.
clear blue skies.
Clear blue sky. It's like September 11th.
I was completely asleep.
Were you really?
We were doing afternoons. I was dating my girl at the time, and Florentine came in and woke me up.
I was asleep too, yeah.
I was in Northport.
Melinda woke me up.
The 9/11 reminds me of my dad big time because we went and I had breakfast in Northport and I had 1010 winds on as we were driving back to the house. And they said a small plane at first.
Yeah.
And it brings me right back. Main Street, Northport, that's where I was. It's one of those things. Remember where you were.
Exactly.
When it happened.
I remember.
Man.
I was in bed.
They did a pretty good job with the broadcast.
That's
Because you got to remember, we didn't know shit like we know today.
Shit. Well, it's kind of hard to not speculate that it's terrorism after 2 planes hit.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
well.
but after the first one, it's amazing that, like now, you would know immedately if a plane hits something like that it's terrorism.
Yeah, because that's not.
Then it's like a terrible accident. Oh, we're just goofy, we're innocent people here. We don't know any better.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, E-Rock, could you put that Jerry the King Lawler video on our Facebook page? People are bitching that it's not up there yet.
Sure. Yeah, what are you doing in there?
I
didn't know.
It's a video clip from a fan in the audience last night where you actually see them working on Jerry the King Lawler because the actual broadcast, blew the whole thing off.
That second plane
blow
did
the whole
so
thing
much
off.
more damage.
They kind of blew it off, Sam.
So much quicker than the first plane did.
Yeah.
And being down lower on the
71st
building, there
floor,
was
man.
more weight on top of the structural breach that tower came down first.
Remember I was talking about Tony Saragusa, and I
Yes.
said there's got to be some kind of controversy, something going on. And then I'm sure, people go, oh, yeah, it's just in your head. He's now on Mad Dog.
Oh,
Unless they tape that. Mad Dog's not on right now.
No? What?
He's not on in the morning, is he?
He's not on. His channel's on.
I had to tape it sometime.
So is he on Mad Dog's channel right now, or on with Mad... Wait, he can't be on with Mad Dog if Mad Dog's not...
No, he's definitely not on with Mad Dog right now. But
So he's still here, so why did he blow off our show?
Wait, is
What's
he-
the real reason
I'll
he blew
find
off our
out.
show?
It might be a pre-tape. Let's find if it's a pre-tape.
The pre.
I guess all we ask is for real answers, not these bullshit reasons why people aren't doing our show. That's all I want to know.
This is why I hate publicists. They're all fucking cowards and liars and manipulators, and none of them tell you the truth.
I just want to know the truth.
This might be true. Let's before we get annoyed.
Well, we were told And you know what? In the end, I don't even give a fuck about the guy, to be honest with you. I like watching football. He does good.
Fuck him.
He does a good job on the sidelines, but it's a bigger issue than this. We're told these things that are just blatant lies a lot of the times. Is this another lie, or is it, he had to get out of the building to go to Art Modell's funeral or wake or whatever the fuck's going on today with that?
He ain't going.
Huh?
Oh, he ain't going to that.
Yeah. And then we were told he was only doing Howard because then he has to get on a plane. But now we're bringing told he's on Mad Dog's channel.
I bet it's a pre-tape. I'm going to be Pete positive.
All right. Then we'd be wrong for once.
Jeez,
I would like to be wrong. Why, you still looking at it?
It's terrible.
Wondering if Jennifer Oberstein is still on the phone. Do we still have Jennifer on the phone? She's actually not on the phone because she was near a police officer. At least we could have perhaps gotten more information from that officer. Needless to say, it's pandemonium, I am sure, down there, and we gathered that from even the eyewitnesses with whom we spoke, and how terrifying this was for them to see. And you can only imagine, as you get closer to the Twin Towers, a New York landmark, what the scene must be like there.
You talked about
just fucked up. All right, well, Sam ran out to see what's up with the Tony Saragusa thing. Another guest that's been canceled from our show, and then we don't get a real answer why. Larry Flynn offers $1 million for damaging information on Romney's finances.
Yeah, he wants those tax records, I guess. The tax records.
I love Larry Flint.
For doing that?
Crazy motherfucker. Yeah. He always does shit like that over the years.
He's not in that studio as we speak, so.
No? He's on a tape.
I looked at the studio, and the guys who host the show are in there, but he's not in there.
Did he leave already?
I don't know.
Well,
I only check my Twitter once in a while. I don't know how long ago that tweet
ask somebody who's been out there. When did Tony Saragusa leave? Or ask Roland.
Yeah.
Kenny might know.
Kenny, when did Tony Saragusa leave?
I can go check to see when he signed out, but did you check the NFL studio? Is that where you went?
No, I went to...
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Is it Mad Dog, Evan, and Phillips down that way?
Yeah, that's where I checked.
Okay.
Oh, good work.
I'm going to see when he signed out.
Yeah, he might be... Look, it might be...
let's get to the bottom of this.
Let's get to the bottom of it so we don't all get although Kenny's going the wrong way. He's carrying Cheerios.
Mayor Bloomberg, it says on the prep sheet, Major Bloomberg knows who he's voting for, but won't reveal it publicly yet.
Oh, please. What is he, an attention whore?
I don't know.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck who he's voting for?
It doesn't matter anyway.
Who gives a fuck?
But his people said that, he knows who he's voting for, but he's not going to reveal it yet.
New York's.
When is he going to reveal it?
Gives a shit.
And it doesn't matter
Democrat
because
anyway.
Yeah, so his vote doesn't mean shit.
Doesn't matter.
I'm voting
as
for
far as the president goes.
I think is the best. I mean,
I'm voting like all the other ladies.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
You like the Larry Flint thing? $1 million for damaging information?
$1 million, huh?
Will that change people's votes if they know he did all sorts of shit to protect his money?
No. It's like, what the fuck? I'm sure everything he did was on the up and up. The fact that he probably used, tax loopholes and laws that are in place.
Agreed.
Why is that bad? What is he supposed to do? Not take advantage of the laws that are out there?
Even when I was making nothing, I fucking found the loopholes.
Yeah, you try to find as many deductions as you can.
Yeah, man.
For the love of God. My word. But, the Democrats would find something in there to be able to go blah, 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 blah. So, he's just saying, fuck you. I'm not.
Well, I think you should. If you're going to run the country, I want to know everything about your fucking finances. We have the right to know every single detail of your fucking life. Fuck your privacy. And this is for all of them. If you're going to run the country, I want every detail of your shitty life.
Yeah.
Your privileged life, however it works out.
I'd love details of Obama's...
every detail of Obama's life, too.
His transcripts, all
Absolutely.
that fun stuff.
Can someone find your tax shit, Jimmy?
I'm sure they could. Sure, the government could fucking...
So then we should be able to look at his.
The IRS could find it.
Oh, yeah.
So then we should be able to look at his.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that Obama is allowed to conceal certain things or Romney is allowed to conceal certain things. Everything should be out in the open financially. Every fucking bill they've ever paid.
Well, what if he paid for a couple of young ladies?
Well,
Maybe a massage, maybe a sensual massage.
A sensual.
That would be a little awkward, maybe.
Well,
What is Larry Flint doing? I'm amazed he's still alive.
These conservatives have fucking gone after him for so many years. He hates their guts.
He fucking can't stand them. And loves when they trip over their own dicks and he's able to fucking...
Yeah, you totally understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's had to deal with their shit for way too long. Yeah, of course.
Oh my God, King.
You know that... you know over 20 million people watch Peyton Manning's return to football?
Really? It's a lot of people.
That's like the biggest fucking ratings for an NFL game, not counting the Super Bowl and playoffs, in a long fucking time, man.
That's huge. Football's back in a big way this year.
Is it?
It seems. A lot of people are yapping about it. You know what, though? Even
opening weekend's always big, no matter
Twitter
what.
was just alight with people and their local teams talking about the game.
Well, because everyone's in it. It's exciting right now.
Yeah.
Except for the Bills. They're already mathematically eliminated.
Oh, the Bills. Are they mathematically
They
eliminated?
really are, yeah. Yeah, I read an article this morning. It's impossible for them to get to the Super Bowl already.
That got to be embarrassing.
Sorry for Western New York.
Handed to them by the Jets.
Kenny?
People don't routinely sign out, so the only accurate way to see when he left is for somebody to check the security cameras.
What the hell is this? A caper? What's going on?
Well, did he leave right after Howard? It's 9:10.
Someone told me
9 or 10?
He was reported as being long gone.
Was he Chinese?
Okay, so it's probably pre-K.
Oh, boy.
What do you mean, oh, boy? It's simplistic.
Yeah. That's
and
me.
its structure. Very funny.
Thank you, Chip.
That was a fucking go one. I used to go, Chinese people never curse, asshole.
It's like asshole.
Oh, is that why that is?
Yeah. What about me Chinese, me play joke, me make pee-pee in your Coke?
My mother didn't like that. She said it was took it into the gutter.
Oh.
She said, Chipper, you don't need that type of talk to be humorous.
Well, obviously you don't. You're hilarious. Yeah.
Fucking A.
Isn't there another one? The Chinese one? Boy, Chinese were fun to fuck with back when you were a kid.
When you were allowed to.
You just didn't, you like playground, you just made Chinese eyes with your fingers. Oh, I saw you. Did all fucking shit like that. It was hilarious.
Easy peasy
Japanese,
right.
dirty knees, look at these.
All right. I forgot about that.
Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees, look at these.
Right, I forgot about that one. No wonder they fucking had it.
They're pissed. Enough with that shit.
You know what? I think I'm on their side finally. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
They have had it.
I gotta agree.
Wait, how's that one go again? Do it again.
It's Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these.
You put one of your tits.
Yeah.
When I was in second grade, they tried to get us to start saying easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, it's easy peasy Japanese.
Ew, lemon squeezy. And you probably like that.
It's like, oh, lemon squeezy.
Because you like a lemon scent.
Does lemon squeezy even mean?
Nothing. Well, what does Japanesey mean?
Oh, it's easy peasy Japanesey.
Yeah. Right, it's funny. It's Japanese.
Wait, there's got to be more.
There is.
Anyone
I'm
else
trying
have
to
one?
think.
Yeah.
I think there's at least one more.
There is at least one more.
Talking about the Chinese ones. Or the Japanese ones.
Chinese, Japanese.
I forgot. I remember that one like it was yesterday as soon as you said it, but
yeah.
You had to be like 10 to say that. 11 maybe.
Chinese me play joke.
The biggest one is the PP and the Coke.
Me make pee-pee in your Coke. That was a good one. Oh,
I haven't breathed out of my nose yet.
Jimmy's wafting fart juice over in front of Sam's schnozola.
While he's incompetent and looking on the internet.
Yeah.
Trying to concentrate on not smelling.
With your dumb peanut butter bagel.
The coverage is still on MSNBC in real time.
Yeah.
Synced up to 11 years ago, obviously. When did the towers fall?
Was it 9:50 something? I mean,
it was probably almost an hour later.
I think
right?
one of them lasted an hour, and the other one might have been a little after 10. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was back in my house in Huntington, and I remember I guess officially screaming at the top of my lungs. Holy shit!
Yeah,
and you could hear other people, like my neighbors and stuff.
Oh yeah, crazy.
It was a warm day, so people had their windows open. You could hear everyone react at the exact same time, and those towers fell. And I remember distinctly just going, "Holy shit!"
9:59,
9:59,
and 10:28.
Well, we're not going to be here for that, are we?
No. You haven't hit the 9:40. We're not going to catch it.
The Pentagon
You
gets.
tell him, Jimmy.
The Pentagon gets it at 9:30. What?
Pentagon,
9:37. 9:37. So.
And that's when we knew there was some fucking.
Oh, then it
major
was
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, because then it went like it could happen anywhere in the country. This is like a New York thing. The two towers gonna hit. Oh, God.
I don't remember this one. My mother's Chinese, my father's Japanese, and I'm in between.
I don't remember that.
Or she just give me a fact.
Yeah.
I know there's other ones.
Yeah.
At least one more.
I can't remember. Yeah. No.
You used to make vaginas with your fingers as a kid. We've done this big one.
This one where you put you go like this, and then you look inside.
No, but you had to like hook up with somebody else
had to go like this,
right?
And you went like this,
right?
And then you looked.
And
in,
it has his two hands together, and then splitting the two fingers on each
like
side,
like Janie lips. Look
Opening
like
that
Janie
up,
lips.
and then you put that into someone else doing the exact same thing, but their hands are the other way, and then you take turns looking,
taking a peek,
and then you would laugh your ass off.
Yeah, and then you stick your dick in there.
Whoa!
Or if you have a good friend.
We might have one. Try me.
Oh.
Let me say hi to Ian in Jersey. Ian.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey.
Chin Chin Chinaman sitting on a fence trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
Of course they hate it. Just add it.
Chinaman.
No idea what it means either.
I don't either. Oh my
Have a good day,
God.
boys.
Yeah, you too, Ian.
It's fucked up.
Sammy.
What?
Here's another one coming in. Gina in California.
Yes. King Kong went to Hong Kong to play ping pong with his ding dong.
I remember that one. I knew there were more.
And it was King Kong, wasn't it? King Kong, not
King
Ching
Kong instead of Ching.
Yeah,
Ching
I remember.
Kong.
King Kong went to Hong Kong to play ping pong with his ding dong.
But it was like, why would King Kong do that with his big dick?
Yeah.
How stupid.
Ping pong.
Yeah.
Who's he playing with?
And who's accepting that as an opponent?
Yeah.
Like, I'll play with the gorilla who's swinging his cock. Who the fuck would say that's fine?
Yeah, the Asian people have a point here.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn.
All right, a quick break, not a long break, and then we'll wrap up next?
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly.
All right.
It's now time for Masturbation Memories with Jim Jeffries.
My mother came and grabbed the duvet, and I was holding on. This is 300 pounds of misery, my mum, right? She's bending right back. And then I had one choice because I was naked. It was the middle of the day, right? Fucking 110 degrees of Australian heat, like in your measurement, right? I'm sitting under my bed having a wake. My mum walks in the room. I throw the magazine down the side of the bed in one motion, and she goes, "Clean this fucking room up." And she goes, "Why are you laying in your bed?" I went, just having a nap, and she just goes, "Well, get up now." And she goes, "Why aren't you getting up?" I said, "I will get up. Can you get the fuck out?" She starts pulling on my duvet. My erection strengthens. No, she's pulling on my duvet. I'm panicking like, oh, fuck. And I'm going, please, mum, no. And I had to make a decision, right? She's a big woman. I had to make a decision. I let go of the duvet. She goes flying backwards into the cupboard, and I flip onto my stomach as quick as possible. Yeah, so I've still got this sweaty fucking bald ass sticking up and a 300-pound mum crying and falling on the ground. Things couldn't have gone worse. Anyway, enough about me. Back to the retards.
And that was your masturbation memory for the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
All right, well, we got more, what are they called? Like rhymes?
Yeah.
Racist rhymes from when we were a child?
Yeah.
Coming in?
Yeah.
And also, gotta love the fans of this fine radio show because we're a little bummed out that Tony Saragusa is not on the show today. And we just question why he's not on the show. We're being told he's going to Art Modell's funeral. And we just get frustrated because a lot of guests all of a sudden don't do our show, and we're never told the truth. So sorry if we're very suspicious at times. But why I love the listeners of this show, they contacted Tony Saragusa on the old Twitter there. A lot of people did, asking, what the fuck? Why aren't you on Opie and Anthony? And Tony just tweeted to Night PS, Opie Radio. He tweets, dude, chill out. I got to go to Art Modell's funeral. So that's from the source himself, Tony Saragusa.
Oh, okay.
So maybe it is true this time. I apologize if it is, but I mean, we're very suspicious.
We're always suspicious.
We really are, because some shit goes down in these hallways.
Always suspicious.
And behind closed doors. We know it goes down.
Bunch of fucking liars is what it is.
But that's Tony saying right there, you know, he's got to get to Art Modell's funeral. He was in the building this morning, though. That's why we're a little frustrated, because we would have loved to at least had a quick interview with him, even. Like, if he walked by and said, guys, look, I do have to go. I was going to do like a half hour with you, but I could do like a couple minutes. Just get the name of the book out there, say hi to you guys, and I'll come back soon. That would have been kind of cool, right? That would be kind of cool, I think. But he's got to get to Art Modell's funeral. So there's more of those racist things coming in.
Well, aside from the racist ones, me and Sam were laughing our asses off at the at the other ones that aren't racist, but they're scatologic.
Yeah.
There's the one, press the button, pull the chain, out comes the chocolate choo-choo train, which is a fun one. Yeah. And then, Sam, what is the one that you recall, even from your youth?
I'm glad that it continues.
That continues.
The one Sam's about to say, I remember, too, as a child.
I remember as a kid, and for some reason, like a good tradition, it just continues to permeate the schoolyards.
I like it.
Well, you start at the nipples, of course, and you go milk, milk, lemonade. Around the corner, fudge is made.
Yeah.
And then verse 2. Stick your finger up the hole, out comes a Tootsie Roll.
Right.
You know, there's someone that wrote that out a long time ago and gets no fucking credit for it.
No, now
there's no Twitter.
That's mine.
Whoever's the first person to bring it to class is now the most funny original kid ever.
Sure.
Yeah, milk, milk, lemonade.
Milk, milk. Lemonade, you point your dick with lemonade.
Yeah, you eat a little piss.
And then
it's yellow.
Around the corner, and then you got to turn around and point at your ass.
The
Fudge
shit
is made.
factory.
That's what fudge is made.
And then, like, once that becomes a thing with you and your friends, you go up to other people who aren't your friends, and you go, "Hey, do you like eating fudge?" And they go, "Yes," and you go,
shit eater.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then they hold you down and give you like shit in your mouth or something.
Well, probably not.
That doesn't happen in my childhood.
No.
I got another one. I never heard this one though. It's from Hicks89, whose brother, by the way, serving in the military, was fucking injured, and I hope he's doing all right.
What?
Pepper?
An old fraternity brother of mine, Afghanistan. Got injured in, I believe, his arm and some other things.
Ow.
But I hear he's doing okay. But Hicks89 writes, me Chinese, me no dumb, me put cork in camel's bum, he go poot, me go zoom, that how we get here so soon.
That doesn't make any sense.
I never
They didn't make that up, though.
I think
Maybe
he made it up.
Maybe we're stretching it after a while.
I think he made that up.
Fuck.
I don't know what the fuck that guy's talking about.
Hello?
Ooh, who's that?
Yes.
It says
Important.
Yeah, that's so
Important
important.
By the way, if I get one more call from that fucking ship captain, I pick up the phone and goes, "This is your captain speaking."
Oh, you get that one?
I hope whoever recorded that is dead.
Which one is
in a
that?
fucking house fire.
Which one is that?
Some scumbag cruise thing, I'm sure.
Oh.
Yeah, man, they want you to get on a cruise ship.
Sounds stupid.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Oh, the itty bitty titty committee?
Yeah, IBTC, right?
I remember
of
that
course.
one. We used to, we used to induct girls into that. You know.
Itty bitty.
Girls never wanted to join it. It was always the boys that put the girls in it.
You're always nominated.
Yeah, you're a member.
Or you could ask girls if they sharpen their pencils because they had little pencil point boobies. That's what we did.
Oh,
they got so pissed off.
Crazy.
Anything funnier than seeing a completely grown woman with no boobs? It makes me laugh every fucking time. I'm not talking like where you got a little like maybe full A cup or a little small B. I'm talking nothing ever happened in their puberty. And year after year, they're like, well, this is the year. I'm just developing late. And now you see them walking the streets. I saw one the other day. She doesn't even wear a bra. She just had a T-shirt on with these, like, they would have man nipples, basically. And I started howling out loud. I couldn't help it. Because every time I see it, I think it's hilarious. Because I go through her mindset as she's growing up.
Yeah.
I'm just a late bloomer. I think it's going to be this year.
Probably
and
terrible.
It just never happens. I mean, nothing ever happened. What is that called?
You know how much that was bullying in school back then?
Oh, really?
A girl like with fucking itty bitty titty committee.
Yeah, but they were 12, 13.
Doesn't matter.
You'd
be
puberty
thrown
didn't
out.
hit yet. I don't know these people on the streets. It's funny to me.
Did you used to bully in high school?
Well,
or in all school?
It would be considered bullying now. Then it was just fucking,
We didn't even have that word, really.
Busting chops.
Yeah, you're just fucking off, fucking around.
Fucking with the retard.
Exactly. As long as you weren't hitting anybody, you weren't a bully.
It was almost cool to be a bully when we were growing up.
Yeah.
I told you the story. I was at the park and with my kid, and one of the kids acted up, and the kid turned around and started calling him a bully, and the kid completely panicked. He did not want that moniker. They got into the kids' heads. That's how you get out of situations. You start calling them a bully. Because no one wants to be known as a bully anymore in school.
It would never work in prison.
Yeah, right?
No.
Bully.
I remember growing
You're a
up, though.
bully.
It was almost like, yeah, that's kind of cool. You're a bully in a weird way.
Big bully.
It's stature.
Oh, it's 1 minute?
To what?
9:36. Your turn to volume back up.
37 would be the Pentagon. But they're not going to know about it for a while. Few minutes, I bet.
Taking very practical steps on security fronts until something like this happens.
I wonder how long it takes
The pendulum swings out to an extreme.
You think a minute?
The next thing you hear people talking about putting surface-to-air missiles on top of buildings to prevent this kind of thing. This is a very rare event. It's unlikely to be repeated.
How about another minute, you dummy?
We have to find who did this.
You almost had it. Yeah. Say, I think it's going to happen right now.
I bet it's going to happen.
Somewhere else now.
If it turns out to be terrorism.
If it turns out to be terrorism.
Who is this dummy?
From the United States. And the United States has got to be willing to pay that price.
This guy's an
Mr.
idiot.
Johnson, obviously, we were completely stunned when about 25 minutes after the first explosion, or after the first plane crashed into
right
one
now,
of the
as
twin
they're
towers,
talking,
another
as this
very
idiot was
large
saying
plane
this, another
did the
plane was
same
hitting the
thing.
Pentagon.
And we've been talking with our correspondents all morning about sort of if another incident could happen on the heels of these two.
Wow.
What kind of measures are in place to prepare for something else that
The answer would be
could
none.
conceivably happen?
Well,
We can tell you that, Katie.
Let's see what it says.
Being taken. I was at National Airport getting ready to fly to LaGuardia when this occurred. They had shut down air traffic going in and out of the city.
He's in Washington National Airport.
Let's talk for the future. Katie, the answer would be none.
Economically for the nation right now.
Like, wait, I just saw a big puff of smoke.
We could be experts from the future for this broadcast.
I think across the board you're going to look at major
experts for the future.
Major hubs in the United States where there are large buildings: Chicago, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and there are going to be extra measures.
They have no clue that the Pentagon was already hit.
You can start putting up air cover and require the planes.
Look how long it takes.
Yeah.
With Twitter, they would already know.
Yeah.
Closer, and if they if they approach. You would
By the way,
go to the
as we
extremes
wait for
of
that,
having U.S. Air Force
these
intercept.
assholes are
Larry,
assuming.
I wanted to ask you, all morning that correspondents have also
These assholes
been
are
saying,
assuming
particularly
that
Bob
I'm
Curran,
laughing
Jim
at
Miklashevsky,
girls that
there
lost
was
their
no,
tits
and Andrew
from breast
Miller,
cancer. No,
warning
I'm not,
attached
asshole.
to this event. Generally
Just wanna
speaking,
make that
do we
clear.
get some kind of, do U.S. officials, government agencies get some kind of warning from a particular group, or is this fairly
About a
typical
minute
in terms
so
of
far.
an event happening without any foreshadowing?
No, Katie, this unfortunately is typical. It's only in the movies that you get the advanced warnings. You look at every major terrorist incident against the United States, whether you're talking Pan Am 103, the World Trade Center, the USS Cole bombing, the bombing in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Rarely do you get an advance notice.
Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Jim Miklashevsky has some new information at the Pentagon. I hope you'll stand by and continue to talk with us. Mick?
Katie, I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon. We're on the E-ring of the Pentagon. We have a window that faces out toward the Potomac, toward the Kennedy Center. We haven't been able to see or hear anything after the initial blast. I just stepped out in the hallway. Security guards were herding people out of the building, and I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction workers who have been working here have taken flight. They're running as far away from the building as they can right now. I hear no sirens going off in the building. I see no smoke, but the building shook for just a couple of seconds. The windows rattled, and security personnel are doing what they can momentarily to clear this part of the building. Again, I have no idea whether it was part of the construction work, whether it was an accident, or what is going on.
An accident.
We're going to try to find those details. And
how about
get
you're
them
at the
to you
Pentagon
as soon as
after
possible.
2 planes hit the World Trade
But
Center?
Interestingly enough, one intelligence official here in the building said when he saw what appeared to be the coordinated attack on the World Trade Center, his advice was to stay away from the outside of the building today, just in case.
Wow.
Now, again, nobody has any indications of exactly what happened, but it appears that there has been some
So they get a call from someone in the building
felt like a
that
small
felt it.
blast of some kind.
A small blast.
Again, the window
A
shook,
fucking plane.
The building
See,
shook,
it was
the
a
windows
small
rattled,
blast.
and people,
Would a
if,
plane feel like a small blast?
That's what they do. That's exactly what they do.
Still keeping a good. Oh, I'm sorry. The construction workers are still keeping a distance. That's all I can see. And I see no other extracurricular security activity right outside. But to get more information, I'm going to have to break away
4 minutes
and walk down the hallway
after.
and see
This guy's in
what
the
it is
Pentagon
exactly
and still doesn't have any
here
real
just
clue.
a few moments ago.
Mick, see what you can find out. Please be careful and let us know what's going on there. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to David Gregory, who is in Longboat Key, Florida, where President...
Now, how long until they knew here?
Yeah, I'm curious.
For an event on literacy, he was going to a school.
Yeah, we should hear this. I'm curious as to how long. Probably another minute or so. I think they found out quick. I'm hoping
It's gotta be.
And what the president
It's gotta be like, holy shit!
The president,
The whole fucking side of the building's gone.
He offered a prayer for the families, promised to hunt
there it is.
towards the people.
Wait, we're getting a view of the Pentagon.
He will now travel back to Washington and
That's the Pentagon, yeah.
It's
a big explosion.
Immediately convene a national security meeting to see what steps are taken next.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt
Yeah, shut
you,
up.
but we're looking at live pictures of the Pentagon where there is billowing smoke. Jim Miklashevsky just reported that he heard an explosion, and right now we're looking at an aerial view of the Pentagon. Mick, can you talk to us?
Officially, nobody knows exactly what happened. I think the picture is pretty clear. According to one U.S. Army officer who went running past me at a full trot, he said that it appears that a bomb was detonated at the heliport. The heliport is a helicopter landing area right next to the Pentagon, just adjacent to the E-ring. The offices nearest the heliport area are U.S. Army, Reserve officers.
Boy, they have this wrong.
And the Army Reserve our offices are located
Some
there.
dumb soldier running past.
See, it
Bomb at
appears
the
to be,
heliport.
A pretty significant blast. To give you some perspective, we are almost on the opposite side of the building, the world's largest office building. And as I reported to you, we could feel the building shake and the windows rattle. And as I was in the hallway just a few moments ago, I could smell an acrid kind of smoke, the kind of almost what you'd smell when a fluorescent light goes bad, that kind of ballast smell. And authorities are clearing the building. I don't know if you can hear the sirens outside right now, but it appears
how long was it before somebody said, hey, a plane crashed into this?
I think
It's amazing how
here in the building are
look at how
already
fast
describing as a
information's
highly
given out. That
sophisticated,
was
coordinated
7 minutes
attack,
later. We still
not
didn't know.
only against the World Trade Center, but against the Pentagon and U.S. military right here.
But back then, 7 minutes, you'd be like, wow, they know all that in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, you don't want to wait for any info
No.
for 7 minutes.
miles and miles of offices. At what location did this seem to have detonated?
It's at the heliport. The heliport, which is
they were looking for the White House too.
Yeah.
I know I'm saying that like I just heard it on the way over. It's 10 years old news.
So E-Rock's been busy for the last hour or so.
Yeah.
E-Rock, what did you put together for
E-Rock,
us?
comment?
We have Dice live at Ground Zero, way after the fact when all the celebrities were already there.
Yeah, we played Quantum Dice earlier.
Yeah.
And Dice was one of the last celebrities to go down there to give his respects.
Yeah.
Pays respects, yeah.
And we kind of just beat him up for it because we were sort of moving back to what we do with the radio show.
Yeah.
He meant well, but we just felt like it was a little late. And he wanted to get a big fundraiser going, and he wanted to, like, I don't know, make hats or something, or they were giving him hats.
They were giving him police hats and fucking fire department hats. A lot of hats.
And I remember we were basically telling him, you're in everyone's way. They're trying to get the debris out of there. They're trying to get things done.
They're giving him a hat like you do a kid just to get him out of there. Like,
Yeah.
here's your hat.
So is this worth playing today on the 11th anniversary?
Yeah, he pretty much, towards the center and the end of this bit, he's having a meltdown, and Ant just is laying into Dice with Christopher Titus and Barry Williams on the phone as well.
Why is Barry Williams on the phone?
I think, remember when they used to do that celebrity boxing stuff?
Yeah.
I think Barry was trying to get Dice to be a part of one of the events and couldn't get a word in edgewise with Dice.
Of course not. I guess we're wrapping up.
Yeah, we're going to end with this bit today.
This weekend, I'm in Irvine at the Improv Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And tickets for November 3rd with myself, Artie, Amy Schumer, and Dave Attell in Minneapolis are selling very well at the Mystic Casino. So go online and get them.
I want to go up there.
It's
when is it?
selling November 3rd, I think.
I want to go.
I believe it is.
We're going to have another kid by then, though.
We had a very big on sale.
What? It's not new news, you weirdo.
It's more clues, though, as to when the birthday will be.
It's soon.
Oh.
We're in crunch time.
Yo.
We're in the it could happen at any moment stage.
Did you pick out a name yet?
Oh.
No.
You ever any thought of Samantha, something like that?
No, I don't want a regular name.
How about Bessie?
Bessie sounds cool.
Bessie.
That's a pretty name.
Yeah.
Pretty name. Yeah.
Need a name. Wow, Matt Lauer had all his hair back then.
Whoa. And Tom Brokaw.
And Tom Brokaw already looked old.
Obviously, a terrorist event here, September in Cleveland.
Flight and American.
All right. So we'll leave with Dice at Ground Zero.
Yeah.
And us beating the shit out of him for doing that. Who is that guy? Who is that guy?
Fan of Jimmy Norton.
Creep.
Waving. Oh, he's
that
peeking
guy?
in.
Everybody
Get
loves
outta
to
here.
wave at us.
Get out of here.
Stop waving at us. We know we're waveable. We get it. Wave, wave, wave. High, high, high. Fucking heard you.
Fucking Jay.
Nice to meet. Hey, kid. Wave, wave. I love you. Oh, shit, Sherlock. Much you love the front door. Fucking go through it.
Till your adoration walking.
Exactly. Why don't you mumble that as you get in the car in the garage?
With that, we leave you.
Yes, leave you.
With Dice at Ground Zero.
Hello.
No, hold on. You were so close to hanging up. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Do you understand I'm here with the Salvation Army?
Yeah?
Who's been here since day one at Ground Zero, taking care of things.
Right.
And you're bothering me with this nonsense?
Yeah, Dice, we realize that. We've been here since September 11th.
You understand that there's nowhere in New York you could go without getting a ticket now? Because I'm with the police sergeant, and Tony, and he told me so.
Oh, sure.
What day?
Yeah.
What day is this? October
I
1st?
got the complete police department looking for you.
It's September 30th or something. All of a sudden, Dice is down there.
Dice.
Yeah.
You could have visited a lot sooner than this.
The entire police department is looking for you guys. Right as we speak.
What is he talking about? Dice. You're losing us.
What are you
Wherever
doing?
you park.
What are you doing down?
Ticketed.
What are you
Wherever
doing?
you walk, you get ticketed.
What are you doing down there?
You understand how it works? I'm going to put on Special Police Operations Lieutenant
See how he goes?
Winslow.
See how he goes? He just keeps going.
You hear what I'm saying?
Not at all. Dice.
You hear me?
Everyone knows we're pretty tight with the NYPD.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew Dice Clay is going to change our relationship with the NYPD.
Right. Well, I think it's already been changed, my friend. I got it under control. I got a hat.
Dice.
Give me a hat. You understand?
Dice.
Yeah, good.
What are you doing down there?
I want to put the lieutenant on.
Why don't you let the guys work?
Yeah, I want him to talk.
No, don't put the lieutenant on. Why don't you just let the guys do their job? What are you doing down there?
Because he says you're getting a ticket now.
What are you doing down at Ground Zero?
What am I doing down there?
Why don't you let the guys do their job?
Lieutenant, that's who I'm with. I got the hat now. I got the hat. You understand? You don't have the hat.
Let the guys do their job. They've seen enough disaster down there.
Army. I'm with the Salvation Army.
Right.
I'm with the lieutenant, and I got the hat.
Okay.
I think you're the last celebrity to get an NYPD hat, by the way. Holy ass. I have to see another celebrity with an NYPD hat.
You have the FDNY hat too, Dice?
I'm all set now.
You have the FDNY hat?
If I have to see another Asian guy that's obviously not on the job with an NYPD hat, I'm going to kill myself.
Did they give you a patch with the towers and never forget?
I gotta talk to somebody right now. I'm gonna put Happy on for a second.
No, don't put Happy
for me.
Dice.
Put on for me.
Dice.
What happened?
He's having a nervous breakdown, I think.
Happy Face.
Yeah, this is Happy Face.
Where is the legend?
Anymore. The legend is taking care of meeting and greeting people.
Meeting and greeting people.
Yeah, do you understand that he's a legend and everybody wants to shake
Absolutely.
There must be at least 9 people there.
Absolutely.
There are literally hundreds of people here right now taking pictures of his chiseled chin, admiring his dimples, and just wanting to touch his body because he is a legend. You understand that? Do I need to go and
look at Christopher's face.
He has sold out Madison Square Garden.
Titus is looking like Jesus Christ.
Did he sell
has played every major arena in the country?
Did he sell Madison Square Garden this year?
It's the Olive Garden.
He has pay-per-view specials.
Was this year?
It's the Garden.
Did he sell at Madison Square Garden
This is
this
why
year?
he's a legend. On top of
Christopher,
all that, he's very handsome.
stay human, okay? See, this is your future if you start to
Happy Face.
Start believing your own fame.
Happy Face hung up. He got a little upset.
Call back Happy Face.
We need Dice to talk because now Barry Williams is on the other line.
Barry Williams?
Yeah.
Yes.
Danny Bonaduce.
No, it's Greg Brady.
I know.
Dice.
Who do you want? What happened?
We want Andrew Dice Clay, please.
You want the American legend?
We need him to speak with Barry Williams, who is on the phone with us right now.
Happy Face, we'd like to speak to the funniest comic of all time, the American legend, Andrew Dice Clay.
See, other people know he's a legend.
I'm telling you.
All right,
we're not
Happy
denying
Face.
it, man.
Let's all calm down. We're trying to do a radio show here, and we got to move on.
The Legend of Pips.
Okay, well, hang on. The legend just may be ready now. Hang on.
All right.
Okay, here he is.
Oh, thank God. Andrew Dice Clay.
Opie.
Dice.
Opie, do you understand? I'm on with Tom Kennedy. We're talking about hats. We're saying I'm over here. This is how friendly we are. He's over somewhere and I'm over here.
Oh, my God.
And we talk like that to each other.
Can just
and
please,
he's going, I don't
please,
see,
can I pray?
I don't
Please,
see Opie and
can
Anthony
one more piece of
site.
debris just fall? Something that was precariously perched on the top of one of the buildings. That please, one more piece of debris, one brick. That's all we need.
Barry Williams.
I don't see O&A walking around with the hat.
Hey, Dice. I went down to Ground Zero 3 weeks after the event by myself in the middle of the night. No one knew I was there.
Says to me, we give you the hat.
Oh.
Not O&A.
See how he's going with the hat.
All right, Dice. We have Greg.
Tom Kennedy gave me the hat with the lieutenant.
I understand. Dice, we have the real Greg Brady on the line.
Right.
Oh.
Barry Williams from, you remember Barry?
Yeah, he's not Barry. He's very nice.
With a proposition for you and your fine career.
No, but the thing is, with Barry, he don't got the hat either.
Right.
So I don't see him down here.
You know, the hat bit's a little
I'm the one
old.
down here with Tom Kennedy and the lieutenant.
All right.
We understand.
Okay.
Dice. Here's Barry Williams, Dice.
Let me talk to you for just a second.
hat's
First
not
of
the
all,
closer.
I've been down there 3 times.
I'm talking about something.
Listen, it's a very patriotic thing that you're doing down there. Now, when you think about what went on, it gets you mad, doesn't it?
Who am I talking to?
Barry Williams, you
Brady.
dick.
The television set.
No.
I'm not in show business right now. Right now, I am down
Stop
at
listening.
Ground Zero with the lieutenant.
And the hat. I know,
Mr.
and the hat.
Kennedy.
And the hat.
The whole Kennedy clan is Carlos Shesky.
Well, whatever. Look. I know a lot of the people that work down at the site at Ground Zero. I know a lot of them listen to the show. Could you please, one of the crane operators, could you just lower something heavy on Dice? Please, right now. He's standing right there. Lower one of those big toolbox things, or one of those big wrecking balls. Just drop it on Dice. Please drop it on Dice. Or pick him up and dump him in the river. Could you just move the boom arm over, dump him in the Hudson? Could you please just dump him in the river?
Just lift him up in the air a few hundred feet.
Please.
Make it look like an accident.
I am here with the Kennedys.
Oh, my God.
Dice, Barry Williams has an offer for television for you. Money.
I am here with
Money and television.
M. Winslow. Do you understand?
Help your fame. There will be money.
M. Winslow.
Oh, my dear sweet
He is my
Jesus.
superior. He is what I answer to.
Dice.
Oh, my God.
Dice, Christopher Titus here. Dice.
Who's there?
Christopher Titus. How you doing, man?
Yeah, you ain't no cop. I am a police federal officer.
I get it, man. Look, Barry Williams has an offer.
He's having a nervous breakdown.
He is definitely having a nervous breakdown. We are listening to Dice in the midst of a nervous breakdown.
Let's all just sit back and listen.
Perhaps seeing Ground Zero was the last straw.
Snap them like a twig.
I have work to do in the city. I drive around in a Lincoln, old school.
Dice, you're having a nervous breakdown. Seek help.
You don't even know what you're talking. I will arrest you and put you in jail, and I will have Lieutenant Winslow sentence you with the Judge Kennedy. You understand what I can have done now?
Dice, you're a madman.
Where is Bloomberg? Where's Bad Back Bloomberg? I want to talk to the mayor.
You know what?
You know what I mean? I'm seeing sodas down here. I'm seeing open bottles of water. I want to see good stuff.
Dice, I think
chicks shaking their boobs.
I think hawking for the workers down there is pretty much done with. You know, they're getting everything they need. Maybe if you were there in October, maybe if you were in New York during the event and in the months following it, you would understand what was going on instead of being the self-centered guy that you are.
People,
Dice.
I'm running the city now. I will bring this city back to the greatness that we once were.
Hey, Dice! Why didn't you just wait till the buildings were built back up?
Well, you gonna play them.
Why didn't you wait till they just built the buildings again? And then show up.
I am so glad.
Lieutenant Bloomberg and Captain Lieutenant Winslow.
Hey, Dice! Why don't you go to Pearl Harbor? I hear something horrible happened there a while ago.
Help those people.
You live in your own little world.
Jesus, Dice! Go to Cape Canaveral. I hear one of the shuttles exploded. Go down there. Pay your respects. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Holy Christ. What is he talking about?
On the air, as long as you abide by the rules of my people who work under me, the police people
Dice, go to the harbor. The Titanic was supposed to come in, but it sank. Pay your respects.
Nothing here.
Hey, these people need warm clothes. The survivors of the Titanic, they need warm clothes. Help them out here. I'm here with the people from White Star Line. The White Star Line's people had a hard time. Their ship sank, and these people, the survivors, are cold. They need blankets. Send them down there.
Hindenburg.
I'm going to Jersey. I'm going to Lakehurst, New Jersey. I hear a blimp exploding. The people are hurt. They need help and support. The Hindenburg. The humanity. I can't look. Holy Jesus!
My God.
It's unbelievable.
He has lost his mind. He's having
O'Leary's cow burnt down Chicago. Please, people need homes. These people need homes.
By the way,
Typhoid Mary's killing everyone.
By the way, I don't want anyone to confuse what I was saying. But it really pisses off Ed and I when people feel like they have to call the media, radio stations, TV, to try to get more credit.
We understand the tragedy. Believe me. Believe me.
And this isn't the first or second time this has happened,
Yeah.
So
if you work for the Port Authority, it wasn't a stab at you, but I can't believe the guy's, calling and trying to get more credit for the Port Authority.
The Midwest is in a dust bowl. They're in a dust bowl. They need our help.
Hey,
it's a big drought.
Hey, Dice, I hear there's a hurricane coming off of Florida.
Yeah, it's Hurricane Andrew. Please hurry. Help.
I don't think anybody doubts your respect for the Port Authority.
Krakatoa, it's erupting. The people of Pompeii, they're all stuck in a rock over here.
Oh, my God.
They need your help.
At least you made it funny.
I got the hat. I got the Mount St. Helens hat. Run for your lives, people. Run for your lives. Mount St. Helens erupted. Run for your look. I got the Washington State Police hat. I'm here with Officer Kennedy. Mount St. Helens, run, people. Look at the ash. I'm the biggest ash here. I'm an asshole.
Insane. Dice having a nervous breakdown.
And,
That's what we're hearing.
this
just in, Dice is jumping on a plane. He's going to go to Oklahoma City.
I hear they got a problem with a building.
It blew up. There was people.
I'll save the children. Save the children. I'm asking everyone, send diapers for the children.
And then he's heading over to Columbine.
Oh, my God. There's a problem there. We got to save the kids. I got a hat.
Hat makes everything okay, I think.
I'm looking for the Lindbergh baby. I'm looking for the Lindbergh baby. Charles Lindbergh needs help finding the baby. There's a ladder out his window. Someone stole his baby. It's an American hero. I got a Lindbergh hat.
I got a Lindbergh. Oh, man. Well,
the redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. Oh, do it by land, want it by sea, three it by hat.
Goddamn Dice, man. Nothing funnier than him losing his friggin' mind.
Engines are coming. Custer, look out. Watch your scalp, Custer. You daffy bastard.
You put your hat on.
Put your hat on so they can't scalp you. Hey, it's Dice here. No, it's not. Don't worry. It's no Trojan horse or nothing.
Yeah.
Dice here. Open the door. Open the door. I got a hat.
It's the Trojan hat.
Well, I hear Rock Hudson is sick, huh? What is it, a flu? Has he got the flu bug?
Oh, wow. So,
I love watching him have a nervous breakdown. It's perfect. Hey, Kennedy, duck.
Kennedy, look out.
And to wrap it up, go right to the beginning. Hey, Adam, don't eat that apple.
Adam, Naga, what are you doing? Eve's gonna bite it, and we'll have eternal damnation.
There's a snake. He's the snake. Don't listen to the snake.
Snake, cut the snake. I'll make the skin into a hat. Eve, what a hooah.
Yes.
She's a hooah. She's gonna ruin it for everybody. Hey, Noah, build the ark. It's raining.
It's gonna be drowning here, people.
Put on a rain hat.
Why does he call up and just go on and not stop no matter what you say? You go, okay, guys, we got it, but let's talk about this.
In a hat, he keeps going.
You want to reach into the phone and pull his head out and punch him.
And someone has a Big Bang joke online.
That's great.
What are you doing?
Big Bang. Big Bang. And they made the universe. It's in constant motion. It ain't ending. Well, you know, because you could say, if it's never ending, what's at the end of it? Let's say there's a hat. What's beyond the hat?
Nothing.
Another hat. Oh!
Sirius XM.
Hey.
And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes, indeed. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I'd forgotten how much I loved it when they fucked with Dice. They used to do so much of that back in the WNEW days. Back when they were doing afternoons, they used to have Dice on all the time, just fucking with him endlessly. I'm not going to argue with me. Hello?
Yeah, I was just going to say, when they played clips of Dice to Dice. and that was the line, I'm not going to argue with me.
But Dice would argue with himself.
Yeah.
He was always willing to do it. It is After Opie and Anthony Live. MSNBC. You can call us up, by the way. You know the number, 866-WOW-1-WOW, with your What Did You Learns and all that good stuff. I'll pick up the phones. MSNBC is still running the September 11, 2001 live coverage. I think they did this last year. It's an interesting question they brought up today. How long do they actually do this? Oh, wow. That's fucked up. We're watching the first tower go down on the TV right now. It's super fucked up. What a fucked up day the whole thing was. I remember sitting in class, because I was in high school. I must have been a senior in high school. And sitting in class, and it was second period, and I guess some girl hadn't gone to first period or something, so she had just come from home. And she was saying, oh, yeah, I was watching the news before I left, and they said some guy flew a plane into the World Trade Center. And we were all, like, laughing in the beginning of class. Like, we were all laughing at whoever this idiot was that accidentally flew his plane into a building, because we thought the same way the Today Show reported, some small plane flew into a building. So we're all goofing on the fact that some idiot flew a little, passenger plane into the World Trade Center because he didn't see it or something like that, and just goofing around. And then all of a sudden another teacher pops his head in the door and says, the second tower just got hit with a plane. And just in that moment, everybody goes, oh, like, holy shit, this is not what we thought it was a minute ago. But I don't know if I like, to tell you the truth, MSNBC airing it as it happened. It was very weird just now watching that tower come down. It was fine right before that, but it's very weird seeing it all, like, in real time again. Oh, and there goes the second tower. This is odd. Where were you, Eric?
I was working for a different show down in Florida.
What show?
It doesn't matter.
Is it the Grease Man?
No.
Why won't you say what show it was? Now I'm curious.
I don't talk to them. I don't like those people.
Oh, you don't want to plug them? No. Will you tell me off the air?
Yeah, I'll tell you off the air.
You know my curiosity gets the best of me.
And I was answering phones, and a friend of mine up in New York called me and on my cell there, and he said, plane just hit the Trade Center. And I'm looking at the TVs in the studio. I'm like, there's nothing on TV. And he goes, I was walking to work. And I was like, I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah.
So I pass a note to the host, and the host, pushes the mic away for a second, and he's giving me a dirty look. Right?
Isn't that great? Like, that he will always remember that moment and will always remember looking at you like you're a fucking idiot and realizing that you were the one in the right.
Yeah. And he had said off mic and everything. He's like, it'd be on the fucking TV if that happened. I go, it just happened. Give it a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And then, a few minutes later, I think it was actually the Today Show that we had on in there, came on and showed the smoke coming from the building. And then he said there was a fire, but
he still refused to acknowledge your note.
Would not say that it was a plane.
So he saw the fire, and he saw your note that said a plane crashed in.
My friend was walking to work, saw a plane hit the World Trade Center.
He was just doing it out of spite at that point.
Well, I understand that he didn't want to just jump on the air because there was no news proof. But he was just looking at me. He's like, I'm not fucking talking about this.
He was totally doing it out of spite. Like if somebody tells you, yeah, my friend just had a plane flew into the building, and there's a plane-sized fire going on in the building when you turn it on, you can be like, look, well, we just got this note from our intern or whatever that says blah, blah, blah.
And we didn't have the setup like we would here. Like, if someone called in with this information, we wouldn't bring it to O&A's attention until we, went on Google or looked up something that there was some kind of legitimate news source had this on there.
Until we acted responsibly and Googled it.
So I thought that's what he was doing, but when it showed up on TV and he went to announce it, refused to say that it was a plane. He said, oh, there was just a fire. Like, it was no big deal. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I told you this 5 minutes ago. It just showed up. Now he's saying, well, the other part didn't happen. And then all of a sudden the caption across the screen was saying, small plane hits the Trade Center.
So what happened first? Was it oh my God, I can't believe planes hit the Trade Center, or I told you so?
No, at that point I didn't care about it. I told you so. I just looked at him. I'm like, why wouldn't you take this seriously?
Because he didn't trust you. He didn't want you to have the glory. I
didn't even want to go on air with it. I just handed him a note.
In his head, he didn't want the scoop to come from Sex Bagel. He wanted to be the guy with the scoop.
Yeah.
It was such a weird day at school, too, because information was just trickling in, because you'd be stuck in a class, and as luck would have it, I guess as luck would have it, I had film class after. It was entrepreneurship class. Entrepreneurship class was the shit. But
what is that?
It's like this is how the class worked. This is why I took it. Because I found out there was a class called entrepreneurship class. And it's like it takes the place of your economics class. But they give you $50 in cash.
Oh, okay.
And then you take a field trip to the wholesale district in New York City. And then you kind of start a business. But you don't have to ever pay back the $50. So I was like, yeah, I got to take this class. So I took the $50. I went to Costco. I bought some candy, and then I sold. But then I just sold the candy, and that was the business. Yeah, Sam selling candy, and you weren't supposed to sell it for yourself, even though I was keeping all the profit. And they'd be like, "Why are you selling candy? What's that for?" Because you could only sell candy if it was for a club or a fundraiser or something. Yeah. And I would just be like, "Oh, for entrepreneurship class." And nobody, even in the school, nobody knew what it was. It was like this little secret that nobody realized they were giving $50 to students to just sell candy. And so I was like, hey, it's for entrepreneurship class. And they were like, oh, okay.
Whoever your teacher was, you should have said it. You were selling it for that person.
Yeah, I'm selling it for him. He wants to make a little cash on the side.
So then they got to go talk to him.
I learned in that class that nobody understands wholesale. Like, that was back when gum was 25 cents a pack.
Yeah.
And it said 25 cents was printed on the pack. But obviously, if you go to Costco and you buy a whole bunch of packs of gum, they end up being less than 25 cents each.
Yeah.
So when I would go to school and have gum for 25 cents, everybody would call me stupid because I obviously wasn't making any money on it. Like, they wouldn't understand. They assumed that because the 25-cent stamp was on the package, that I couldn't have been making any money off it because it's 25 cents. Where is it cheaper than that? So I was like, okay, yeah, call me stupid. Just buy a couple packs then. I'll give you 5 for $1. How about that? I'm really dumb.
There was a kid I went to school with who, there was this other kid who was sort of a burnout, would sell him, remember Vivarin? It's this little yellow tab. It was pure caffeine in a pill.
Okay.
And it was supposed to keep you up. I think they took it off the market, but this one burnout kid, he would he would buy Vivarin off this other guy for 25 cents a pill. And the bottle itself was like $2, and it came with 50 pills.
Okay.
So every day this kid would go over like it was some kind of hookup.
Yeah.
25 cents a pill.
They were over the counter pills.
Yeah, it was.
So he could have just saved up for 8 days.
Yeah, but the kid had no clue.
That's funny. Well, but yeah, so that's when we found out, we were talking about it in this entrepreneurship class. And then after entrepreneurship was my political issues through film class. Yes, I was quite the brainiac. I was really extending myself there. Instead of taking any advanced placement or whatever classes, my senior year it was entrepreneurship, political issues through film, which just means you watch like Bulworth and 12 Angry Men and stuff like that and then talk about it. Yeah, we watched Bulworth in that class.
I'm going to play that song.
I love the Ghetto Superstar.
Yep.
But so we had a computer lab that day for, I don't know why you need internet for political issues through film, but we went up to the computer lab, and so all we were doing the whole time was looking up stuff on the slow internet. And in 2001, it wasn't like real-time updates. So we found out the first tower crashed during that class on the internet, and then we walked downstairs, and they had TVs in like at the end of the hallways, and all the kids were all gathered around the few TVs that were in there. And then as I was approaching, we had found out that the second tower had gone down. But it's just such a, I mean, just because nobody knew what was happening. And even the terrorism stuff, like people assumed it was terrorism, but we also didn't know if it was another country out and out attacking us. We didn't know anything.
Did they make you go home?
No. They kept us in school. But because we were in New York, most of the kids in that school, their parents worked in the city.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, and that was even another reason to keep us in school, because we wouldn't have parents at home yet, especially since most of them were going to be stuck in the city. But they did, like, throughout the day, every kid was going and calling their parents and stuff in the city because nobody knew what was going on. And phone lines went down in New York. Like, all cell phones stopped working.
We were trying to call my brother works in the city, and he's usually there overnight to early morning.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And we tried, even the landlines too couldn't get through. Everything was just disconnected.
And it is so crazy that now they're like 10-year-old kids. A 10-year-old is what, in like 3rd grade? Probably, right? 2nd, 3rd grade?
No, 10, you're 5th grade, right?
Yeah,
about 5th grade.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's even worse. There's 5th graders right now that this is just like something in a history book. You know what I mean? Like people in like 5th and 6th grade and below, like this is just like another thing in a history book. Whereas the rest of us, like this was the first thing that most of us lived through. Like most of us weren't around for the Kennedy, or most of us that are in my generation anyway, weren't around for the Kennedy assassination and stuff like that. Like none of us had like this historical thing, an event like that we had seen. So it was a very, very odd day to be in, especially in New York, but I'm sure all over the place. Cigars and scotch. Did you learn something on today's Opie and Anthony show?
No, unfortunately, I have a Jerry Lawler update. Last night he experienced a major setback at the hospital. He was attacked by Stone Cold Steve Austin with a bedpan.
You son of a bitch.
Under the care of Dr. D. David Schultz.
Well, you can't. You got to always watch out. What must have happened is his pager must have gone off and said the 316 on it. And once that happens, you know your ass is
You think Mankind will show up with balloons?
I hope so. Mr. Sacco and Yerbo the Clown? I hope so. Yeah, that was crazy. Were you watching...
I was, and I didn't realize what was going on, even though I was watching it. But once I saw all the crowd's heads turning away from the match, and I'm like, what did I miss? So I rewound it, and I took a screen cap of it. But like you could see Jerry kind of
crouching over,
keeling over on the corner of the console there, and you see some of the medics there with him, and then they quickly cut away.
Yeah, they were really avoiding it at all costs. But yeah, that was nuts, man. What did you think of Sal's job today? Because obviously when part of being on the board is making sure you're on top of things, listening to the show, and thinking to yourself, what layers can I add to what's going on the show right now to make it better? How can I really develop this show?
That's what I'm supposed to do?
Yes, Aaron. Oh. You're supposed to be thinking, how can I give the listeners a more rich experience? How can, with audio cues, I help this bit go forward? You should be thinking that at all times.
I'm thinking, what can I play that they won't yell at me for?
Yeah, you're thinking that about 4% of the time. But still, that's a certain percent of the time. We got a What Did You Learn? John in Georgia.
Primetime Sam Roberts.
How are you, John?
Greatest broadcaster on the radio today.
You know, I was thinking that about myself. I'm glad somebody else finally said it.
I mean, and Hawaii, the state of Hawaii should feel honored to have had you there.
I'm surprised there was no parade.
There should have been. You should have been on every radio in Hawaii.
That's exactly right.
Hey, now, I think that I may have learned that Honey Boo Boo's mom's going to be on the show.
That's right. Tomorrow. It's a phoner, so don't get all overexcited. But yes, the woman, we were talking about her yesterday. You remember. It's Honey Boo Boo's mom who had the gnats flying out of her dead toe. She is indeed calling into the show tomorrow. It's been a little bit since we had some guests on the show, but we have Honey Boo Boo. I think we got a big guest on Friday. I don't know if we're announcing it or not, but I think we got another big guest then. Sounds like Roland is getting back on the ball with these guests, which should be exciting. Now, Eric, now that you better understand your responsibilities in there, and you knew that, how did you feel Sal did when he took over your position today?
Well, here's the thing. I don't entirely know what he did or didn't do because I was cutting audio in the back. I really wasn't hearing anything other than I see my phone ringing and I pick it up and Sal goes, "You need to come back here. They don't want me on the board."
Oh,
and I said,
that's pathetic.
God damn it.
That is pathetic. They were doing a wrestling bit, Eric, and as they say, that's where you're a Viking. They did, we were talking about Jerry Lawler, who had a heart attack on Raw last night in the middle of the show. I think he's doing better, but I don't know.
Cigars online, he's going under for heart surgery.
Well, Cigars and Scotch said that Nurse Austin attacked him, so I don't exactly know what all the facts are. Yeah, that could be it too. But there were no sounds. I mean, there was JR impressions happening, Vince McMahon impressions, a lot of angry Vince popping up. Eric, if I started doing an angry Vince voice, what would you do? What if I started going like, God damn it, Lawler, you get back in the ring. You get back in the ring, God damn it. And you see how much richer that sounds? Just like that. And it motivates me to keep going. It motivates me to have Vince get angrier and angrier to the hilarity of the listeners. Everybody enjoys themselves. Now, today, Eric.
It's just a good song.
It is, and it's a great song, let's be honest. Let's just bop our heads to this. There was none of this. There was not one, no chance. Actually, you know how bad it was?
What?
Opie goes, we're not going to do any music with this, huh? And he turns around, and I looked at Sal. He had his hands behind his head. He was leaned back.
Have my hands.
He was like Fat Joe, but lean back.
I did not have my hands.
Did the rock away?
That's right.
Wow.
He was terror squadding it in there. Leaning back.
That's the wrong song, Sal.
Wrong song, Sal. We're not trying to lean back. There's no Remy Ma here. She's still in jail. We're trying to play wrestling music because we're talking about wrestling. What do you think went wrong today, Sal? I ask you that question a lot. But, but I mean, things go wrong. It seemed to go wrong a lot. When E-Rock has a rough day, like yesterday, E-Rock was under the knife, under the gun a little bit. Oh, no. He probably should have been under the knife, but he was under the gun.
Horrible.
He was under the gun a little bit, and he got so mad he stormed off the after show. You doing better today?
I had to pee.
You got pissed, though.
Because I was trying to talk, and then the whole, we'll contradict everything he said. I said, fuck it. I threw the headphones, and I had to run to the bathroom.
You got pissed when, and you got pissed earlier when we called out your vagueness, which I think was a little vague, but I don't want you to get upset again. But today, you were the one who had a rough day, Sal. I feel like it's only fair for me to say, what went wrong, buddy?
I don't know. I honestly, I knew the cue. I just couldn't find it in the computer system,
I don't know how strong you are behind that board.
I know, I'm not that strong.
We're trying to figure out where you're good at, remember?
Yeah.
We're thinking, so far we know ideas are not your strong suit. Remember, we discussed that?
Technically running the board, he's good.
What do you mean, you mean pushing the button to go to commercial?
Pushing the buttons and that, yeah.
No. Pushing the button to go to commercial.
He's good.
That's not a skill. You could train a monkey to do it. You could have any of the interns do it. If you give them if you watch them for a week, within 2 days, especially the smart one, they'd be able to do it quickly. I don't think that you could give Sal credit. We don't hire a guy for learning how to push the button that turns the commercials on. Right? Right, Sal?
It's not my job, yeah.
It's not my job. Again with this, it's not my job nonsense. It's all your job.
I am executive, what was it?
You're executive assistant to Eric Nagel.
So maybe it is my job, yeah.
So what went wrong today? Because Eric Nagel needs an executive assistant who he can leave on the board, who he can, delegate some responsibilities to.
Well, what went wrong was I missed that Vince cue.
By a landslide. You were leaning back.
Right. And then they start making fun of my hair. So it's just a downward spiral from there.
Where's your strong suit?
Doing production.
But not the idea part?
Well, I guess, yeah, maybe more on the technical end, yeah.
Oh. So it's just like, you just do, I don't understand.
Well, I gave you a good idea earlier in the week.
Well, it's not a good idea because it hasn't been executed.
Hasn't been done yet, but I mean, it's going to be good.
Well, if it's executed well, then...
Me, you, and Troy are going to work on it. It's going to come out great.
Then you'll get credit for it after it's executed, but it hasn't been executed correctly.
Right. I mean, if it falls flat on its face, too, then that's going to be...
Right. And guess what?
Yeah.
If it does well, and me, you, and Troy worked on it, that's all three of us.
Yeah.
If it doesn't do well, that's going to be in your court. You understand that?
Why is that?
Well, because, let's be honest, Troy and me have done well on lots of stuff.
Sure.
So if something doesn't go well, what is the odd piece of the puzzle here?
Me.
Exactly. So that's why it would fall right directly in your lap.
Let's hope it goes over.
Do you think you've been treated fairly since you've been a staff member?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think you've taken an unfair amount of shit, as they say?
No, I thought it would have been worse.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe we should pick it up then.
Maybe we should.
Maybe we should pick it up. Derek, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Hey, how's it going, Sam?
What's up, Derek?
I learned today that Remy Ma from Terror Squad's still locked up.
Oh, yeah, yes, she is. That's right. You see that, Sal? You never would have been on top of that shit.
Lean back. I said my niggas don't dance.
And we just fit another N-word into the after show.
I prefer this language, yeah.
No, people love it when the N-word's on the after show. You never would have been on top of this. You wouldn't have gotten it.
No.
I would have been like, look at that, and he had the verse queued up. Listen to that. Wait, she's about to talk about walking around the metal detectors.
Jackie about to cop me a mansion. My niggas in the club, but you know they not dancing. We gangsta and gangsters don't dance with boogies, so never mind how we got here with burgers and hoodies. Listen, we don't pay admission and the bouncers don't check us.
And what else?
Walk around the metal detectors.
I told you.
Really ain't a need for a VIP section in the middle.
Look at Eric. You love this song, Eric.
It was a good song.
He's in there bopping his head. That's what the fuck you call a chain reaction. You gotta learn. You gotta tune your brain into thinking, okay, how can I make the show better? Because I feel like unless it's been... Like, do you know why the Vince McMahon music was an established cue? Because Eric just started playing the Vince McMahon music one day.
Yeah, but I also feel that if I do something like that and it goes over bad, I'm going to get destroyed.
Well, that's what you shouldn't be afraid of. That's why you should. You know why? You know what you can do to stop that from happening?
What?
Only do good things.
Yeah, but if I don't
That's what I do. I only do good stuff. And that way, I'm in the clear. And even if I do something bad, I object until they get tired of saying it's bad.
Right. No, I noticed you do that a lot.
I keep object because I don't think it's bad.
Right.
Otherwise, why would I have done it?
It's true. You got to stand by your point.
If I had done Angry Panda and they were like, this is the worst ever, I'd be like, fuck no, it's not. Because I don't think that's true at all. I mean, why would I have handed it in if that was the case?
It was the worst thing to ever go out.
I would not have ever done anything like the Angry Panda because it wasn't good.
It was terrible.
Then why did you do it?
Well, I honestly thought that I was going to give it to you and you were going to review it.
No, you didn't because you ran it into the studio.
I did, but I didn't think...
Let's play the Angry Panda.
No, let's not play. Oh, late.
Don't get the panda angry!
You ran that into the studio. There was no way you thought somebody was going to review it.
No, I thought you were going to review it.
You basically ran it in like a newsie and said, "Extra, extra! Mr. Opie, read all about it!"
Sound like Dave.
I guess I do. But you didn't, why would you, what do you mean review it? I was sitting in here, you ran it in like, hot off the presses!
It was
Don't get the panda angry!
Let the line finish. I mean the panda.
Yeah.
A little gassy, it sounds like.
Someone made a tweet the other day of something about, a landa is my favorite animal. I thought that was really, really funny.
I guess it was funnier in the tweet. Yeah. Joker, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Yeah, hey, Sam, not to throw Sal under the bus or anything, but were you aware that Dr. Steve is pissed off at Sal?
Dr. Steve's the nicest guy ever. He gives everybody free Viagra.
Absolutely. Steve let me know that Sal was responsible for the Weird Medicine show being replayed 3 weeks in a row.
What?
And also that he didn't get paid because of that.
Is that true?
Paid for replays.
Oh, shit. You cost Dr. Steve cash? Oh, my God. Thank you, Joker. I had no idea this was going on. So Dr. Steve, Weird Medicine, of course, airs here on the Opie and Anthony channel during the weekends, not unlike the Sam Roberts show Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern. Dr. Steve's show is pre-taped, though, because he's not in the state. He tapes it out of his house, and then he sends it in. So he doesn't get paid for replays, I guess. That's weird. I also don't get paid for replays, but I don't get paid for new shows either. That's the loophole.
Look at you.
Exactly. I figured out a way to get around that whole thing. I don't worry if it's a replay. Sal.
Yeah.
Did you cost Dr. Steve money?
Oh, I cost him even more than a replay, whatever he gets paid for that.
Why?
I convinced him to buy a Mac.
Well, Macs are great, though.
Yeah, I know. But that's an additional, whatever, $1,500 that he spent.
At least he has a computer.
Yeah.
Like, now he just has no new shows, so people are like, who's this hack Dr. Steve that keeps talking about the same exact thing every week in the same manner? And then he's like, oh, well, at least I get a little cash for doing this dumb Weird Medicine show. And then Rob Cross has to be like, no, Dr. Steve, you will not get any money. Because you are lazy, and you keep giving me the same show every week. We want fresh content, and until there's fresh content, you will get nothing from me, Emperor Rob Cross. And Dr. Steve's like, what? I did 3 shows. And Sal's like, lazy town. Click, play last week's, and lean back.
No, that wasn't the case. There was some discrepancy between me and Eric. There was like a mislabel or something like that. I also forgot to load 1 week, so that's how it turned into 3 weeks.
Well, it sounds like it's your fault then.
I really give a shit at this point.
It sounds like it's your fault.
Yeah, go ahead, blame me.
What do you mean, go ahead, blame? You just said you forgot to load it.
Yeah, I did.
So then it's your fault.
But then there was 1 week, it was a discrepancy between me and Eric as well. I loaded the correct thing 1 week, and Eric mislabeled it.
Eric, is that your fault or Sal's fault?
I'm guessing it's my fault, but I wasn't here, so I don't really know.
All right, Sal, you could double check then. Eric's not. Papa Nagel wasn't even here.
Yeah, but he wrote me an email. I did exactly what was said in the email.
Yeah, but sometimes
Therefore, I did my job correctly.
No, you didn't.
No? Who's ultimately responsible for weekend content?
I'm not talking. I mean, whoever loads it, I guess, right?
No.
No, don't.
Senior producer. My boss.
Your boss, Eric Nagel? I don't know. I mean, Eric shouldn't have to. He's got a lot on his plate, obviously. He shouldn't have to check your. He shouldn't have to check your work.
See, that wasn't necessary.
Well, I mean, just because you do a lot of work around here and you're overweight, he shouldn't have to do every time you do something. He shouldn't have to check it. He should be able to be like, yeah, well, Sal's getting a paycheck. He shouldn't be stopping Dr. Steve from getting a paycheck.
Right. Well, he didn't have to check it.
Yes, he did, because you did it wrong 2 times in a row, which means 3 weeks worth of shows, which means Dr. Steve is out $50,000.
Holy shit!
Wow,
that's a lot of fucking money.
Maybe Sal should pay that back.
I will call my dad right after this show and
get it checked. Yeah, it's a valuable show, Eric. It's important. It's $25,000 a show is what he gets.
That's amazing.
That's the going rate here. Do you have anything you'd like to say to Dr. Steve, Sal?
I'm very sorry that it reran.
When are the mistakes going to stop happening?
I don't know. I try to do my job as best as I can.
You know, you sound like Uncle Kevy.
Uncle Kevy.
I tried to come up with an idea, but I couldn't.
I did come up with an idea. We're going to execute it. It's going to be good. Hopefully.
Bob, you have a suggestion for Sal?
Yeah, first he needs to show some initiative, but also that Panda sounder. He could have played the whole shit right just like he did, but at the end put in Rowan's laugh. It would have been funny.
That's a good point.
Laugh.
That's a very good point.
Do you think you don't show enough initiative?
I think I show a good amount of initiative.
Eric, does Sal show initiative to this day?
Yeah, I think he does.
In what? Well, you wouldn't be the one to ask, would you?
Oh,
I don't show initiative.
No, you don't. You don't show any initiative. So Sal just getting here on time, you're like, holy shit, look at the fire in this kid. Oh my God. Look at this guy. You mean he sits around and after the show still keeps working? Man. I don't know, Sal. I think some of your initiative is dropped. Just in the sense that you say, well, that's not my job. Well, that's not my job. Have you ever heard me say, that's not my job?
Yes.
No, I don't think I've ever.
I think I've heard you say that before. And Opie said something really funny the other day. He goes, I said, well, that's not my job about the phones, crapping out, whatever.
Yeah.
And he goes, finally, you made it to the staff, saying it wasn't your work.
That's nothing to aspire to, Sal. And again, I guess it was funnier when Opie said it.
It was funny, a lot funnier.
Stop talking about things that were funny, because so far you have not been translating them properly. Ty.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
If Sal was on my job, that not my job bullshit would get him fired.
Right?
Yeah.
You should be like, yeah, it is your job, because I told you to go do it.
Right.
What's your job, sir?
What's my job?
Yes.
I pump lagoons for wastewater treatment plants.
Oh, that sounds like a shitty job.
Right.
Pump lagoons for sewer. You see, he did a pun there, Ty. That was a pun he did. Shitty.
You're right.
You understand.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard anything like that before with your job description?
Yeah, it sent him home.
yeah. So you send people home for puns and laziness.
Oh, no, the pun. I'm talking about the not my job bullshit.
All right. Thank you, Ty. You're right, though. You're right. You should be like, you know what? It isn't my job, but I don't do my job all that well. So let me go see what isn't getting done well, and I'll start doing that, and then that'll be my job.
I mean, there are a lot of things that I can do for the show. I can multitask. I can.
Why don't you do them then?
I do.
You said I can do them, not you. I do them.
I did say that I do them, and then I said that I can do them.
So you're saying you do them?
Do them, yes.
Ah, you said do.
Did it.
Got him. Did you hear me, Eric? You hear me get him?
Good one, Sam.
Thanks, buddy. Luke in Massachusetts.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm just wondering how many strikes Sal gets before he gets stricken out.
I don't know, dude. So far, he's up to about infinity. How many?
I'll tell you what. If I end up getting there, you better watch out, Sally.
So you're saying, Luke, if you were an intern, you would make it your personal mission to usurp Sal?
Well, I'm not saying that, but how much space is there really on the staff?
You're right. I mean, it should be
just keep hiring people. I mean,
yeah, we just bring people on board. No, and you know what? These interns, where are the interns? Let me talk to the interns.
Okay, both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on in.
I don't know who's going to do phones for a second.
Put it on hold.
Yeah, I got to talk to Sal. No, Sal, you got to stay in here for a second.
They're coming in.
Because I want to know what they see this as. Do they see it as opportunity or not? Maybe I'll just speak to them briefly, and that way one of them can go do phones again. Interns, Anthony and Julie. It's Julie, right?
It's Juliana.
Julie, okay. Juliana?
Okay. I'm sitting down for this.
You see what's going on with Sal, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Julie?
I think he works hard, but creatively he's kind of lacking.
And he is lacking in that department. Anthony?
Well, I mean, he's a great worker, but we've only been here a couple of weeks to know anything.
That's a little more political.
Well,
your answer is a little more political.
We don't know. I don't know what he can.
So, do you guys see this as an opportunity? Do you guys look at Sal and be like, "That's all I got to beat"? Like, if I could beat this, like, I could be the guy. Do you see it as an opportunity, or are you not on? Are you not?
Well,
there?
I'm hoping there's other positions next to.
What do you mean next to? What do you think? What is this? What is this charity? Like, what are we starting? Like, 8 is enough here? How many kids do you think we're bringing on board?
Maybe there's another position.
What are we,
the
the Dugars? Whatever that 20-plus kid family is? No. There's a very limited amount of positions here. Sal has one of them, right? You guys are interns. Is that an opportunity for you guys?
To overtake Sal?
Yeah. If I was an intern, I'm going to tell you the truth, I would every day be trying to overtake Sal. And you know what, Sal? I hate to say this to you because I like you. I would absolutely overtake you if I was an intern. Eric, do you think intern Sam could have overtaken Sal?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, he could have done it. Intern Sam definitely would have done it.
Okay.
You guys, what about you, Julie? You see this as an opportunity? Do you look at Sal like, okay, I can handle this. I can do this. I can break him.
Yeah, I guess.
You do? You do?
He gets frustrated really easily, and, I mean...
You view that as weakness?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Sal?
I don't give a shit what he has to say.
Why? Wait, what if he is the guy who's creeping up on you?
He won't.
Why?
Because he has nothing to add.
Well, but that's the same boat you're in, right?
No, I provide content for the show.
I was
whether
mistaken
it's I'm getting bashed or shitty production or good production.
I'm sure that we could bash him though. Julie, his name's Julie after all.
Yeah, but like, why bother? It's you know what? Let him. He said he had some creative ideas. Let him work on them, develop them.
Are you guys gonna work together, you two interns? Because one of you like to write creative ideas, Julie, and you work with Pro Tools, Anthony. So I think if you guys combine forces, you could have an intern production force, right?
Right, but I mean, what if I don't like his ideas?
Then you can sit there and be like, look, I did this for the team, but I want to go on the record and say I don't like it. But I made it, and I did my best, but creatively I don't like it. And then you can be like, fuck Anthony, he doesn't even know it's funny. It's good, he's wrong. And that's great.
Sure.
Because then you guys are conflicting with each other. That's what I want to see. Conflict. You know, when everyone's getting along together, you know what that is?
Boring.
Boring. You can get that anywhere. Go over to the mashup. They love each other. At least they pretend to. Now, I think you guys can get together and be this a power force.
And overtake Sal. Is that what you're saying?
If you want. I mean, do you want to?
I personally don't want to overtake Sal.
All right, then you
personally,
won't.
no.
Well, you know what? Then you're going nowhere. You can have a great internship, but once the semester's over, it's going to be over for you. Go back to working on the rock and roller coaster.
But you never know what else may come.
Nah, with that attitude, I don't know. I don't know how many spots there's going to be for nice people. Times are tough. Economy is down. Obama's not starting any new jobs, okay? There's not more jobs than there used to be. Nice guys finish last, Anthony.
Okay.
What about you, Julie?
I don't know. Sal set the bar pretty high with don't get the panda angry. So.
That's sarcastic. Love it.
That was good.
Taking a shot at you, Sal.
Yeah.
Now the interns are fucking you up.
I actually have
to get the panda angry!
I actually have to have a... Okay, it's still going.
Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you made it. I wouldn't have made it nearly that long, but you're the one who has to sit through it.
Yeah, that's horrendous. I actually have to have a talk with intern boss after the show.
About what?
About how I don't want Jules over there talking to me at all.
Jules.
Well, how is he going to be able to get anything done then?
Exactly.
I don't know. Why are you upset? Like,
because you're taking stabs at me. You're taking shots at me the other day when you were here for like 2 days, and then you take 2 days off.
The first thing he said to me is like he asked me.
Good radio.
Get on
not
the
even
microphone.
on mic. Yeah,
he's leaning back.
There we go.
He learned from Sal. He's leaning back a little.
Sorry.
See, nice guys finish first.
Why? Because they know they have better mic technique.
Yes.
Go ahead, Julie.
No, well, the first thing he said to me was, he asked me if I know Pro Tools. I said no, and he's like, oh, don't worry, it's pretty much retard proof. Just like, passive aggressive.
Was that passive aggressive? Or was
I don't even remember saying that, one. And secondly, everything that goes on here, everything you do throughout your day, I've taught you, right?
That's not true at all.
Setting up this, he said setting up the session was retard proof because it's on the wall. Actually working Pro Tools
seems like that's a skill you acquire.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a skill you develop over time. I've been using Pro Tools for 9+ years. I don't expect any intern to come here and know as much or a fraction of what I know in terms of Pro Tools. But I was saying, okay, yeah, thank you, Anthony, for backing me up with that. Setting up Pro Tools is retard-proof because I made it very, very clear.
But were you saying he's a retard?
No, I never said that. And then you said I was demeaning your intelligence or something like that.
You think maybe you're being a little oversensitive, Julie?
I don't know. I think maybe you don't notice when you're, insulting people's intelligence or like just being passive.
What if you don't realize it, Sal? What if you're being condescending and don't realize it?
How many times have I told you I'm not trying to be a dick if I'm saying this? I'm just looking out for your benefit by starting you off here on the right path. How many times have I said that?
But that doesn't. But by saying that, it just
that is a precursor to understanding my emotion towards you when I'm trying to show you something. See, I would have showed you not to do that.
We had one of the Ron and Fez interns knocked over the thing, but that's okay. She's correcting her mistake immediately. She's not like, oh, the banner fell on the floor. It's not my job to pick it up. It's my job to put the banners up, but if they fall down, that's not my job.
Everything that I've shown you here, I've shown you in such a way that you will not get in trouble by doing it, because there's a certain way that you have to do things on the staff here when you're doing favors for people
properly.
Doing it properly because you don't want to
get be the way.
Right, you don't want to get your head chewed off or you don't want to get in trouble. So everything I've shown you is the correct way. I haven't misled you in any way.
You see what I mean?
So why are you trying to call me out saying I'm insulting your intelligence?
Anthony, here's what you do. This is obvious to me. If I was in your position.
Right.
You team up with Julie. You guys drive Sal to the point of insanity till he quits. Because you can
that's
do
what I'm saying. I'm cutting him off from me. I'm talking to
both of you team up and you drive him to the point that he quits because he can't take much. You can tell he doesn't have a thick skin. He can't take much. Drive him to the point that he quits. Sal's gone. It's you and Julie. Then you take Julie out and you're done.
That's a great idea.
You ever think about that?
No, well, not really. No, I don't have that. I don't have that mean.
You gotta have that killer instinct. You gotta be able to take it to the next level. What about you, Julie? You think you'll do it except take out Anthony?
No, I think Anthony would take me out.
Okay, well, all right. Well, Anthony, it seems to all be coming up roses for you.
That's
and
right.
Sal, if it came down to you and Anthony, would Anthony win?
No.
Okay. So right now, Julie is third place? Definitely.
I already have the position.
Yeah, but you're not going to last, I wouldn't think. Like, we're going to, this will be one of the few Sal tapes that we have.
Oh, really?
Do you think you're going to last?
Of course.
All right.
I'm willing to stick it out.
Yeah?
I'm trying to develop a thicker skin,
Yeah. Is that why you got tattooed?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't add a layer.
I shouldn't let intern Jules get me upset, but, whatever.
He does. He gets you all worked up.
He does get me worked up because he's putting words in my mouth.
All right. Thank you, interns. You're free to go. You guys don't have the killer instinct I was looking for. Hey, Eric, we're going to have to wait till next semester on these guys.
Okay.
I don't think it's happening this semester. Flea Man. Flea Man's call? I didn't even know Flea Man still listened. Flea Man in Westchester.
Why wouldn't I still listen?
We never hear from you anymore.
I'm working. I was actually living in Hawaii, and now I do full-time with VH1 and MTV. So,
what do you do with VH1 and MTV?
Production assistant.
Are you get in a position where you're hiring some hosts?
I would love to.
And then who you should hire?
You want to know what, Sam? You should go work on that morning buzz that VH1 does.
Why can't you get me as one of the morning buzz guys, Flea Man?
Do you want to be on Love and Hip Hop?
Yeah, I want to be on Love and Hip Hop. Is it a television show?
Send me a resume, yeah, sure.
You know my resume. You know me, Flea Man. I'm the guy who stood next to E-Rock while E-Rock pissed on your art homework. You know me.
Allegedly.
What's up, buddy?
I just wanted to tell all the interns, bring back Love Buzz, bring back David. They got to form a nexus and try to overtake Sal.
Look, it wouldn't take a whole team of them to overtake Sal. Either one of those two could overtake Sal, let's be honest. But yeah, I don't know why these interns don't have more killer instinct. Love Buzz would have. Love Buzz, Cream Pie Jones, Intern David. Intern David, I would have had to coax him a little bit, but those guys would have been willing to do it. Speaking of 9/11, I couldn't help but laugh when Opie was talking about how it's going to cost $60 million a year for the upkeep of the 9/11 memorial. How much of that? Do you understand that part of that $60 million is now going to Intern David's salary?
I was
He's
hoping
still
you would
there,
bring
right?
that up yesterday when Ope was talking about it and nothing came of it, but yeah, he's still there walking around with an iPad showing people where their loved ones are.
Of all people, Intern David. I also want... Sal, see if Roland will come in here for a second. See if Roland will come in here for a second.
Roland.
Oh, is he out there?
Yeah. I want to talk to him about Tony Saragusa. We went out yesterday with one of his friends, and we were reflecting on the time Roland's throwing club soda at Sal up the hallway. We were reflecting about the time Roland got so emotionally beaten down that he had an emotional... Jesus Christ, Roland. He had an emotional breakdown over... What was the actress? Glenn Close.
Damages.
You broke down.
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted Glenn Close. And what'd you do? You got Glenn Close in.
I did.
You're having a hell of a day, huh?
Fantastic day.
Well, you're whipping club soda up and down the hallways.
Just cleaning the floors.
Cleaning the floors in the studio. I actually see you have some club soda staining your shirt.
What can you do?
Generally speaking, when you're soaking and pouring club soda on things, it means you're having a rough day.
Yeah, you nailed it all.
Tony Saragusa problems?
Yeah, he called to apologize and everything.
He did?
Yeah, he called me personally, yeah.
Tony Saragusa himself called you on, your cell phone?
Yeah, and no one believed me. Thank God Troy was next to me because he heard him on the phone.
And he called you?
Yeah, he apologized.
What did he say? Because the issue was that we were supposed to have Tony Saragusa on the show today.
Yeah, he apologized.
And he was going to a funeral.
Yeah.
So he canceled all press, or so we thought, and then we found out that he did Howard Stern's show today.
Yeah. He called to apologize, and he's like, I do believe it, because he said, I didn't know that you were on the schedule. All I got was what was handed to me the morning, like, hey, we could do this. So it does happen that way. It's not like their call.
Generally speaking, yeah. I mean, and we hear that from a lot of people, and I believe most of them, that the publicists kind of say, okay, here's your press
It's
today.
their job. Like, hey, like you, if you're doing press, hey, Sam, you're going to do this show, then the other shows you're going to do, we shift it till next week so you have an open schedule. So you think, okay, everything is cool.
Like you're paying the publicist to do something.
Yeah, so you think, okay, if I do this show, everybody must be cool with it. So that's why
publicists are the worst on all ends. Even the people who pay publicists don't get their money's worth. Is there anybody who likes publicists?
I do.
Of course you do, Roland. Is it
all bookers?
Bookers love publicists.
Love them.
Because if they don't, they're fucked.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who, other than bookers, who likes publicists?
Publicists.
Publicists and bookers are the only ones who like publicists.
And some actors who get into trouble. The naughty boys.
Oh, I see. So where a publicist comes in handy is not moving around a schedule, because that could fuck them up.
It's kind of like when Mel Gibson screams certain words out on the phone.
In that case, the publicist probably did not do a great job.
Well, he did on his own, but to clean it up, though, it's a pretty good job because it kind of went away after a while.
So that's what the publicist is good for. Not making stories, but burying them.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Amanda Bynes gets a DUI. Like,
right.
Let's clean this up a little bit.
Yeah. I understand.
Or someone who's pregnant, or their accuser who's dating who, they kind of...
Right, we brush over that and move on to the next thing.
So he was very nice, so he was on the phone, apologized. He was on his way to the funeral.
Is there any fallback from it, you think?
No, he said, I understand if you don't want, because I'll have to come on and right or wrong. I didn't know that I was supposed to do your show, and he apologized.
So what's making the day rough, then?
Other stuff in life, and then fixing stuff.
What's going on in your life? You starting to get the shakes? No booze right now? Did you go boozing with Guy Fieri last night?
Well, he wasn't there, but with his crew there, they're awesome.
You went back to Guy's restaurant last night?
It's awesome.
And did you booze?
Just a little.
Oh, my God.
They're nice people there. I love it there.
Of course. The Cuban from who was on our show.
The Cuban, and then there's Darren. All the people there are so nice.
Everybody's really excited about this Honey Boo Boo.
June.
Honey Boo Boo's mom.
Yeah, June.
She's going to be on the phone tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Because I don't think she flies.
Probably she need to buy half the plane. Have you seen the size of this lady?
I didn't want to say that, but yes.
I mean, it's true, isn't it?
Probably like 3 seats.
At least. Probably 4. She'd probably be better off on one of those big planes with the 242 and just taking up that whole middle section.
You can tell that she doesn't fly when she's not even doing the Today Show.
Well, there are gnats flying off her toes.
Have you seen that episode with the fat crust?
No.
Like, they were in a supermarket, and her doctor goes, look, to the camera, lifted up the neck, and around is a fat crust.
Oh, yeah, I think we watched that on the show.
She goes, oh, this is love skin.
Oh, gross.
Then she goes, honey boo boo.
Hey, before we go, did we find anything else out about the mic stand issue? Eric?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Is Eric better today?
Eric's in a little bit of a better mood, but that's because Sal took it today. Sal had a dick in the ass today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I heard when they said, why don't you leave, see if anything changes.
Well, he was on the board, and he was just terrible. Like, not one song, nothing. He didn't do anything. No audio, no nothing. He was awful.
Was he off his game, or...?
I mean, I've never seen him on his game, so he might have just been being himself. But just old Sal back on the playing field,
I did see Rock of Ages last night.
How was that?
It was good.
All right. Broadway rolling.
Well, they gave me the tickets, so.
Broadway rolling.
The Cuban, love him.
Guy Fieri's restaurant gave you the tickets?
The Cuban.
There's some weird shit going on right now. Listen.
Guess what I'm doing today?
What?
Guy Fieri's.
Oh, God.
44th Street.
Ron and all right, now we're starting to verge towards Plugola because they're giving you shit.
That's not Plugola. I have one plug a week.
Okay, that was it, though.
I know. That's what I said, one plug a week.
All right, that was your plug. Ron and Fez are coming up next, and we'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
The Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time.